Chapter 1968. The ancient desolate sea was located in between the returning ruined sea and the South Pole icefield. Due to the fact that it was a dangerous place where the sea beasts gathered, it was considered an ungoverned land. Although there were many forces here, most of them were established by rogue cultivators. They were unable to reach the scale of the evil Dragon Palace or the Fusang Island. Hence, it was easier to establish a force here. Ancient desolate sea. Dragon Gate Island. Lin Feng spent a huge sum of money to invite the Herculean sea devils to help him build the palace. The Herculean sea devils moved huge mountains and flattened them before building the palace. In a month's time, the Dragon Gate Island was filled with immortal mountains and palaces. The Dragon Gate Island was originally an uninhabited island. Lin Feng named it. After the Herculean sea devils finished building the palace, Lin Feng began to lay out a grand formation to protect the entire Dragon Gate Island. Dragon Gate. It had the meaning of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. When he was in the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng had established a force called the Dragon Gate. Many students joined back then, and the Dragon Gate became one of the strongest student organizations in the Azure Dragon Institute. Many years had passed since then. Lin Feng once again used the name Dragon Gate. Lin Feng was looking forward to this new force as well as reminiscing about the past. The Dragon Gate was officially established, but there weren't many people. There were about 1,100 cultivators. Other than Lin Feng, Butterfly and Wanyan Yang had the highest cultivation. There were about 100 quasi-heavenly gods. There were about 1,000 true God realm cultivators. Although there weren't many of them, it was still a powerful force. News of the Dragon Gate's establishment spread throughout the ancient desolate sea. It was impossible for no new force to be completely unknown. 400 to 500 cultivators arrived at the Dragon Gate Island. They were arrogant and wanted to barge into the Dragon Gate Island. However, they were stopped by the restrictions and started cursing outside. The overseas world was an incomparably cruel world. Wars between different forces often occurred. It was either you die or I live. This was one of the main reasons why the slave market in the overseas world was so prosperous. Because of the war between the different forces, many of the defeated side were captured and enslaved. Many of the forces that fought against each other didn't have any grudges against each other. It was purely for the sake of benefits. This law of survival was like the big fish in the ocean eating the small fish, and the small fish eating the shrimps. The bigger forces would annex the smaller forces to gain enough wealth and improve their own cultivation. This law of survival had long become an inherent pattern in the overseas world. Therefore, it was very normal for different forces to kill each other in the overseas world. The cultivators who came to Dragon Gate Island came from a place called Fire Scorpion Island. The island master of Fire Scorpion Island, Crimson Fire Scorpion, was a fire scorpion that had cultivated his Tao. The Flame Scorpion gathered a group of people and established the Flame Scorpion Island. Fire Scorpion Island had gradually developed and expanded, and its current strength was no longer what it had been in the past. Some time ago, when Lin Feng invited the Herculean sea demons to construct the immortal mountain palace, Fire Scorpion Island had already learned of this matter. However, Fire Scorpion Island had never taken action. Later, he found out that the Dragon Gate only had a little more than 1,000 people, and there were many old, weak, women, and children among them. He had evil intentions and sent people to investigate. If they found out that the Dragon Gate wasn't strong, they would naturally be in danger of being exterminated. Get out of Dragon Gate Island. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Wanyan Yang led a group of people out and shouted coldly. Lin Feng had established a Dragon Gate army, and Wanyan Yang was now the commander. A group of slaves. How dare you be so impudent? A triangular-eyed cultivator sneered. Slaves had a slave mark on their necks that couldn't be removed. It was because of the slave mark that these people from Fire Scorpion Island could tell that Wanyan Yang and the rest were slaves with a single glance. Wanyan Yang and the rest might be slaves, but ever since they followed Lin Feng, they realized that Lin Feng had never treated them as slaves. This made Wanyan Yang and the rest feel that they had already lost their dignity. They believed that as long as they were loyal and devoted, they would soon be free of their slave status. Now that they heard the people from Fire Scorpion Island mocking them as slaves, many of their faces turned gloomy. Wanyan Yang coldly swept his gaze over the cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island. He had already received Lin Feng's order to kill all the cultivators who had come with evil intentions. He didn't need to show mercy and kill all of them. The Dragon Gate had just been established, and it was time for them to establish their prestige. If they were bullied at this time and swallowed their anger, in that case, all the forces would think that the Dragon Gate was a force that could be bullied easily. By then, how would the Dragon Gate survive? Moreover, Lin Feng wasn't someone who would not retaliate after being bullied. Attack! Wanyan Yang waved his hand. Kill! The people from the Dragon Gate army took out all kinds of weapons and charged towards the group of experts from Fire Scorpion Island. The cultivators from the Dragon Gate army were now well equipped. As the commander, Wanyan Yang had received a Heaven God 6 set. And Lin Feng had also rewarded him with a giant divine weapon level god-slaying axe. The rest of the cultivators from the Dragon Gate army had received 3 Heaven God weapons as rewards. As these people were Lin Feng's first batch of subordinates, their equipment was naturally the best. Such elite equipment. In addition, Wanyan Yang had led more than 200 people this time. Although the other party had 400 to 500 people, they were no match for the cultivators from the Dragon Gate army. Wanyan Yang, a Heaven God realm expert, didn't even make a move. The cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island were defeated. In the end, only a few dozen of them managed to escape. The rest were killed and the corpses were thrown into the sea outside Dragon Gate Island by Wanyan Yang and the rest to feed the tiger sharks. During this period of time, countless people had their eyes on the Dragon Gate Island. Therefore, many forces had set up secret sentries around Dragon Gate Island. Therefore, the news of this battle spread very quickly. The cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island were powerful, but they suffered heavy losses. This incident caused quite a stir. After the remaining cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island returned to Fire Scorpion Island, they reported the whole story to Kai Lian Fire Scorpion. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion was a skinny man in a black robe. His eyes flickered with a sinister gaze from time to time. Ordinary cultivators from the Dragon Gate are equipped with at least 3 divine weapons. This Dragon Gate is actually so rich. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion's eyes instantly revealed a deep look of greed. Yes, Island Lord. If the other party wasn't well equipped, how could we have suffered such a crushing defeat? A group of cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island said unwillingly. They didn't think that they were any weaker than the cultivators from the Dragon Gate. The only difference was the difference in equipment. Gather the warships. I will personally go and sink Dragon Gate Island. Capture their island lord and force him to hand over all his wealth. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion let out a sinister laugh. Yes, Island Lord. I will pass down the order now. Chapter 1969. The news of the Dragon Gate Island's cultivators defeating the Fire Scorpion Island's cultivators spread like wildfire. However, the Dragon Gate Island was very peaceful. The Dragon Gate Island's cultivators had a huge amount of cultivation resources to cultivate. Therefore, these cultivators usually seized the time to cultivate and raise their cultivation as much as possible. The afternoon sun was very warm. The 4 sacred birds were taking a leisurely stroll, while Bibi and the dragon rabbit were running around happily. Lin Feng saw a few beautiful figures in the distance. Nazha, Enya, and the others were gathered together and chatting. He didn't know what they were talking about, but laughter could be heard from time to time. Enya and the others had become more cheerful. Clearly, after becoming Lin Feng's maidservants, the 5 of them had become happier. Master, someone is requesting an audience. A guard quickly flew over and reported. Who is it? Lin Feng asked. It's said to be someone from the Celestial Sacred Palace, the guard said. Lin Feng had never heard of the Celestial Sacred Palace before. He guessed that it was a faction in the ancient Desolate Sea region. Bring them to the guest hall, Lin Feng said. Yes. The guard nodded and left. Lin Feng paused for a moment before getting up and heading to the guest hall. When he arrived at the guest hall, he saw a beautiful woman sitting there. Behind the beautiful woman, there were two younger and more beautiful women. I've kept you waiting, fellow Daoist. I'm Lin Feng, the Dragon Gate sect leader. How should I address you? Lin Feng said with a smile. The beautiful woman stood up and bowed slightly. I'm the Celestial Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Mu Ruoqing. These two are my disciples, Liu Wuxin and Chu Linghan. Greetings, sect leader. Liu Wuxin and Chu Linghan greeted Lin Feng. Fairies, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Feng smiled. After everyone was seated, Lin Feng said with a smile, the Celestial Sacred Palace is one of the 32 major factions in the ancient Desolate Sea Region Alliance. It's located in the southwest of the Dragon Gate Island. It's about half a month's journey. Some time ago, I heard that Longmen Island was established, so I came here to congratulate you. Lin Feng replied with a smile, many thanks for Dao friend Mu's good intentions. The Dragon Gate Island is a rising force. So, we'll have to rely on dear friend Mu in the future. Mu Ruoqing said, I don't dare to rely on you. We can communicate more in the future. After chatting for more than 2 hours, Lin Feng gained a detailed understanding of the power structure of the ancient Desolate Sea region from Mu Ruoqing. He then arranged for Mu Ruoqing and her two disciples to rest. Master. This person was also called Lin Feng. Could he be the same person as that Lin Feng who was the talk of the town a while ago? Liu Wuxin said. Mu Ruoqing nodded and said, it's very likely to be the same person. Chu Linghan said, this guy is wanted by the Supreme Immortal Sect, Evil Dragon Palace, Fusang Island, and other forces. To think that he can still live so freely. It's truly unbelievable. This person is not simple. Mu Ruoqing narrowed her phoenix eyes and said. Mu Ruoqing and her two disciples stayed on the Dragon Gate Island for 3 days before leaving. The Celestial Sage Palace that Mu Ruoqing was in was also the first cultivator to express goodwill to the Dragon Gate Island. Before leaving, Mu Ruoqing reminded Lin Feng to pay attention to the Fire Scorpion Island. The Fire Scorpion Island had suffered a great loss previously, so they would not let it go easily. Lin Feng thanked Mu Ruoqing for her reminder. After Mu Ruoqing left, the Dragon Gate Island became quiet again. However, whether it was the people of the Dragon Gate Island or the spies outside, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. The Fire Scorpion Island would definitely send an army over. When that time came, a great battle would definitely break out. Taking advantage of this free time, Lin Feng planned to improve his cultivation. Ever since he had obtained the 5 human cauldrons, Lin Feng had never dual cultivated with them. However, it was only a matter of time. The Water Spirit Constitution, the Ice Spirit Constitution, and the Yin Spirit Constitution were superb dual cultivation constitutions. It was very rare. After so many years, Lin Feng had been to countless places. He had seen who knows how many people. However, before these 5 women, he had only seen one superb human cauldron, and that was by Ying. From this, it could be seen how rare this kind of superb human cauldron was. The demon race female slave Mo Wuyo was sexy and enchanting. The demon race female slave Su'er was charming and moving. The human race female slave Yu Zixin was pure and lovely, while Yu Liuji was delicate and cute. The angel race female slave Enya was holy and otherworldly. The 5 of them each had their own merits, but they were all superb beauties. However, all women with the human cauldron physique had excellent looks. The rarer the physique, the more beautiful the appearance. Therefore, women with the Water Spirit Constitution, the Ice Spirit Constitution, and the Yin Spirit Constitution all had peerless beauty. All of them could be said to be superb. When the 5 women learned that they were going to dual cultivate with Lin Feng at night, even though they were already mentally prepared, they could not help but feel incomparably shy. Of course, they did not reject Lin Feng. During this period of time with Lin Feng had never treated them as slaves. They originally thought that their days would fall into hell. Who would have thought? They had actually come to heaven. When the 5 women chatted in private, they were even secretly glad that Lin Feng had won the human cauldron physique. If it had been won by someone else, their fate would have been very tragic. That night, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A storm was about to arrive. The weather at sea was unpredictable. Therefore, this kind of weather did not make people feel that there was anything strange about it. After a night, Lin Feng's cultivation had completed a breakthrough, directly breaking through from the 7th level of the Divine Fire Realm to the 10th level of the Divine Fire Realm. In the end, he stopped at the mid-stage of the 10th level of the Divine Fire Realm. One had to know that with Lin Feng's accumulation, it was very difficult to break through. Therefore, this time, he broke through 3 levels in a row. This made Lin Feng surprised and happy. These 3 physiques are indeed extraordinary. The 3 superb human cauldrons of the cultivation world. The effect of increasing one's cultivation is really astonishing. My accumulation is too strong, so breaking through is difficult, but I still broke through 3 levels. If it were someone else, they would have easily broken through to the true God realm and soared into the sky, right? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. At the same time, 50 huge ancient war ships were heading towards the Dragon Gate Island at high speed. How much longer until we reach the Dragon Gate Island? Crimson Fire Scorpion asked. Island Lord, we only need 3 days to reach the Dragon Gate Island. An elder from the Fire Scorpion Island replied. Crimson Fire Scorpion nodded. After breaking through, Lin Feng was in a good mood. The sun was already high up in the sky. Lin Feng went to the training ground. Butterfly was in charge of training assassins here. Lin Feng named Butterfly's assassin organization Purgatory. Lin Feng gave the 300 people to die so she could train them. Such an assassin organization was often very useful. Many major factions would nurture their own death sworn. Lin Feng's assassin organization would be even stronger than the death sworn. Their methods would also be more bizarre. Rise. Lin Feng waved his hand. After leaving the training ground, Wanyan Yang came to visit Lin Feng. Master, we discovered a deep-sea devil cave in the sea not far away. Chapter 1970. Deep-sea devil cave. Lin Feng looked at Wanyan Yang in astonishment. Deep-sea devil caves were very common in the sea. Deep-sea devil caves usually referred to strange caves in the deep sea. These caves were very dangerous, and cultivators who entered them would often face life-threatening danger. Wanyan Yang said, a few of us entered the deep-sea devil cave, but none of us came out alive. Bring me there to take a look. Lin Feng said. Master, please come with me, Wanyan Yang said as he led the way. Lin Feng brought a dozen guards with him. The group quickly left. The deep-sea devil cave was about 300 li away from the Dragon Gate Island. In an hour, Lin Feng, Wanyan Yang, and the others arrived at the location of the deep-sea devil cave. Wanyan Yang said, Master, the deep-sea devil cave is in the deepest abyss of this sea. Lin Feng nodded, and the group dived into the deep sea. Before long, they arrived at the bottom of the abyss. This abyss was at least 10,000 meters deep in the sea. The surrounding seawater was filled with a gloomy aura. This gloomy aura made people shiver. It didn't take long for Lin Feng and the others to arrive at the huge cave. Wait here. I'll go take a look, Lin Feng said. Master, it's too dangerous. We'll go in with you, Wanyan Yang said. Lin Feng said, don't worry. I'll be able to escape if I encounter any danger alone. Wanyan Yang and the others didn't dare to disobey Lin Feng, so they could only wait outside. Lin Feng stepped into the cave. The cave's aura was very gloomy, and the deeper they went, the colder the aura became. Hey, there are runes on the walls. Lin Feng looked at the walls in surprise. He hadn't noticed them before. He took a quick glance. He discovered something extraordinary. The walls were densely packed with runes. They were a mysterious formation. These formation runes were extremely ancient. Lin Feng examined many of them. He realized that he had never seen such an array pattern before. This deep-sea devil cave isn't naturally formed. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was much more careful now. He continued to walk inside. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard some voices coming from the depths of the forest. When he heard that strange sound, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. This feeling made Lin Feng frown. This deep-sea devil cave really wasn't simple. It could even be called strange. He endured the stinging pain and continued to walk inside. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, that strange sound was getting clearer and clearer. The pain in Lin Feng's heart became more and more intense. He even thought that his heart was about to split open. It was a terrible feeling. What's inside? Lin Feng frowned. He was unwilling to leave just like that. Enduring the pain in his heart, he continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Lin Feng vaguely saw something. In the deepest part of the cave, clouds of black gas were spreading out. Swish, swish. Immediately after, two cold eyes opened. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that his soul was about to split open. That mysterious existence. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. It was unimaginably terrifying. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He turned around and rushed outside. Hoo. Suddenly, a strong devouring force surged over. That strong devouring force wanted to suck Lin Feng into the black hole. Fortunately, Lin Feng was about to rush out of the cave. When the powerful devouring power surged over, he rushed out ahead of time. Let's go, Lin Feng shouted and left quickly with Wang Yang and the rest. Finally, they were floating outside the abyss. Lin Feng looked at the deep-sea devil cave from afar. His expression was very serious. Wang Yang asked, "Master, did you see something?" Lin Feng said, "There seems to be some terrifying creature trapped inside. Inform everyone not to come to this place again." "Yes, Master. When we return, I will pass down the order," Wang Yang replied. Lin Feng nodded. The group didn't stay for long and quickly left. On the way back, Lin Feng exchanged some ideas with the Demon Lord. He asked the Demon Lord what could be in that cave. The Demon Lord said, "It is sealed in the deep-sea devil cave. Mysterious and ancient restrictions cover the entire deep-sea devil cave. After so many years, it still hasn't died. It is hard to imagine what kind of existence it is." Lin Feng frowned slightly. Such a strange deep-sea devil cave appearing not far from Dragon Gate Island was not a good thing. If the creature inside escaped, it would be a huge problem. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the seal seemed to be quite strong. That creature shouldn't be able to escape for the time being. After returning to Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng saw the 5 women. The 5 women gave off an especially attractive feeling of maturity. After seeing Lin Feng, the 5 women bowed and greeted Lin Feng. However, their faces were all red. Lin Feng nodded. At night, he removed the 5 women's slave status. The 5 women were free. Each of them cried tears of joy. "Now, you are free. You can continue to stay on Dragon Gate Island or leave. I will not stop any of you," Lin Feng said. "We are willing to follow young master and serve young master every day," the 5 women hurriedly said. The land of women, the grave of heroes. Lin Feng fully experienced the meaning of this sentence. Surrounded by beauties, he had sex with them. He was very happy. The past 2 days had been extremely absurd. 300 li away, the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island sailed over. Crimson Fire Scorpion asked, "How long until we reach Dragon Gate Island?" Reporting to Island Lord, "We will reach within 2 hours. An elder replied. "Great. Pass down the order. All the warships are to prepare for battle," Crimson Fire Scorpion said with a smile. "Yes." The elder hurriedly went to pass down the order. "Look, the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island is here. Heavens, there are actually 50 ancient warships. What a huge investment. Could it be that Crimson Fire Scorpion is here personally?" Many people exclaimed. "Woo woo woo," the sound of the bugle horn resounded through the clouds. The cultivators on Dragon Gate Island were already alarmed. Seeing so many fleets arriving, the cultivators on Dragon Gate Island were very calm. Back then, Lin Feng's ancient ship destroyed a fleet of the evil Dragon Palace. Everyone prostrated themselves in admiration of this young master, Lin Feng. In everyone's opinion, as long as Lin Feng was here, anyone who came to invade Dragon Gate Island would definitely suffer heavy losses. Fire. After the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island was about 10 li away from Dragon Gate Island, Crimson Fire Scorpion gave the order to fire. Boom boom boom. A dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs shot toward the Dragon Gate Island. Chapter 1971. They've launched an attack. Will the Dragon Gate Island be destroyed? Many of the spies in the surroundings exclaimed. The Fire Scorpion Island had sent a total of 50 battleships. Such a force. It was enough to destroy any island. Wang. At this moment, the Dragon Gate Island's restriction was activated. The powerful restriction protected the Dragon Gate Island. Bang! 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 When the densely packed spiritual stone shells fell, they were all blocked by the Dragon Gate Island's restriction. Lin Feng had mastered the Emperor runes. Therefore, the restriction he had set up was much stronger than before. If the battleships wanted to destroy the Dragon Gate Island's restriction with their spiritual stone shells, they would need at least 3 days and 3 nights. It was impossible to destroy the Dragon Gate Island's restriction in a short period of time. Many people were shocked to see that the Dragon Gate Island's restriction remained intact under the bombardment of so many spiritual stone shells. There's a formation Grandmaster in the Dragon Gate Island. Someone said. So what if he's a formation Grandmaster? The Fire Scorpion Island has sent out 50 battleships. They'll destroy the restriction sooner or later. When that happens, the Dragon Gate Island will be destroyed, another person said with a sneer. Obviously, he wasn't optimistic about the Dragon Gate Island's future. The others nodded and agreed with this view. Unless the Dragon Gate Island could organize a counterattack, otherwise, they were destined to be annihilated in such a war. Rumble. At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Everyone saw an ancient ship flying out of the Dragon Gate Island. The ancient ship sailed directly toward the Fire Scorpion Island's fleet. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. An ancient ship was charging toward the Fire Scorpion Island's fleet. Was this a death wish? This is crazy. I've never seen such a death wish, many people were discussing. In their opinion, this was no different from a death wish. You're courting death. Assault battleships. Destroy that ancient ship for me. Kai Lianhuixier stood on the main ship and sneered. After receiving the order, 2 assault battleships rushed toward the Shenyuan ancient ship at lightning speed. Then, the 2 assault battleships sandwiched the Shenyuan ancient ship in the middle. Fire, a fire. The captains of the 2 assault ships gave the order at the same time. Fire. Inside the ancient ship, Wan Yinyang also gave the order to fire. Boom boom boom. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. A dense barrage of spirit stone shells flew out. The spirit stone cannon of the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was a combination of 3 barrels. It could fire 3 cannonballs at a time. Furthermore, he had the support of Emperor runes. It was not something an ordinary warship could contend against. Bang bang bang. A portion of the cannonballs from both sides collided and exploded in mid-air, while the rest of the cannonballs smashed onto the defensive barrier of the ancient ship. The Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was protected by the Emperor's runes and didn't suffer any damage. However, the 2 assault ships of the Fire Scorpion Island couldn't withstand the attacks of the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship. Catcher, catcher. The seal was shattered. Then, a dense barrage of spirit stone shells landed on the 2 assault ships. The 2 assault ships immediately disintegrated. The 1,000 cultivators on the 2 vanguard ships were killed without even having the chance to escape. It was shocking. It was simply too shocking. The 2 assault ships were destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. How can that ancient ship be so powerful? Someone cried out in alarm. Could it be an ancient warship from the Primordial era or even older? The top-grade ancient warships of that era were often enchanted with Emperor runes. That's why those ancient warships were so terrifying. An ancient warship from that era would have no problem fighting against a fleet of the current era. However, ancient warships from that era are too rare nowadays. Someone continued to say. Yes, the ancient warships of that era are too terrifying. Even if the Dragon Gate Island's ancient warship isn't from that era, it should be at least a high-grade ancient warship. It must be a very high-grade warship. Someone else said. Many spies couldn't help but feel excited. They looked toward the battlefield. Destroy it. Scarlet Fire Scorpion roared in exasperation when he saw the 2 assault ships being destroyed by the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. Shortly after, 10 warships charged forward. Boom boom boom. While charging forward, the 10 warships fired a barrage of shells at the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. The Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship didn't continue firing. Instead, it waited for the 10 warships to get closer. Since the 10 warships were lined up in a row in front of the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship, the shells in front of the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship couldn't cover the 10 warships. Therefore, the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship waited for the 10 warships to surround it. Sure enough, it didn't take long. The 10 warships spread out in an oval shape and surrounded the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. Huge spirit stone cannons aimed at the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. Fire! The captains of the 10 warships gave the order at the same time. Fire! Wanyan Yang also gave the order. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a barrage of spirit stone cannons flew out. The spirit stone cannons bombarded the enemy warships. A shocking scene appeared. Under the siege of the 10 warships, the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship remained undamaged. However, the restrictions of the 10 warships besieging the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship were destroyed one after another. Next, the spirit stone cannons landed on the 10 warships. Catcher, catcher! The 10 warships began to disintegrate. The warships are about to sink. Hurry up and run! Many people cried out in horror. They wanted to run for their lives. However, they couldn't escape. The barrage of spirit stone cannons landed on the warships. The warships exploded, and countless limbs were severed. The 10 warships were all sunk. The cultivators of Fire Scorpion Island on the 10 warships were all killed. Heavens, this is too terrifying. The eyes of the spies nearly popped out. The cultivators of Dragon Gate Island were also jubilant and excited. A single ancient starry sky ship against a fleet. This was simply too shocking. Moreover, it was too exciting. Many people felt their blood boil as they watched. Damn it! How is this possible? Scarlet Fire Scorpion's expression was gloomy as he roared. Charge! Wanyan Yang gave the order. The Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship charged towards the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island. Attack together! I don't believe we can't destroy this ancient starry sky ship. Scarlet Fire Scorpion roared furiously. Currently, the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island still had 38 warships left. Boom boom boom. The spirit stone cannons on the 38 warships were all ignited. The overwhelming number of spirit stone cannons bombarded the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. However, all the spirit stone cannons were blocked by the restrictions of the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. The Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship directly charged into the fleet. It rammed into the warships one after another. Bang bang bang, catcher catcher, the warships were dismembered by the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. Chapter 1972. The powerful combat strength of the ancient ship had shocked everyone. It was a one-sided battle. The ancient ship had single-handedly destroyed a fleet. The fleet did not even have the strength to fight back. No one dared to believe that this was real. Bang bang bang, catcher catcher, sounds of collisions and warships being dismembered could be heard one after another. The ancient ship, Shenyuan, destroyed one warship after another in the most violent way. Island Lord, our losses are too heavy. We have to retreat quickly, or else all the warships might be destroyed. An elder from Fire Scorpion Island hurriedly reported. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion's face was extremely ugly. He could not believe what he was seeing. However, what was happening before him was real. The huge fleet he had built was about to be destroyed. Retreat! Kai Lian Fire Scorpion roared in exasperation. Woo woo woo! The sound of the bugle horn resounded through the sky. The warships fled into the distance. They are retreating. Many of the spies were moved. Such a huge fleet was actually defeated by an ancient ship from the Dragon Gate Island. Everyone was shocked. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion was considered a tyrant in the ancient desolate sea region. When had he ever suffered such a huge loss? However, he did not expect that. He would suffer such a huge loss. However, all of this, it was irreversible. The ancient ship, Shenyuan, chased after them and destroyed another 7 to 8 warships before returning. In the end, only 23 of the 50 warships from Fire Scorpion Island managed to escape. The remaining warships were all destroyed. The result of this battle quickly spread throughout the ancient Desolate Sea region. Many of the upper echelons of the major forces were shocked when they heard the news. Originally, these major forces thought that Dragon Gate Island would be destroyed by Fire Scorpion Island. However, they did not expect such an outcome. Now that Fire Scorpion Island had suffered such a huge loss, they had to recuperate for the time being. As for Dragon Gate Island, it became lively. Many overseas itinerant cultivators came to seek refuge. There was no lack of experts in the overseas world. However, they lacked a force that could protect these overseas itinerant cultivators. Many overseas itinerant cultivators saw how powerful Dragon Gate Island was. In addition, Dragon Gate Island had just been established. It was time to recruit and strengthen themselves. This was clearly the best time to join the Dragon Gate Island. The treatment of the cultivators who joined earlier was naturally incomparable to that of the cultivators who joined later. Of course, not every cultivator wanted the Dragon Gate Island. If Lin Feng wanted to recruit people, he wanted to recruit real elites. Many factions had tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. Although there were many people. But in reality, the elite troops only made up a small portion of the army. Lin Feng's plan was to use all kinds of resources on a small number of truly elite experts. In this way, they would be able to train these elite experts into an elite army that obeyed orders and fought in an orderly manner. Therefore, the Dragon Gate Island's first rule for recruiting cultivators was that they would not accept anyone below the True God realm. This rule was enough to shut out 90% of the cultivators. This was because a True God realm cultivator could be considered an expert in the outer seas. If such a cultivator were to join any force, they would definitely be treated well. Therefore, in the next half a month, the Dragon Gate Island only recruited about 1,000 cultivators. Lin Feng selected 200 top-notch figures from the 1,000 people and allocated them to the Butterfly to join the Butterfly's Purgatory Assassin organization. The Butterfly's Purgatory Assassin organization had the best treatment. In addition to being able to obtain 3 Heaven God Divine artifacts. Every month, they would also receive 200,000 Origin Crystals and 1,000 Demon Transformation Immortal Pills. Therefore, their cultivation progressed very quickly. The remaining people joined the Dragon Gate Army. The Dragon Gate Army's standard was 3 Heaven God weapons. Every month, they would receive 150,000 Origin Crystals and 800 Demon Transformation Immortal Pills. In fact, these cultivators wouldn't be able to use up the 100,000 Origin Crystals every month. As for the Demon Transformation Immortal Pills, which were high-level pills, in the entire 9 states, only Lin Feng knew how to refine them. Therefore, they were extremely precious. The cultivators who joined the Dragon Gate Army also cultivated with the precious Demon Transformation Immortal Pills and not with Origin Crystals. The effect of cultivating with the Demon Transformation Immortal Pills was 10 times better than cultivating with Origin Crystals. Lin Feng also prepared 72 types of great formations for the Dragon Gate Army to cultivate. When a large army fought, they would often have to set up formations because formations could increase the effect of the battle. Therefore, the Dragon Gate Army had to practice great formations so that they could erupt with the most powerful battle strength. On this day, Wanyan Yang came to pay a visit to Lin Feng. He said, "Master, half a month has already passed and we have only recruited 1,000 cultivators. Isn't the number too little? Do you think we can lower the standard a little? We can lower the standard of recruitment a little. If that's the case, we will definitely be able to form an army very quickly. Right now, our Dragon Gate Army has too few people." Lin Feng said, "What I need is a group of true elites. Therefore, the standard cannot be lowered. Right now, it is difficult to recruit experts because our Dragon Gate has only been established for a short period of time and our reputation has not truly spread. Once the Dragon Gate's reputation is completely spread, there will definitely be an endless stream of experts coming. Yes, Then this subordinate will go and train the army. Wang Yang responded and immediately left. Another half a month passed. In this half a month, the Dragon Gate had only recruited 400 cultivators. It was even less than the number of cultivators they had recruited in the past half a month. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. His minimum standard was to form an elite army of around 100,000 people. However, it was obvious that they were still far from Lin Feng's minimum standard. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this matter could not be rushed. He needed to wait for an opportunity. On this day, flames were rolling in the distant sky. Within the flames stood a tall and sturdy man who looked like a flaming war god. That man flew towards the Dragon Gate Island as fast as lightning. 2 hours later, the man saw the location of the Dragon Gate Island. Ha 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 ha, I have arrived at the Dragon Gate Island. The man descended from the sky and finally landed outside the Dragon Gate Island. Dragon Gate sect leader, where are you? Quickly come out. The man suddenly shouted. Who are you? How dare you be so impudent? A group of island guards flew over and shouted coldly. Get your sect leader to come out and see me. The man's voice was like thunder. Tell me your name. We will naturally report it for you, the island guard captain said. Do small fries like you deserve to know my name? Fine, I will personally go and see him. The man stepped out and walked towards the inner part of the island. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Let's go together and chase him out. The island guard captain shouted in a deep voice and took the lead to charge towards the man. The remaining 20 or so island guards followed closely behind and charged towards the man. The man curled his lips in disdain and stepped forward. His body emitted a terrifying aura. No one could resist the aura emitted from his body. Everyone felt as if they were carrying an ancient divine mountain on their backs. Their legs went soft. Thump, thump. In the next moment, all of them knelt on the ground, unable to move. Chapter 1973. This cultivator was really powerful. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress so many people. His cultivation was simply unfathomable. One had to know. The cultivators guarding the Dragon Gate Island were at least at the true god realm. With such powerful strength, it was hard for them to withstand the pressure from this man. From this, just how powerful was this man's cultivation? Soon, he arrived at the depths of the Dragon Gate Island. At this moment, Wang Yang, who had received the news, came out. He looked at the man coldly and said, Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Dragon Gate? The man looked at Wang Yang indifferently and said, Are you the sect leader of the Dragon Gate? The sect leader is my master, Wang Yang said. Ask your master to come and see me, the man said. You barged into my Dragon Gate and humiliated my cultivators. How dare you ask to see my master? If I don't teach you a lesson today, others will think that the Dragon Gate is easy to bully. Wang Yang looked indifferent as he stepped forward, wanting to deal with this man. Wang Yan, you can leave now. Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded. Lin Feng didn't know when, but he had appeared 10 meters away from the man. The man turned to look at Lin Feng with a slightly more solemn expression. Sun Zhan. Lin Feng. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them leaped up and charged at each other. They threw a punch at each other. They attacked each other. Bang. The two of them collided fiercely. All of a sudden, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Your strength is not bad. You can already fight with me. Come with me. Let's fight in the sea. Lin Feng said aloud as he soared into the sky. I'd like to see what ability you have to say such word. Sun Zhan snorted and soared into the sky, following Lin Feng outside. The cultivators of the Dragon Gate also rushed out and came to the sea to watch the battle. It's the Inferno god of war, Sun Zhan. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed as he recognized Sun Zhan. To Wang Yang and the others, Sun Zhan was just a simple name. They didn't know who Sun Zhan was. Like Lin Feng, Wang Yang and the others had not been in the ancient desolate sea domain for long. He did not know much about the ancient desolate sea region. Naturally, the experts in the ancient desolate sea region were not particularly clear about it. However, The cultivators they had recently recruited had been living in the ancient desolate sea region. These people had a better understanding of the experts in the ancient desolate sea region. He knew Sun John very well. Wang Yang asked, "Who is this Sun John?" Sun John is a famous itinerant cultivator in the ancient desolate sea region. He has been cultivating for 13,000 years and was originally ranked 5th among the pirates in the ancient desolate sea region. This person's ferocious reputation has spread far and wide. Who knows how many lives he has taken? The cultivator hurriedly said. Wang Yang nodded and looked at the sea. Lin Feng hovered above the sea and looked at Sun John indifferently. "I won't ask why you came to the Dragon Gate. I just want to say one thing." Lin Feng looked at Sun John and said indifferently. "What is it?" Sun John asked. "If you lose, submit to me. If you lose, you will lose. Do you agree?" Lin Feng looked at Sun John indifferently and asked. Sun John was a battle-hungry person. He had come to the Dragon Gate to challenge the sect leader. Therefore, when he heard Lin Feng's request, he sneered, "If you really have the ability, what's wrong with submitting to you? I'm afraid that if you don't, I'll beat your head off." He walked step by step toward Lin Feng. The battle intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the battle intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. It was almost tangible. Many people in the Dragon Gate could feel the aura emanating from Sun John from afar. Their faces turned pale. Sun John is too strong. I wonder if the sect leader can defeat him? The sect leader's tone is calm. He seems very confident. It shouldn't be a problem to defeat Sun John, right? That's because the sect leader doesn't know who Sun John is. If he knows Sun John's background, he will know how terrifying Sun John is. Yeah, Sun John is too terrifying. Moreover, the sect leader seems a little too young. Many people started discussing. Although Lin Feng was the sect leader of the Dragon Gate, in reality, Lin Feng had never fought with anyone before. Therefore, many cultivators in the Dragon Gate did not know about Lin Feng's cultivation level. It was naturally not an easy task to defeat an expert like Sun John. Many cultivators in the Dragon Gate did not have much hope for Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Feng wanted to fight with Sun John for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to subdue Sun John. Second, he wanted to show his strength in front of the Dragon Gate's experts. "Celestial shaking divine fist," shouted Sun John furiously. He then threw himself at Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying amount of battle energy. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be affected by the powerful aura from Sun John. However, Lin Feng was different. He only needed to circulate the Archean dragon-esque elephant art slightly to dissolve Sun John's aura. In the face of Sun John's attack, Lin Feng performed the supreme technique, Stoneman watching the sea of clouds that he had just comprehended from the sea-watching scripture. The Dharma seals were successfully condensed. An illusory world appeared. In that illusory world, a stoneman sat on the top of the cliff and looked into the distance, watching the vast sea of clouds. When the illusory world descended from the sky, the battle intent that Sun John had condensed was instantly dispersed. Sun John's expression suddenly sank. He threw punch after punch at the stoneman watching the sea of clouds that Lin Feng had condensed. Bang, 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 after dozens of punches, the stoneman watching the sea of clouds that Lin Feng had condensed was also shaken. It was a half-immortal technique. Sun John's strength was indeed terrifying to be able to shake the stoneman watching the sea of clouds. However, at this moment, Lin Feng appeared behind Sun John and threw a punch at Sun John. Sun John was shocked. He turned around and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided again. Heavens, that's... Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun John's body was rapidly aging. Great reincarnation technique. Sun John couldn't help but roar. He could feel that his strength was rapidly weakening. He also saw his own aging body. He wanted to quickly get rid of Lin Feng, but it was too late. Lin Feng's stoneman watching the sea of clouds descended from the sky. At the same time, Lin Feng used the 8 forbidden seals. Divine runes wrapped around Sun Jian one after another. Sun Jian's battle strength had decreased sharply because he had been hit by the Eternity technique. Now, he was powerless against the stone man watching the Sea of Clouds and the 8 forbidden seals. In the end, Lin Feng used the 8 forbidden seals to seal Sun Jian. Heavens, Sun Jian is a 10th firmament celestial god, but he was suppressed by the sect master in 3 moves. Isn't the sect master too terrifying? What is the sect master's cultivation level? He can't be a giant god, right? Countless people cried out in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 1974. Sun Jian's expression was uncertain. He was a 10th firmament celestial god, but he was defeated in 3 moves. It was hard for him to accept. You've lost. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, Lin Feng said calmly. Sun Jian's body gradually regained its youth. However, his expression was extremely ugly. Sun Jian had never thought that he would lose. That was why he agreed readily. However, he had lost miserably in the hands of Lin Feng. Should he agree? Or should he go back on his word? In the end, Sun Jian gritted his teeth and made a decision. He half knelt on the ground, raised his hands, and said, "Please accept my loyalty." Lin Feng reached out and placed his hand on Sun Jian's hand. "I accept your loyalty." The cultivators on the Dragon Gate Island immediately cheered in joy. Firstly, they were amazed by the sect leader's strength. Secondly, they were surprised that the sect leader had subdued an expert like Sun Jian. Sun Jian was a top expert. With Sun Jian joining the Dragon Gate, the strength of the Dragon Gate would increase significantly. The sect leader of the Dragon Gate is actually so powerful. There had been spies from various major forces in the outer area of the Dragon Gate Island. Now that they saw Lin Feng defeating Sun Jian in 3 moves, they were extremely shocked. Soon, the news gradually spread in the ancient desolate sea domain. Some people believed the rumor, but more people did not believe it at all. It was widely rumored that the sect leader of the Dragon Gate was a very young cultivator. Such a cultivator might have amazing talent and strength. However, defeating Sun Jian in 3 moves? Who was he kidding? During this period, the Dragon Gate had been recruiting, but the progress was slow. Therefore, many people thought that the news was spread by the Dragon Gate. Their purpose was self-evident. They wanted to attract more cultivators to join the Dragon Gate. Although many people did not believe it, there were still some who believed the rumor. Therefore, in the following period of time, more cultivators joined the Dragon Gate than before. After Sun Jian joined the Dragon Gate, he soon gave Lin Feng a headache. This guy would challenge Lin Feng whenever he was free. Lin Feng had beaten him up so many times that he could not get up. However, after he recovered, he continued to challenge him. He continued to be beaten up. It was a cycle. In these 3 months, Sun Jian had lost count of how many times he had been beaten up by Lin Feng. Although he had been beaten up, he had gained a lot. This was because Sun Jian had actually broken through from the heavenly god stage to the quasi-giant god stage. That was the realm of those ancestor-level experts. This made Sun Jian very excited. During this period of time, the number of people in the Dragon Gate army continued to increase, reaching around 5,000 people. The number of people in the Butterfly's Purgatory Assassin organization had also reached 1,500. Because these people were all masters, there weren't many of them. However, it was definitely one of the most elite armies in the ancient Desolate Sea region. On this day, more than 10 cultivators flew in from outer space and requested to see Lin Feng. These cultivators were from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance was a loose organization in the ancient Desolate Sea region. One of them was the Round Table Conference. The members of this Round Table Conference were the leaders of various powerful forces. If anything major happened in the ancient Desolate Sea domain, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance would gather the members of the Round Table Conference and head to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance for a meeting. Then, they would discuss and solve the problem. Lin Feng received these people. The leader of the group was an old man called Wu Ren. He had a thin body and a sharp gaze. This old man's cultivation was clearly very powerful. I'm here to inform the sect master that the Round Table Conference will be held a month later. The upper echelons of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance have discussed this matter and believe that Sect Master Lin is qualified to participate in this conference. Therefore, I'm here to inform Sect Master Lin. Wu Ren said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll be there on time. Everyone has traveled a long way and it must have been hard on you. I've already arranged accommodations for everyone. Stay here for a few days and have a good rest." Wu Ren said, "We still have some unfinished business here, so we can't delay any longer. Since the message has been delivered, we won't be staying here any longer. Farewell. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. I wish everyone a safe journey." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then, he sent Wu Ren and the others out. After that, he gave Wang Yinyang a look. Wang Yinyang understood what he meant. After sending Wu Ren and the others out of the island, he stuffed a storage ring into Wu Ren's hands. Inside are some small items that our young master has prepared. They aren't anything valuable. Please accept them, Brother Wu, Wang Yinyang said with a smile. Wu Ren smiled and said, "Sect Master Lin, you're too courteous." The two of them chatted for a while before Wu Ren and the others left. Along the way, Wu Ren checked the storage ring and found 5 million origin crystals. He was stunned. "Sir, is there something wrong with the items inside?" The rest of the people noticed that Wu Ren's expression wasn't quite right. They couldn't help but ask curiously. Wu Ren said, "It's rumored that Sect Master Lin's wealth is boundless. It seems like the rumors are true. He casually gave us 5 million origin crystals." "What? 5 million?" The others couldn't help but gasp. 5 million origin crystals. It was a mountain of origin crystals. Wu Ren took out 1 million origin crystals and said, "Take these origin crystals and divide them among yourselves." "Thank you, sir." The group was overjoyed and thanked Wu Ren profusely. After Wu Ren and the others left, Sun Zhong said, "Young master, I'm afraid something good is about to happen." "Oh, something good is about to happen? What good is it?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Normally, the Knights' Roundtable Conference is only held when something big happens. Nothing big has happened in the ancient Desolate Sea area. Therefore, I guess this Roundtable Conference might be held because some secret treasures or immortal residences have been found and experts need to explore them, Sun Zhong said. The overseas world. Lin Feng knew that there were many secret treasures and immortal abodes. If what Sun Zhong said was true, then it was indeed something good. "All right. Make some preparations and bring the 3,000 Dragon Gate army to the Independent Cultivator Alliance in advance. First, go to the Independent Cultivator Alliance and make some connections with the upper echelons of the Independent Cultivator Alliance. Then, buy some top-grade ancient warships." Lin Feng ordered. "Yes. I'll make the preparations now." Sun Zhong nodded and left. Roundtable Conference. This is interesting. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. 10 days later, Lin Feng brought Wang Yinyang to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. That night, a hurricane suddenly blew across the sea. The hurricane wreaked havoc and swept across the land. Huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high surged. Countless ships in the sea were destroyed by the hurricane. Lin Feng and Wang Yinyang landed on an island. They found a cave to rest. Soon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Torrential rain poured down. Then, the rain poured down. Boom! A shocking fluctuation came from the sky above the sea. Cultivators were engaged in a great battle. More than 10 cultivators were besieging a woman in a black dress. Chapter 1975. Hand over that treasure. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. A cultivator coldly looked at the female cultivator. "First, let's see if you can win against my sword." The female cultivator coldly snorted. The sword in her hand slashed out dense sword chi as she fought against the cultivators. While these people were fighting fiercely. In the sea, people continuously rushed to the island. The cultivators who rushed to the island ignored the female cultivator and the others who were fighting. At this time, with such a majestic storm and raging storm, these people had no interest in watching other people fight to the death. Many people entered the island to take shelter from the rain. Cultivators continuously escaped from the sea to the island. The storm became more and more terrifying. The storm became stronger and stronger. The huge island was even shaking. Many cultivators who rushed to the island from the sea were swept away by the storm before they could reach the island. Their bodies were torn to pieces. The female cultivator was very powerful. She used the waning snowsword technique. The snowflakes in the sky mixed with the rain and swept toward the cultivators who were besieging her. Pu. 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 Cultivators were directly killed by the female cultivator. The female cultivator hurriedly rushed to the island. More than 20 people entered the cave Lin Feng and Wanyan Yang were in. Not long after, the female cultivator also flew in. Then, she found a hidden place to rest. Lin Feng looked at the hurricane outside and frowned. How come there's such a strong wind and a strong wind? How come there's such a strong wind? It's really strange. At this time, an old man put his palms together and kept praying. A cultivator looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, do you know what's going on? In all these years, I've never seen such a powerful storm. Deep sea monster. The deep sea monster has awakened." The old man's expression was unsightly. "Deep sea monster? Senior, don't scare us." Many people's voices trembled. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "What's a deep sea monster?" "It's an undead creature that hibernates in the deep sea. It has the power to destroy all life. Anyone who sees a deep sea monster will lose their life. No one can escape the attack of a deep sea monster," the old man said with a trembling voice. "Undead creatures? What does he look like? He's actually this powerful?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. "I'm not sure. Those who have seen the deep sea monster are all dead," the old man said. "No way, how could it be a deep sea monster? The deep sea monster is just a legend." Some people were unwilling to believe the old man's words. "It can't be wrong. It couldn't be wrong. Although the deep sea monster hasn't awakened for tens of thousands of years, it must be a deep sea monster. Only when a deep sea monster awakens would such a terrifying storm appear," the old man said. Lin Feng frowned. Seeing the old man speak so seriously, could it be that the so-called sea storm was caused by the awakening of the giant monster in the deep sea? It sounded a little too mysterious. Could such a terrifying storm be caused by a ferocious beast? Lin Feng believed that an emperor realm existence could cause such a storm. However, for a ferocious beast to cause such a terrifying storm, could it be that the deep sea monster was an emperor realm existence? Lin Feng asked, if it's really a deep sea monster, why would it awaken after so many years of hibernation? It's the Tushi ancient coin. Someone must have obtained the Tushi ancient coin, which is why the deep sea monster awakened, the old man said with a trembling voice. His entire body was trembling non-stop. Clearly, he was quite frightened. "What's the Tushi ancient coin?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The others had clearly never heard of the Tushi ancient coin, so they all looked at the old man. The Tushi ancient coin is an ancient coin created by the Tushi Immortal Kingdom's ruler a long, long time ago. He collected the most precious Sage Emperor gold and forged it. It's said that a single coin can buy an Emperor realm weapon. There are a total of 1,000 of these coins. The old man began to explain the legend he knew. At this point, a cultivator said, "A single coin can buy an Emperor realm weapon? Who are you trying to fool? Who would believe you?" The cultivator was not the only one who did not believe it. Even Lin Feng did not believe it. However, the old man said, "You have to believe me. These coins have a very special effect." Special effect? Everyone looked at the old man in confusion. The ruler used an extremely ancient method to forge the coins. It's said that the coins can communicate with the legendary Supreme Celestial Court. There are many secrets hidden in the Supreme Celestial Court. Those who obtain the coins can communicate with the Supreme Celestial Court through the ancient coins, and their cultivation will grow stronger. Most importantly, the person who obtains the coins will be immortal, the old man said. Damn, this is getting more and more ridiculous. Many people rolled their eyes. The old man's words were too shocking. No one dared to believe it. If it was true, it would overturn everyone's understanding. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. The more he listened, the more he felt the matter was unbelievable. There was no need for the old man to lie. Lin Feng continued to ask. In other words, the ruler of Chu Shi Immortal Kingdom obtained immortality from then on? The old man nodded. Yes, he obtained immortality. However, because of this, he was envied by countless people. Thus, many experts joined forces to attack Chu Shi Immortal Kingdom. Although the Chu Shi Immortal Kingdom is powerful, how could it withstand the siege of so many experts? This once incomparably prosperous Chu Shi Immortal Kingdom was destroyed in this calamity, and the king of Chu Shi Immortal Kingdom escaped with the Chu Shi ancient coin. Unfortunately, the world is so big that there is no place for him to hide. Suddenly, another cultivator spoke up. Since the king of the Tuo Shi Immortal Kingdom already possesses an immortal lifespan, why is he fleeing? The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, an immortal lifespan can indeed allow a person to live forever. However, it doesn't mean that others can't kill you. If no one kills you, you will naturally be able to live forever and retain your youth. However, if someone tries to kill you, you will still die. What happened next? What happened to the ruler of Chu Shi Immortal Kingdom? Lin Feng asked. Too many people were looking for him. He fled to many places and even asked for help from his old friends. However, they all wanted to kill him. It was truly a hopeless situation. In the end, he was surrounded by many experts. Chapter 1976. Naturally, the outcome was tragic. The emperor of the Chu Shi Immortal Kingdom was surrounded by countless experts. He had no hope of escaping. He was bathed in blood, and his blood dyed the sky red. He saw many people who had been drinking and chatting merrily with him in the past. Now, they were also trying to kill him. Don't blame us. We just wanted the Chu Shi coins. You shouldn't have forged the Chu Shi coins. Even if you did, you shouldn't have let others know about it. Cold voices rang out one after another. Many people were forced to come forward. I never thought that I, the Chu Shi Divine Emperor, would end up like this. Ha 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 ha. The emperor burst into laughter. Lin Feng and the others were startled. This old man was really good at telling stories. His body language and description were very vivid. It was as if he was really bringing Lin Feng and the others to an ancient era. Lin Feng and the others saw the Chu Shi Divine Emperor in his twilight years. So what if he had an immortal lifespan? In such a situation, nobody could escape death. The Chu Shi Divine Emperor took out a dagger. Then, he dug out his own heart. Many people felt their scalps go numb. What's the point of digging out his heart? Asked Lin Feng, puzzled. This method was too terrifying and cruel. The old man continued, the Chu Shi Divine Emperor wasn't a simple person. He knew many ancient techniques, such as the method to forge the Chu Shi coins. Of course, he also knew other ancient techniques. He once learned an ancient technique to communicate with the Grim Reaper. It was called the Death Curse. The Death Curse used one's own life as a sacrifice to communicate with the Grim Reaper. Then, it would activate the most evil curse. The Chu Shi Divine Emperor was in despair, so he dug out his own heart and sacrificed his own life. He used the Death Curse. Anyone who obtained the Chu Shi coins would die. If they didn't die, they would turn into dead creatures and step onto the cursed boat. They would never be able to leave the boat. The cursed boat. Lin Feng frowned. The word curse was too evil. Therefore, when he heard the word curse, he felt very uncomfortable. Powerful existences like the fire ravens, the coffin carriers, the heavenly masters, and so on. They had all been cursed. And the curses couldn't be resisted. Curses were the most mysterious powers in the world. It was enough to make one's expression change. Did all those people turn into undead creatures later on? Asked someone. The elder said, after the Chu Shi Divine Emperor died, countless experts started to fight over the Chu Shi ancient coins. This battle swept through the various worlds, and countless factions were destroyed and countless people died. Said Lin Feng. Could it be that the curse has manifested? Maybe it's because of the curse, or maybe it's because of human greed, But this catastrophe will come to an end one day. After 10,000 years of catastrophe, the 1,000 Chushi ancient coins will have their own owners. Those experts who obtained the Chushi ancient coins thought that they would obtain immortality, but they didn't know that the Chushi ancient coins had been cursed by the Chushi Saint Emperor. They will indeed gain immortality, but they will board the boat of curse and become dead creatures. They will serve their sentences on the boat of curse forever and suffer endless torture. What's the boat of curse? Someone was confused. It's said to be an extremely mysterious ancient ship. It's also the most terrifying ancient ship. It has the strongest attack, the strongest defense, and the fastest speed. Since ancient times, the Chushi Emperor was invincible. Not a single ancient ship could compete with the Chushi Emperor. However, the boat of curse is also the most evil ancient boat. The crew members of the boat of curse are all cursed people. They are neither human nor ghost. They are better off dead than alive. However, they can't die even if they want to. They can only bear the endless pain and continue to live, said the old man. Wanyan Yang asked. It's just a legend, right? It's not a legend, said the old man, his voice trembling. It's said that when the Chushi Emperor awakens, the Chushi Emperor will appear. What does the Chushi Emperor have to do with the Chushi Emperor? Someone asked in confusion. The captain of the Chushi Emperor. He's the master of the Chushi Emperor. Once the Chushi Emperor awakens, the Chushi Emperor will die. The boat of curse that was originally sleeping in the river of death will ride the wind and break through the waves, rush out of the river of death, and come from the world of the dead to the world of the living, said the old man. Everyone rolled their eyes. What the old man said was too mysterious. Even the most exciting myths were not as exciting as the old man's story. However, the old man looked so serious that it did not seem like he was telling a story. However, when they thought about it, they guessed that the old man must have read it from an ancient book. Everyone was relieved. This should be a story. It just happened that a storm swept across the sea today. The old man connected the story recorded in the ancient book with the scene in front of them. Then, they believed it. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Many people treated the old man's story as a story. Someone asked curiously, Senior, you said that the Chushi ancient coin is related to the awakening of the Chushi ancient coin. Is the appearance of the Chushi ancient coin related to the Chushi ancient coin? Said the old man. Of course it's related. I mentioned before that those who obtain the Chushi ancient coin will either die or step on the Chushi ancient coin and become a dead creature on the Chushi ancient coin. Now, the Chushi ancient coin will appear to welcome new members. Everyone was speechless. The old man continued, as for the deep-sea monster, it can sense who obtained the Chushi ancient coin. It can even sense where the person who obtained the Chushi ancient coin is. Therefore, I'm guessing that someone must have obtained the Chushi ancient coin and attracted the killing intent of the Chushi ancient coin. Perhaps, the Chushi ancient coin will appear soon. After saying that, the old man clasped his hands together and prayed again. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The content of this story was simply too shocking. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook. The entire island shook violently, and the cave began to collapse. Everyone was shocked and quickly rushed out of the cave. Many people rushed out of their hiding places. The island shook violently, and the mountains began to collapse. The island began to crack. On the surface of the sea, the storm was still raging. Screech. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the depths of the sea. What's that sound? Many people's expressions changed. The Chushi ancient coin. It must be the Chushi ancient coin, shouted the old man in horror. P.S. A friend created a fan group for Old Man Tu. Group number, 426393872. Old Man Tu is in it. Everyone, add him. Chapter 1977. Senior, please don't be an alarmist. You're scaring us to death. Many people looked at the old man with pale faces. Deep-sea monsters were legendary existences. Once they appeared, would they still be able to survive? Everyone had a look of deep fear on their faces. Who could stand against a creature like the deep-sea monster? However, the old man did not pay attention to anyone as he continued to pray. The storm on the sea grew stronger and stronger. More and more people escaped from the sea to the island. Lin Feng saw a woman in a black dress and could not help but feel apprehensive. The woman was hugging a sword with both hands. She was leaning against a rock wall with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. He had noticed this woman before. She had taken shelter from the rain in the cave he was staying in. "She's so careless," Lin Feng muttered. The storm raged, and huge waves surged. It was like the end of the world. More and more people escaped from the sea and landed on the island. Everyone stayed on the island and looked toward the sea, praying that the storm would calm down. Fortunately, the most terrifying storm did not sweep toward the island they were on. If it did, the island would be completely destroyed. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. At dawn, the storm finally dissipated. Everyone could finally heave a sigh of relief. "Looks like my prayers last night were effective," the old man said as he stood up. Everyone secretly rolled their eyes at the old man. Was the storm something that could be resolved by praying? If praying could resolve it, all kinds of disasters would be solved by praying. That way, the disasters would disappear. Lin Feng sat down on a rock to rest. This night of being on tenterhooks was really too tiring. Damn it. To think that I would encounter something like this when I'm out at sea. What bad luck. Brother, be content. It's good enough that you're still alive. Look at how many people died in this storm. The power of nature is unimaginable. Many people lamented. The old man said. What power of nature? It's the appearance of the deep-sea monster that caused such a huge commotion. Senior, since you said that the deep-sea monsters are here to find the person who obtained the Chushi ancient coins, why didn't they attack our island? The old man said, maybe it's because the person who had the Chushi ancient coin was killed by the deep-sea monster in the sea, so we were lucky and avoided the disaster. Another person said with a smile, but Senior, you just said that it was all thanks to your prayers. The old man was refuted to the point that he was speechless. He couldn't help but snort coldly and walk away. Someone in the distance took out a glass bottle. It was a bottle with a space of its own, and it was half filled with seawater. An ancient ship that had shrunk countless times was floating in the sea. The cultivator opened the bottle and took out the ancient ship. Then, the ancient ship rapidly expanded. Everyone can ride it for free. If there is any danger, we can take care of each other, the cultivator who took out the ancient ship said. Then, he boarded the ancient ship. Since the ancient ship was free of charge, the cultivators on the island were naturally overjoyed. Everyone boarded the ship one after another. Lin Feng and Wan Yinyang also boarded the ancient ship. Seeing that Lin Feng was frowning, Wan Yinyang asked, Master, why are you frowning? Lin Feng said, I feel that yesterday's incident is very strange. It doesn't seem as simple as a simple storm on the sea. Wan Yinyang said, could it be that Master believes the old man's words? Lin Feng said, nothing in this world is groundless. I don't know if the old man's story is true, but even if it isn't, I feel that yesterday's incident must be related to some unknown and terrifying existence. Amitabha Buddha, good indeed, good indeed. Suddenly, a passing monk looked at Lin Feng and put his palms together. This was a young monk, but there were actually 9 rays of Buddhist light floating behind his head. It was truly extraordinary. This was a senior monk who had achieved the Tao. Many times, there would be some proud sons of the heavens who would have unimaginable achievements at such a young age. And such achievements would reach heights that others would never be able to reach in a short period of time. This monk was clearly such a person. Greetings, Master. I am Lin Feng. How should I address you? Lin Feng asked. This little monk is called Ishio. The young monk said. So it's Master Ishio. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Ishio said, Benefactor is too polite. When I heard Benefactor mention yesterday's incident, this little monk also felt that it was strange, so I wanted to exchange my opinion with Benefactor. Lin Feng and Ishio discussed some of their opinions. Lin Feng also told Ishio the story he had heard from the old man, and Isho also told Lin Feng a terrifying matter. When he had flown out of the sea, he had faintly seen something moving at the bottom of the sea. At that time, he had not dared to take a closer look and had quickly rushed to the island. After hearing Isho's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that something terrifying had really appeared? Isho said. Fortunately, everything has returned to normal. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, I think it's time to return to normal. If it wanted to make a move on us, last night was a good opportunity. This was a dark world, a world of dead spirits. There was a long river that swept through the world. In the river, there were countless corpses, vengeful spirits, evil spirits, and malicious ghosts. Mournful cries could be heard. Hundreds of ghosts were crying. Those terrifying dead spirits wanted to rush out of the river. But they couldn't. This was the river of death. These dead spirits. They were destined to be trapped in the river forever. They would suffer endless pain. Whoosh! Suddenly, huge waves rose from the river. A pitch-black ancient ship covered in moss rushed out from the depths of the river. The undead creatures that had been sleeping on the ship woke up. We've woken up. How many tens of thousands of years have we been sleeping? We've woken up again. Can we return to the world of the living? Those dead spirits shouted excitedly. Their bodies were rotten and emitted a stench. It was extremely disgusting. Crack. Suddenly, the door on the second floor of the ancient ship was pushed open. A tall undead spirit walked out. The undead spirit held a bottle of wine in his hand. He laughed and said, "Little ones, what are you waiting for? Raise the flag! Raise the flag! Raise the flag! Raise the flag!" Countless undead creatures roared. The flag of the ancient ship was raised. It was a skeleton flag, like a pirate flag. There were 4 words written on it. Ship of curse. Ha 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 ha. Set sail. Return to the world of the living. The captain laughed heartily and gulped down the wine. However, the wine that he drank flowed out from his rotten body. Rumble. At the same time, the ship of curse rode the wind and waves and rushed directly to an unknown place in the river of death. It disappeared into the endless darkness. Chapter 1978. Lin Feng, who was resting, suddenly had a slight change in expression. He had discovered that his great death art had started circulating on its own. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Demon Lord, my great death art has started circulating on its own. This is the first time something like this has happened. Could something have happened that I don't know about? Lin Feng said with a grave expression. Yarrow Jun said, the great art of death can communicate with the legendary river of death, so once the great art of death is used, it can summon the power of the underworld's river of death. Then, this power of death will condense into a river of death in the real world to fight against the enemy. You've cultivated the great art of death, so you can vaguely sense the river of death in the underworld. Could it be that something happened in the river of death in the underworld? Otherwise, why would the great death art start circulating on its own? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The netherworld is a place where only the dead go. What could have happened there? The Demon Lord said, the netherworld is much scarier, more complicated, and more mysterious than you can imagine. That place has unimaginable living beings and countless secrets. Lin Feng nodded, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. The ancient ship continued sailing. Lin Feng and Monk Ishio were chatting happily. While chatting with Monk Ishio on the deck, Lin Feng saw the black-dressed woman from before. This woman was tall and slender, and her face was also extremely beautiful. However, her small face had always been cold. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze, she turned around and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She said threateningly, "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out?" That temper. Lin Feng turned around and smiled bitterly. Monk Ishio said, "Wine is like immortal nectar, while women are like ill-fated relationships in the mortal world. That is why we should accompany ourselves with good wine and stay away from women. If ill-fated relationships continue, the path of cultivation will be very difficult." Fart. Lin Feng burst out laughing. Do monks drink wine too? Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart. With Buddha in the heart, so what if you have wine and meat in your hands? Lin Feng said with a smile, it seems that Master's understanding of Buddhism has reached a point where it is beyond the reach of others. Monk Ishio said, Patron, you flatter me. 3 days later, at noon, the sky had already darkened. Black clouds rolled. Lightning filled the sky. Lin Feng frowned. Is there going to be another storm? It's over. It's over. It must be a deep-sea monster, the old man said, his face pale. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed that the expression of the woman in the black dress had become uncertain. Lin Feng felt that the woman's demeanor was a bit strange. You're still looking? Didn't I warn you? Do you believe that I won't hack you to death? The woman pulled out her sword and was about to slash at Lin Feng. Save me. She's trying to murder her husband. Lin Feng shouted. Who told you to spout nonsense? I'll hack you to death. The woman swung her sword at Lin Feng. I only glanced at you a few times, and you're already attacking me. Aren't you being too unreasonable? Lin Feng shouted gloomily as he ran. You're looking at me lecherously. Naturally, I'll hack you to death. The woman said coldly. The hell? In all honesty. Since when did I look at you lecherously? This little girl was too sensitive. Lin Feng felt the urge to vomit blood. He ran outside while the woman chased after him with her sword. After running out of the cabin, he noticed that many people had gathered on the deck. Everyone was looking deep into the ship. Lin Feng pointed at the ship's depths. The woman who was chasing after him also stopped. She couldn't help but look into the depths. She saw black fog rolling in the depths. The black fog seemed to be connected to another world. That world was cold, sinister, and terrifying. It emanated an aura of death. Go, 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 the ship's master ordered. The cultivators controlling the ship quickly changed their course and rushed into the distance. It's getting more and more sinister. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He noticed that the woman had put away her sword and was walking into the cabin. Lin Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The deep-sea monsters must be coming. I don't care about you guys anymore. I'm leaving. I can't stay on this ship anymore, the old man said. He flew into the distance. Is that old man scared out of his wits? Someone muttered. They felt that the old man was completely immersed in his story and couldn't extricate himself. Suddenly, a wretched cry rang out from afar. A swarm of black-colored flying insects flew out from the black fog to wrap around the old man. In an instant, the old man was reduced to a pile of white bones. What the hell is that? Many people felt their scalps go numb. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The black fog is coming, many people shouted. The ship's speed was pushed to the limit. It quickly rushed into the distance. An hour later, in the black fog, an ancient ship rushed out. Ha 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 ha, we're out. An earth-shaking roar came from the ancient ship. It was countless undead creatures. The aura of the young world is so good. We used to live in the young world, but now we have to suffer in the young world. It feels so good to be able to return to the young world. I don't want to go back to that damned place in the young world anymore. Many undead creatures roared in excitement. Then, the rotten bodies of these undead creatures began to return to normal. It didn't take long for them to become normal people again. Hey, how did our bodies recover? Many undead creatures shouted in disbelief. It's the captain. It must be the captain. It's said that the captain is comprehending the Great Fate technique. Could it be that the captain has already comprehended the Great Fate technique? He can actually turn us into normal people. An undead creature shouted in shock. At this time, the captain walked out. The captain became a burly middle-aged man. The recovery of the body is only temporary. The curse of the ship of curse can't be broken. Unless you can really comprehend the Great Fate technique, you can't break the curse. However, it's not that easy to comprehend the Great Fate technique. Now, let's go and catch the person who has the Tushi ancient coin. Let's add a new member to our ship of curse. The captain shouted loudly. Catch that person, catch that person. Let him have the same miserable fate as us. All the people on the boat of curse roared. Around the ship of curse, the seawater churned violently. In the depths of the sea, there seemed to be a huge monster slowly emerging from the water. Chapter 1979. A storm raged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was still daytime, but it was as dark as night. Dark clouds rolled, causing one's heart to tremble. Lin Feng stood on the deck. At this moment, the restrictions on the ship had been lifted, so there was no need to worry about being drenched by the rain. "Looks like I'll have to perform a divination," Monk Yishio said. Lin Feng could not help but ask, "Aren't you a monk? You actually know how to perform divination?" Monk Yishio pressed his palms together and said, "Buddha says that it's never too old to learn." Lin Feng was speechless. Did Buddha say that? Monk Yishio was also a weirdo. Monk Yishio took out 3 tortoise shells and a jade tube. He put the tortoise shells into the jade tube. Lin Feng said in shock, "Is this the Hutian 64 trigrams divination technique?" Monk Yishio said in surprise, Benefactor Lin knows this divination technique as well." The most popular technique in the world of cultivators was the Xiantian 8 trigrams technique. Of course, the various sects were mainly Taoists. Their divination techniques were mostly derived from the Xiantian 8 trigrams. In fact, the Celestial Master sect's inheritance also had extremely profound divination techniques. However, Lin Feng had only obtained a very small portion of the Celestial Master sect's inheritance. Therefore, Lin Feng had not been able to learn the divination techniques, but he still had some understanding of the various divination techniques. Among the various divination techniques, the truly powerful one was the Hutian 64 trigrams. In the past, Princess Trigram Fa had used the Xiantian 8 trigrams as a foundation and evolved it into the Hutian 64 trigrams. GFA's evolution of the Xiantian 8 trigrams into the Hutian 64 trigrams had simply created an era. However, he died very early, so his Hutian 64 trigrams had not been popularized. Those who knew the Hutian 64 trigrams were too rare. As time passed, it was almost impossible to find cultivators who knew the Hutian 64 trigrams. Monk Yishio was indeed knowledgeable. He actually knew the divination techniques recorded in the Hutian 64 trigrams. Lin Feng said, "I've heard of the 64 Hutian hexagram, and I've read some introductions about it. This is an ancient technique that I obtained by chance. However, even after studying it for many years, I've only scratched the surface of it. Emperor GFA's post-celestial hexagram is too mysterious," Monk Yishio said. Lin Feng replied, "Even if I've only scratched the surface, I'm sure it's still incredibly mysterious." Monk Yishio smiled and didn't say anything else. He began to perform divination. He held the jade tube with both hands and shook it. Then, he kept chanting all kinds of incantations. These incantations were very ancient and mysterious. Lin Feng didn't understand the contents of these incantations. Seeing Monk Yishio performing divination here, many people surrounded him. Hualala, suddenly. Monk Yishio took out the tortoiseshell from the jade tube. He glanced at the 3 pieces of tortoiseshell and was so scared that his face turned pale and he sat down on the ground. "What? Is the divination not good?" Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. "It's wrong. It must be wrong. Let me do it again." Monk Yishio gritted his teeth and took out 2 more pieces of tortoiseshell. Using tortoiseshell to perform divination was very particular. The more tortoiseshell one used, the more accurate the divination would be. However, it didn't mean that one could use as many as they wanted. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough and forcefully used more tortoiseshell to perform divination, they would suffer a severe backlash. At that time, they might even go berserk and die. Under normal circumstances, Monk Yishio could use 3 pieces of tortoiseshell to perform divination. This way, his body wouldn't be damaged. However, Monk Yishio's divination with 3 pieces of tortoiseshell seemed to be inaccurate. Lin Feng guessed that this kind of divination definitely wasn't a good one, so Monk Yishio took out 2 more pieces of tortoiseshell. This was his limit. Monk Yishio placed 5 pieces of tortoiseshell into the jade tube. Then, he held the jade tube with both hands and began to shake it. At the same time, he kept chanting. "A monk's divination? Is it reliable?" Someone muttered. It seemed that they didn't trust Monk Yishio's divination skills. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Lin Feng trusted Monk Yishuo quite a bit. But Monk Yishuo's divination with 5 pieces of tortoiseshell was indeed met with a backlash. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. "Stop it," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He and Monk Yishuo hit it off quite well. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, the two of them could be considered good friends. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't wish to see Monk Yishuo get seriously injured because of divination. Moreover, there were still some people around who were making sarcastic remarks. This made Lin Feng very unhappy. "It's fine," Monk Yishuo said. He didn't intend to give up. He chanted another incantation and spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. He had finally completed his divination. Hualala, 5 pieces of tortoiseshell fell from the jade tube onto the ground and were scattered all over the place. Among the crowd, there were people who had some understanding of divination. When they saw how messy the divination was, their expressions changed. "Such a messy divination, I'm afraid it's inauspicious," the cultivator said in a deep voice. Lin Feng also had some understanding of divination. The more scattered the divination, the more inauspicious it was. "Master, what does the divination say?" someone asked. "Dark clouds cover the sun, darkness descends, the universe reverses, the dead spirits reappear." Monk Yishuo said 16 words. "Master, what does that mean? Can you be more specific?" Many people didn't understand. "It means, good luck to all of you," Monk Yishuo said with a bitter smile. "Damn, how can you say that? Can't you say something nice?" "I've already said it. Can a monk's divination be reliable?" Many people looked at each other coldly. Lin Feng had already guessed this situation. Everyone wanted to hear something nice. Therefore, it was very easy to offend people when speaking the truth. Therefore, what Monk Yishuo did was a thankless task. "Get lost." Lin Feng looked coldly at these cultivators. "F***ck, who do you think you are? Are you looking for a beating?" Many people looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said coldly, "Teach them a lesson." Wan Yin stepped forward, emitting a powerful aura. Many people felt the terrifying aura in Wan Yin's body and were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to say anything and quickly retreated. Lin Feng stood at the side to guard Monk Yishuo. He had suffered a backlash and was adjusting his body. If he didn't treat it in time, it would cause serious damage to his body. Rumble. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. What happened? Many people's expressions changed. Many cultivators in the cabins rushed out. Bang! The next moment, the ship shook again. Something seemed to be hitting the ship at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 1980. Monk Yishuo opened his eyes, but his face was still pale. He had suffered a backlash and needed to recuperate. He wouldn't recover so quickly. "How do you feel?" Lin Feng asked. "Much better," Monk Yishuo said. "Master, the situation doesn't seem good. Should we leave this ancient ship?" Wan Yin said. "Let's wait for a while. If we leave now, we'll be the first to stick our neck out. The first to die will definitely be the first to move," Lin Feng said. "Okay." Wan Yin nodded. Rumble. The ship shook again, this time even more violently than before. "Hurry up and rush out." Many people shouted anxiously. But soon, a terrified voice came from the control room. "The ship can't move." As expected. At this moment, everyone realized that the ship really couldn't move. It was as if something was sucking the ancient ship, making the ancient ship unable to move even a single step. Many people were pale with fright. "Hurry up and leave the ancient ship," many cultivators shouted as they rushed into the distance. But just as they flew out, suddenly, in the sea, a powerful devouring force was emitted. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sea. It was this whirlpool. It emitted a powerful devouring force. All the cultivators who rushed out of the ancient ship, they were all devoured by the huge whirlpool. After seeing this scene, many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. There were many powerful cultivators among those cultivators, but they died without even causing a ripple. It was truly hair-raising. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, something started to violently hit the bottom of the ship. It's leaking, the ship is leaking. Soon, someone in the cabin shouted in horror. Whoosh! A huge tentacle reached out from the sea. It was at least 1,000 meters tall. Then, it fell from the sky and smashed towards the ancient ship. The tentacle was as black as ink, and if one looked carefully, there were sharp barbs at the end of the tentacle. The tentacle looked like the tail of a scorpion. Hurry up and dodge. Seeing the huge tentacle smashing down, many people screamed in horror. Then, everyone hurriedly dodged. Bang! But when the huge tentacle smashed onto the ancient ship, many people were still smashed into meat paste. They died on the spot. Heavens, what is that? Lin Feng saw the thick tentacle and felt his scalp go numb. The tentacle was actually covered with densely packed poisonous snakes. The tails of the poisonous snakes and the tentacles. Each poisonous snake was at least 3 to 4 meters long. Some of the poisonous snakes were longer. Some were even 7 meters long. These venomous snakes opened their bloody mouths and bit at the cultivators. Screams rang out one after another. Many people had their heads bitten off by the poisonous snakes on the spot. There were also many people who were bitten by the venomous snakes and screamed in agony. Slash. Slash slash. Lin Feng was holding his black dragon sword and was about to kill the snake. Slash. Slash slash. One by one, the heads of the poisonous snakes were chopped off by Lin Feng. Many people were attacking the huge tentacle, and the tentacle suddenly swung. Bang bang bang, many cultivators were directly whipped to death. Behind. Wanyan Yang roared. Lin Feng was shocked and turned to look. He saw a second huge tentacle falling from the sky. The second tentacle was also covered with densely packed poisonous snakes. He didn't know what kind of creature was at the bottom of the sea. The tentacle was like the tail of a scorpion, and it was densely packed with poisonous snakes. He had never seen such a creature before. Even if he had never heard of it. He quickly moved to the left. Bang! The next moment, the huge tentacle smashed down. Many cultivators were directly smashed into meat paste. Lin Feng narrowly avoided the huge tentacle smashing down like a mountain. Run! Many people rushed out. They wanted to run for their lives. Splash splash! Something even more terrifying happened. Densely packed tentacles stretched out from the sea. Then, those tentacles whipped towards the cultivators who were running away. Many cultivators were whipped into meat paste on the spot. How many tentacles does it have? Seeing those densely packed tentacles, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. Even if it was an octopus monster, it didn't have so many tentacles. This monster had too many tentacles. The densely packed tentacles seemed to cover the sky. They smashed towards the ship. Get on the ship and break out. Lin Feng took out the Shenyuan ancient ship and shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Feng, Wanyan Yang, and Monkey Xiu rushed onto the ancient ship one after another. Then, the Shenyuan ancient ship quickly rushed out. Huge tentacles shot towards the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Fire! Lin Feng shouted and gave the order. Boom 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 boom. A dense barrage of spirit stone shells flew out and bombarded those tentacles. Those tentacles were bombarded and bloody. Screech! The unknown terrifying creature hidden in the sea let out a painful roar. More tentacles smashed towards the Shenyuan ancient ship. Seeing those huge tentacles covering the sky, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. However, he had seen many storms. He could still remain calm. Lin Feng activated the Emperor's Mark. The Shenyuan ancient ship directly slammed into those tentacles. The Emperor's Mark swept towards the tentacles. Puff! Many tentacles were torn apart by the Emperor's Mark and black blood gushed out. A gap finally appeared in the tentacles that sealed the world. That ancient ship is about to escape. Quick, let's go. Many cultivators saw that the Shenyuan ancient starry sky vessel was about to break out of the encirclement and quickly rushed towards the Shenyuan ancient starry sky vessel. They wanted to board the Shenyuan ancient ship to escape danger. However, they were attacked by those huge tentacles and many people died tragically. Only the black-robed woman managed to escape to Lin Feng. However, the Shenyuan ancient ship was protected by restrictions and she couldn't enter. The black-robed woman cried out anxiously. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the black-robed woman and immediately opened the restrictions. Let this woman in. Bang bang bang, the dense spirit stone shells and the Emperor's mark finally blew up a huge tentacle. Swoosh. The Shenyuan ancient ship turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed out. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the ship. A dense mass of tentacles wrapped around the entire huge ship. In the sea, huge waves surged. The gigantic ship was connected to all the cultivators. They were all dragged into the sea in an instant. It was too tragic. Swoosh. The Shenyuan ancient ship didn't dare to stop and raised its speed to the limit. It turned into a stream of light. It rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1981. Inside the cabin, the deity realm clone controlled the ancient ship, Shenyuan, to travel at high speed. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "Could that monster be the deep-sea monster that the old man mentioned?" This. Monk Ishio's expression changed. The reason for that was because the story told by that old man was simply too legendary. It was very difficult for them to believe it. However, a monster had appeared out of nowhere. It was so terrifying. What was it? Monk Ishio could not figure it out. "I'm not sure. The only fortunate thing is that we managed to get rid of that damnable monster. However, the sad thing is that so many people died." Monk Ishio sighed. He was a Buddhist. He was compassionate and bemoaned the state of the universe. That was why he had seen so many people die. His heart was filled with grief. Monk Ishio sat down cross-legged and began to chant sutras for the dead. Lin Feng walked out with Wan Yin Yang. When he saw the black-dressed woman on the deck, he smiled and said, "Why are you chasing me so closely? Are you plotting something against me? Let me tell you, I'm a decent man." After seeing Lin Feng, the black-dressed woman glared at Lin Feng. She had no intention of thanking him. Instead, she pulled out her treasured sword and said fiercely, "If I knew this ship was yours, I wouldn't have boarded it even if I had to die in the hands of that monster." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You have a treasured sword in your hand. It's not too late to die now. Let me teach you. Hold the sword hilt with your right hand and place it on your neck. Then, exert force with your wrist. With just a little bit of strength, I'll be able to burn paper money for you. Before I die, I'll kill you first." The black-dressed woman swung her treasured sword at Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged and shouted, "Is there any justice in this world? I saved you, and this is how you repay your savior." The black-dressed woman snorted coldly and put away her treasured sword. Then, she said, "Help me clean up a room. I want to rest." Lin Feng said, "There are plenty of rooms. You can choose whatever you want." The woman in the black dress pulled out her sword and shouted, "I asked you to help me clean up, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and go." He raised his sword and was about to chop down. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. This is the young master's ancient ship. Why was he being bullied to this extent? Because you're a beauty. I, your young master, will endure. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Lin Feng helped the woman clean up a room and then quickly left the room. God knows if he would have been chopped off by this woman if he had been a step slower. At this moment, Monk Ishio had also finished ferrying the souls of the dead cultivators. He walked out and said, "Femme fatale. Femme fatale." Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean?" "To tell you the truth, Almsgiver Lin, I think Almsgiver Lin is destined for a calamity of romance." Monk Ishio said. Having good luck with women was a good thing. Naturally, a peach blossom calamity was not a good thing. Lin Feng said angrily, "Can't you hope for something better?" Monk Ishio said, "I came to this conclusion after looking at your face." Lin Feng was speechless. "Bro, you're a monk. You don't recite scriptures or Buddhist scriptures. All you do is study Daoist divination techniques and read people's faces. Isn't this too much of an occupation?" Although Lin Feng felt apprehensive, Monk Ishio was still very capable. Lin Feng asked, "How do you explain this peach blossom calamity?" Monkey Show said, "There are only 4 people on this ship, 3 men and 1 woman. Isn't it obvious how you explain the peach blossom calamity? Are you talking about that tigress?" Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said softly, "People say that a woman with a good figure will bring luck to her husband. Although that tigress has a bad temper, she's definitely bringing luck to her husband no matter how you look at it." Lin Feng had some reservations about the woman in the black dress. However, he still looked at the figure of the woman in the black dress with an appreciative gaze. Even with his picky eyes, the woman in the black dress could be considered a top-grade product. Moreover, she was a typical peach blossom calamity. Monkey Show said, "A peach blossom calamity doesn't necessarily bring luck to her husband. If she wants to trick you, you can't do anything about it. Chasing her off the ship now is the best way." "Is that a good idea?" Lin Feng asked. "Isn't that too ungentlemanly?" He continued to mutter. "The peach blossom calamity is coming. What's the point of being gentlemanly? Can gentlemanly be used as a meal?" Monkey Show said. Monkey Show was a kind person. If the problem hadn't worsened, he wouldn't have said that. Of course, he wouldn't have said such things. Lin Feng said, "Since there's no danger now, it's fine to let her go down early. I'll go to her room and tell her about this." Monkey Show nodded and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng went to the woman in the black dress room and knocked on the door. "Are you asleep?" "No. I have something to talk to you about." "Speak outside." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "This is my ancient ship. I can go wherever I want." He said, "I want to talk inside." "Come in, then." Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered the room, a delicate figure pressed against him. The woman in the black dress hugged Lin Feng. "This isn't good, right? We don't know each other yet. Aren't we developing too quickly?" Lin Feng said. This woman's attitude made him a little confused. Earlier, she had wanted to hack him with her sword. Now, she was throwing herself at him. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Beauty, can you not be cold to me one moment and gentle to me the next? I can't guess what you're thinking. In the vast sea of people, I'm all alone. Sometimes, I'll feel empty, lonely, and cold. I don't ask for everlasting love. I just want to be with you for a while." The woman in the black dress said. Lin Feng became excited. What did she mean? Could it be that she wanted to be with him? This wasn't a peach blossom calamity. This was clearly his luck with women. "Brother Monk, you've miscalculated." Lin Feng pinched the woman's delicate chin. Looking at her delicate face, the more he looked at it, the more beautiful it seemed. Then, he slowly lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Unexpectedly, the woman in the black dress sent him flying with a slap. Bang! Lin Feng's body slammed into the cabin. What's going on? What's the meaning of this? Lin Feng was still confused. The woman in the black dress had already charged over with her sword. "Stinking pervert, I'll kill you." Lin Feng wanted to cry. "Tigress, you're the one who seduced me. Now, you're calling me a pervert. Don't be unreasonable." Lin Feng ran outside. After the woman in the black dress chased him outside, she glared at Lin Feng and said, "I'll spare you this time, but don't let me see you again." After saying that, the woman in the black dress soared into the sky and flew away. "Damn, what bad luck. What a calamity." Lin Feng shouted gloomily. "It's good that she's gone," Monkey Show said. 6 hours later. On the sea that was originally clear and boundless. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the sea, waves rose to the sky. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed greatly. "That mysterious monster is here," Yi Futian muttered. P.S. Archaic Dragonesque Elephant Technique Group Number 426393872. Those who haven't joined the group, please add. There are cute girls and little fresh meats in the group. There's bound to be one that suits you. Chapter 1982. How could this be? Why is that monster chasing after us? Could it be that it doesn't want to let any of the people who appeared on that ship off? Lin Feng's face was grim. The fact that the monster was chasing after them was something that had him bewildered. Monk Isho frowned. We're in trouble now that we've been targeted by the monster. We've got to get rid of it as soon as possible. Yes. Lin Feng nodded his head. He then ordered his God-state clone to push the speed of the Shenyuan ship to its maximum. Phew! The Shenyuan ship turned into a streak of light and shot off into the distance. But no matter how fast they were, the skies above them were filled with thunder and lightning. Dark clouds were rumbling, and torrential rain was pouring down. This meant that they had not been able to get rid of the monster. Why was the monster chasing after them? Lin Feng could not figure it out. But now was not the time to be thinking about it. The most important thing right now was to get rid of the monster as soon as possible. Lin Feng activated the ability of the ancient ship to traverse through the void, wanting to leave this place immediately. But Lin Feng soon realized that the void around them had been sealed. The Shenyuan ship could fly, and even sail through the seas. But there was no way for it to traverse through the void. This is bad. Lin Feng's face turned grim. He had to get ready for battle now. Splash! Splash! Suddenly, a tentacle burst out from the depths of the sea. Waves surged into the skies as they rumbled furiously. That gigantic tentacle slammed down at the Shenyuan ship viciously. The mountain-like tentacle slammed down, as though the void was about to be torn apart. Fire the cannons! Lin Feng bellowed out as the spirit stone cannon focused its firepower on that gigantic tentacle. A dense cluster of spirit stone cannons. It was as though they could blast a hole in the heavens and earth. Bam! Bam! After the spirit stone cannons exploded, the gigantic tentacle was blasted into a bloody mess. Screech! The monster in the depths of the sea roared out in rage. Splash! 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 Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Tentacles stretched out one after another. As far as the eye could see, the ancient ship was surrounded by giant tentacles. They surrounded the area in all directions. Rumble. Suddenly, the ancient ship shook violently. Monk Yishio said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid the ancient ship has been sucked in by the gigantic monster." The previous ship was sucked in by the gigantic monster and was unable to move before it was devoured. "Launch torpedo shells," Lin Feng ordered with a gloomy expression. The torpedo shells were also refined by alchemists. This kind of torpedo shell was even more precious. Ordinary ancient ships couldn't afford such a precious torpedo shell. But for Lin Feng, this amount of money was naturally nothing. Countless torpedo shells were released by the humanoid puppet. Bang bang bang. Below, the torpedo shells began to explode. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the spirit stone cannons also fired a dense number of spirit stone cannons at the huge tentacles that were smashing towards them. Lin Feng also activated the Emperor rune. It swept towards the tentacles. Boom boom boom. Under the sea, torpedo shells exploded. Waves of 10,000 feet high were blasted into the sky. Screech! Immediately after, an angry roar resounded throughout the world. This gigantic monster had obviously been injured, but the damage it had suffered was much less than Lin Feng had imagined. Moreover, the damage the monster's tentacles had suffered was also much less than Lin Feng had imagined. This monster's defensive power was so strong that even Lin Feng felt it was inconceivable. Bang bang bang, the monster's tentacles ruthlessly smashed towards the Shenyuan ancient ship. When the mountain-like tentacles came crashing down, Zhongxian was stunned. The Emperor rune of the Shenyuan ancient ship swept towards these tentacles and tore them apart. Black blood with a foul smell flowed out. It emitted a foul smell. After smelling that foul smell, Lin Feng felt dizzy. Not good, the monster's blood contains a highly toxic poison. He quickly took out the white jade toad and let it detoxify the poison for the three of them. After the poison was detoxified, Lin Feng and the other two quickly sealed their six senses. At this time, clumps of black qi suddenly spread out from the huge tentacles. The black qi wrapped around the huge tentacles. Those tentacles wrapped around the Shenyuan ancient ship. A terrifying scene unfolded. When the Emperor rune of the Shenyuan ancient ship swept across the tentacles, the black qi dissolved it. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. Wasn't this too terrifying? It was simply unheard of and hard to believe. The tentacles that resisted the Emperor Rune's attack completely wrapped around the Shenyuan ancient ship. The monster wants to drag us to the bottom of the sea. Monk Isho's face changed. The huge ship from before had been dragged down like this. The ship fell silent, and all the cultivators died tragically. Now, this monster wanted to use the same method to destroy the Shenyuan ancient ship. Although they knew what this monster wanted to do, Lin Feng and the other two couldn't think of a way to deal with this monster. That was because this giant monster was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people despair. A giant god realm expert had come. Most likely, only death awaited them. Could this fellow really be one of the legendary deep-sea monsters? Lin Feng thought of the story that the old man had told him. At this moment, Monk Isho and Wanyan Yang were increasingly convinced that the story was true. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his abdomen heating up. Puzzled, he put his hand into his clothes. What's this? Lin Feng clearly felt that he had touched something. He took it out and found that it was a gold coin. The front of this gold coin had the image of an ancient immortal country, while the back had the image of many small people offering sacrifices. Heavens, could it be, could it be? Lin Feng's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, that story is true. This is the Tushi ancient coin. That tigress secretly gave it to me. Lin Feng thought of the scene where that tigress had uncharacteristically hugged him. Clearly, she had given it to him at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. A peach blossom calamity, Monk Isho said with a wry smile. Originally, he had thought that Lin Feng's peach blossom calamity would disappear after the black-robed woman left. He hadn't expected that the black-robed woman would make a fool out of him. Lin Feng wanted to throw the Tushi ancient coin away. Suddenly, the coin turned into a diagram and branded itself on his arm. At the same time, the deep-sea monster issued a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Bang! A powerful force came pouring down from the sky. The Shenyuan ancient ship was directly dragged into the water by the deep-sea monster. The sea surface, which had been surging with huge waves, instantly quieted down. Chapter 1983. Now that the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was being dragged down, the situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. If they couldn't find a way to break free from the deep-sea monster, they would definitely die this time. At this moment, they finally saw what kind of creature the deep-sea monster was. This deep-sea monster had a head like a spider, a body like a giant squid, and tentacles like a scorpion's tail. They didn't know how many tentacles there were. Lin Feng had never seen such an ugly, ferocious beast. It was like a beast from hell. What do we do now? Monk Isho asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't have a good way to deal with this deep-sea monster. However, he didn't wait for death. He ordered the humanoid puppet to release all the torpedoes and shells. At the same time, all the spirit stone cannons continued to fire spirit stone shells at the deep-sea monster. The ancient ship's emperor runes were still activated, emitting a destructive power. These emperor runes continued to attack the deep-sea monster. Lin Feng brought out the 9 demons diagram, revered sword tomb, and purple lightning hammer to attack the deep-sea monster. He was doing 3 things at once. This was his limit. Monk Isho also brought out his treasure. It was a demon subduing staff. It swept lightly. It could shatter the void. Its power was incomparably strong. Wanyan Yang also brought out his giant divine weapon, the god-slaying axe, and slashed at the tentacles entangling the ancient ship. Powerful axe lights slashed out one after another. Lin Feng and the other two brought out their magic treasures and coordinated with the Emperor runes to launch their strongest attacks against the deep-sea monster. However, the black fog surrounding the deep-sea monster was too terrifying. The black fog actually blocked the Emperor runes and the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. This made their expressions extremely unsightly. Moreover, venom flowed out from the tentacles and began to corrode the Shenyuan ancient starry skyship's defensive restrictions. The Shenyuan ancient starry skyship's defensive restrictions also began to crack. After seeing this, Lin Feng and the other two's expressions changed greatly. When the restrictions completely cracked open. At that time, only death would await them. However, in the face of the deep-sea monster's attacks, they simply didn't have the strength to resist. Crack, crack. The restrictions continued to crack open. Even the most optimistic people couldn't help but despair. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. If he were to die here, he would not be able to accept it. Shua. At this extremely dangerous moment. Suddenly, a beam of sword chi flew over from above. Pu. The sword chi directly slashed at the giant tentacle of the deep-sea monster that was as huge as a mountain. The monster's tentacles with heaven-defying defense was instantly torn. Moreover, the sword chi did not dissipate even after cutting off one of the tentacles. After cutting off more than a dozen tentacles, the sword chi finally dissipated. What a powerful sword chi! The Shenyuan Ancient Star Sky Ships was Ancient Emperor Sky Ship Emperor Ancient Starry Sky Ship. Shriek. The Shriek Dragon Sky Ship Sky Ancient Shenyuan Ancient Sky. Sky Starry was sent. Li Feng, Sky Tian Sky. The monster was infuriated. It didn't even care about Lin Feng and the others anymore. Lin Feng and the Shenyuan Ancient Star Sky Ship's faces lit up. The Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship immediately rushed towards the sea. Soon, the Shenyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship returned to the sea. The Red World Fairy. Lin Feng looked at the woman floating in the air in surprise. She was delicate and charming, looking like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. There were bells tied to her snow-white ankles and wrists. Whenever venerable red dust moved slightly, the 4 bells would let out a clear and crisp sound of collision. She is the Red World Fairy? Monk Ishio was obviously very surprised. Wan Yin was also very shocked. The Red World Fairy, the #1 expert in 9 prefectures. Who didn't know her? Who didn't know her? They had never imagined that venerable Hong Chen was actually a young girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old. Lin Feng nodded with a wry smile. When he first saw the Red World Fairy, he was also very surprised. She looked exactly the same as Monk Ishio and Wan Yin. Just now, it was obvious that the Red World Fairy had slashed out a sword chi. It had injured the deep-sea monster. Therefore, it had angered the deep-sea monster. Now, after the deep-sea monster rushed out, numerous tentacles smashed towards the Red World Fairy. It was like a huge mountain was smashing towards the Red World Fairy. Facing the deep-sea monster's attack, the Red World Fairy raised her right hand. She gently moved her hand in the air. Every time she moved her hand, then, a powerful sword chi would fly out. It slashed towards the tentacles smashing towards her. Puff, 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 puff. Each sword chi could cut off a dozen tentacles. Half of the tentacles that had been cut off fell to the ground, and blood immediately gushed out from them. Too powerful. The Red World Fairy is really too powerful. Lin Feng and the other 2 were deeply shocked. Of course. After all, Lin Feng had seen the Red World Fairy fight before. Therefore, when he saw the Red World Fairy fight again, he was shocked. But soon, he calmed down a lot. Monk Ishio and Wan Yin couldn't calm down for a long time. The combat power that the Red World Fairy had shown. Their hearts were deeply shaken. But soon, they discovered another thing that made them turn pale with fright. The severed tentacles of the deep-sea monster were actually regenerated in a very short time. Oh my god, what ability is this? Lin Feng and the others looked at each other. Even if its body was cut off, it could be regenerated in a short time. This ability was too heaven-defying. It had such a heaven-defying ability. The deep-sea monster was almost impossible to kill. Even senior immortal Hong Chen furrowed her brows slightly. How many lives have been buried in that endless darkness? That pitch-black night will swallow the starry sky. I will banish you into that endless darkness. I will let you die in loneliness. The Red World Fairy's voice resounded between heaven and earth. As her voice faded away, a world of darkness appeared. That world of darkness. It directly enveloped the deep-sea monster. No one knew what kind of place that world of darkness was. The only thing they knew was that it was definitely not the 9 provinces' great world. The deep-sea monster was very difficult to kill. So, the Red World Fairy wanted to banish the deep-sea monster directly into that world of darkness. The Red World Fairy wanted to trap the deep-sea monster in that world of darkness. The darkness descended and began to devour the deep-sea monster. The deep-sea monster roared and kept struggling. However, the Red World Fairy's supernatural power was too powerful. The deep-sea monster couldn't break free at all. Its huge body was being devoured by the world of darkness bit by bit. She is really too strong. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. The Red World Fairy's strength made them very envious. She was indeed the strongest person in the 9 provinces' great world. She was really too heaven-defying. The deep-sea monster was about to be banished into that world of darkness by the Red World Fairy. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound resounded through the sky. Then, a pitch-black ancient ship came through the void and crashed into that world of darkness. That world of darkness was directly smashed into pieces. And the deep-sea monster broke free. Chapter 1984. The pitch-black ancient ship exuded a demonic luster. This ancient ship was so powerful that it even shattered the dark world condensed by the Red World Fairy. The warship was surrounded by black fog. A large number of cultivators walked out of the cabin. This woman is so powerful. Even the deep-sea monster was almost exiled by her. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful she is, she can't be more powerful than our captain. That's right. Our captain is the invincible one. Many people on the boat of curse shouted. These people's bodies had returned to the appearance of human beings. His body was no longer that of a rotting corpse. The boat of curse. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Deep-sea monster. Tushi ancient coin. Now, even the boat of curse had appeared. The story told by the old man was true. Previously, Lin Feng only guessed that the ancient coin given to him by the woman in the black dress was the Tushi ancient coin. But now, he was basically sure. This ancient coin, it was the cursed Tushi ancient coin in the legend. Lin Feng really wanted to cry but had no tears. He was about to be killed by the woman in the black dress. Monkey Xiu and Wanyan Yang also looked solemn. The legend had become a fact. The impact on their hearts was very strong. However, there was one question that had always puzzled Lin Feng. That was, why did the Red World Fairy appear here? Did she pass by occasionally? Did she save him? Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. But for the Red World Fairy, he was extremely grateful. Everyone has their own mission in this world, and we are following the arrangement of fate to take away the people who should be taken away. The captain of the boat of curse said. The creatures in the world of the living should live in the world of the living, and the creatures in the world of the underworld should live in the world of the underworld. When yin and yang are reversed, the universe is reversed, and the order is disrupted. The Red World Fairy said. The captain of the boat of curse said again, we are people who can travel between the 2 worlds of the living and the dead. The order of heaven and earth is useless to us. The undead creatures on the boat of curse who were venting their anger looked at each other. What was going on? Why is the captain chatting with this human woman? This was not the captain's character. The captain loved to crush everything in his way, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Unless, this woman made the captain feel that she was difficult to deal with. Cursed life forms should sleep forever. Only then will they suffer less. The Red World Fairy said. The captain of the curse boat strangely laughed. The curse boat hasn't had a new crew member in a long time. We need to find new members and have them join us so that they can suffer the same pain as us. The Red World Fairy asked calmly. Is this your goal? The captain of the boat of curse said, this is our mission. Even though we are cursed now, we still want to wake up and take a look at the world of the living. We want to remind ourselves not to forget how wonderful it is to be alive. Sooner or later, we'll be back to normal. The Red World Fairy said faintly. Now you should be looking for a way to break the curse, not staying here. The captain of the curse boat's face became gloomy, and he said coldly, it seems that you are sincerely trying to stop me from taking away the new crew members. Today, this captain would like to experience your divine ability. As soon as he finished speaking, The captain of the curse boat stepped out. He actually walked out of the curse boat. It was said that any living being who boarded the curse boat, they would all turn into undead. And these undead would never be able to leave the curse boat. Obviously, this saying, it should not be completely correct. Because now, the captain of the curse boat walked out of the curse boat. The power of death envelopes the earth. All life forms will be devoured. Suddenly, the captain of the curse boat began to chant in an ancient and mysterious language, as if he was activating a mysterious and powerful spell. Endless darkness surged out from his body. Then, the darkness surged in the void, enveloping the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng and the others felt a terrifying aura from the endless darkness. It was the aura of death. Everything was swallowed by the darkness. Life would come to an end. The light will drive away the darkness, and there will be hope. The Red World Fairy stepped out of the void, and she also began to chant. As her voice faded away, the Red World Fairy's body began to glow. It began to shine. Soon, her body seemed to have turned into a sun, extremely dazzling. It emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, the Red World Fairy seemed to have turned into a sun. No one knew what kind of divine ability this was. It was really incredible. The black fog that covered the sky and the sun was dispelled. Even the endless darkness condensed by the captain of the curse boat was dispelled. The divine sun light shone on the captain of the curse boat. It also shone on the crew members of the curse boat. Lin Feng, Monkey Xiao, and Wanyan Yang were shocked to find that, when the dazzling divine sun light shone on those people, their bodies changed. They all turned into rotten corpses. Oh, my God, they became undead creatures. Wanyan Yang exclaimed. This was the true body of those crew members. It's disgusting. Seeing the rotten bodies of the undead creatures, Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble. The Tushi ancient coin was in his hands. The curse boat was here to pick him up. If he really boarded the curse boat, didn't that mean he would also become such disgusting undead creatures? Lin Feng shuddered at the thought of it. I hate sunlight. I hate sunlight too. The undead creatures on the boat of curse roared angrily. Human woman, take my punch. The captain of the curse boat roared, and then stepped forward. He threw a punch at the Red World Fairy. The black fog was surging. The rolling black fog. It swallowed all the divine sunlight emitted from the Red World Fairy's body. Well, the power of the black fog. It turns out that you have some connection with those unknown existences. The Red World Fairy looked indifferent. You know too much. The more you know, the shorter your life will be. The captain of the curse boat sounded indifferent. Is that so? The Red World Fairy looked indifferent. She also threw a punch at the captain of the curse boat. Bang! The two sides punched each other. With the two of them as the center, the void around them began to collapse. The space-time current swept across heaven and earth. But it couldn't shake their bodies. Ghost Immortal destroys the world. Suddenly, the captain of the boat of curse performed another powerful unique skill. Behind him, a supreme Ghost Immortal appeared. The strength of the Ghost Immortal. It was an existence that surpassed the Great Emperor. The Ghost Immortal glanced around, as if it could shatter 100,000 starry worlds. The Ghost Immortal stepped out. He directly threw a punch at the Red World Fairy. Ghost energy was rolling. The Ghost Immortal's punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. The terrifying punch directly enveloped the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy. She couldn't avoid it. Chapter 1985. The strength of the captain of the boat of curse was very terrifying. This Ghost Immortal exterminates the world had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was extremely shocking. Of course, in the face of this tyrannical attack, the Red World Fairy was not without a way to deal with it. The Red World Fairy raised her right hand. On her palm, the power of karma lingered. It's the great karma technique. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had also cultivated this great karma technique. Of course, Lin Feng had only comprehended a trace of the great karma technique. He was far from being comparable to the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy must have cultivated the great karma technique to an extremely profound level. Karma of the world does not affect me, immortal venerable Red Dust mumbled to himself as he swept his palm forward. The power of karma poured into the ghost immortal's body. An amazing scene appeared. The ghost immortal turned around and attacked the captain of the boat of curse. One must know. The ghost immortal was condensed by the captain of the boat of curse. Now. Instead, he attacked the captain of the boat of curse. It was too strange. The Red World Fairy's strength was unfathomable. Whoosh! The captain of the boat of curse's strength was also extremely terrifying. He opened his mouth and suddenly inhaled. Suddenly, a powerful devouring power surged out. It directly enveloped the captain of the boat of curse. Then, the captain of the boat of curse waved his right hand. Clatter! Numerous pitch-black chains condensed and formed. The chains were densely covered with dark runes. This was the chains of order condensed by the captain of the boat of curse with his powerful divine ability. He wanted to use the chains of order to trap the Red World Fairy. One after another, chains of order shot toward venerable Red Dust. The dense dark runes on the chains of order emitted waves of astonishing fluctuations. The Red World Fairy looked indifferent. She raised her right hand and gently slashed. Puff, puff, puff. The chains were directly cut off by the Red World Fairy. Humph. At this moment, the captain of the boat of curse snorted and quickly retreated. He continued coldly, "Experts like you are hard to come by in the mortal realm these days. But since you are so stubborn and want to stop me, today, I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate technique." The captain of the boat of curse began to chant. "O great Tao of curses, you possess the power of eternal immortality. Now, someone has blasphemed the majesty of the Tao of curses. Please send down the power of curses to punish this lowly creature who dares to blaspheme the Tao of curses." Rumble, as the captain of the boat of curse finished speaking, a long river of curse condensed from the power of curse swept over from the sky. Curse, Lin Feng's voice suddenly trembled in the distance. The power of the curse was definitely one of the most bizarre powers in this era. It was unknown how many experts there were. Once he was cursed, it would be difficult to reverse fate. Even the people on the boat of curse were the same. They were cursed by the Chu-Shi Divine Emperor back then, now turning into undead creatures. He had to endure endless torture every day. Being alive was worse than being dead. However, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. This was a terrifying curse. As the captain of the boat of curse, he knew the art of curses. There was nothing strange about this. Now that the captain of the boat of curse wanted to use the art of curses to deal with the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng couldn't help but worry about the Red World Fairy. The art of curses was too strange. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, once they were cursed, they might suffer a calamity. Although the Red World Fairy was powerful, it was inevitable that people would worry about her. What's more, the captain of the boat of curse was also an unimaginably powerful existence. If such a powerhouse used the art of curses, naturally, they had to be extremely careful. But very quickly, Lin Feng realized he had been worrying too much. The cursing river was moving towards Hong Chen, and the Zun Celestial Master was also moving towards him. The Red World Fairy stretched out her right hand and pointed gently. The fate of the curse will eventually be buried in the endless void. The Red World Fairy muttered to herself. The power of fate pierced through the long river of curse. The long river of curse began to collapse. It turned into the power of curse again. Then, it was swallowed by a world of nothingness. The Great Fate Spell. The captain of the boat of curse couldn't help but be shocked. He knew how powerful the Great Fate Spell was. In fact, many people named the Great Fate Spell as the Little Fate Spell. It wasn't without reason. The two sides were inextricably linked. Creatures of the underworld, your destiny is to live in the underworld forever and not disturb the order of the young world. The gate of the underworld is about to open again. I will send you back to your own world. The Red World Fairy was extremely domineering. She directly used the Great Fate Spell to communicate with the legendary gate of the underworld. A mysterious and ancient giant gate appeared above the 9 heavens. The giant gate was surrounded by dense runes. The giant gate. It was the gate of the underworld. Rumble. Rumble. Now, the giant gate was opening bit by bit. No, no, no. We definitely won't return to the underworld. The undead creatures on the boat of curse cried out in horror. They hated that place. It was a place where there was no sun. A world where there was only darkness and death. That's the power of fate. It will eventually break the power of fate. Suddenly, the captain of the boat of curse also began to use a powerful divine ability. He was condensing the power of fate. Buzz. Suddenly, in the void, a power of fate appeared. When he saw the power of fate appear, the captain of the boat of curse became extremely excited. It's the power of fate. Has the captain comprehended the path of fate? All the undead creatures on the boat of curse shouted excitedly. If the captain of the boat of curse could master the path of fate, they could really break the ancient curse and regain their freedom. Originally, I was unable to comprehend the profundities of the grand Tao of destiny, but after I saw your grand fate art, I gained a flash of insight. Now, I've comprehended a trace of the profundities of destiny, so experience my grand Tao of destiny. The captain of the boat of curse laughed out loud. The power of fate pressed down. The Red World Fairy's great fate spell was instantly broken. And the gate to the underworld was also destroyed. This was the terrifying path of fate. There was no Tao that could compete with it. No matter how powerful the divine ability or path was, in front of the path of fate, they couldn't withstand a single blow. The captain of the boat of curse was extremely powerful. Now, he had comprehended a trace of the path of fate. It was like adding wings to a tiger. After breaking the Red World Fairy's great fate spell and the gate to the underworld, the power of fate pressed down on the Red World Fairy. The path of fate, the path of fate. The captain of the boat of curse has comprehended the path of fate. How can the Red World Fairy fight against him? Lin Feng, Monk Yi Xiu, and Wan Yin Yang looked at each other. Their expressions became extremely solemn. The path of fate was a path that was almost impossible to fight against. Even immortal Exalt Red Dust would probably be unable to resist the supreme grand Tao of destiny, right? Chapter 1986. The power of the path of destiny was unimaginable. It was shocking and moving. The power of destiny was about to descend from the sky and suppress the Red World Fairy. However, at this moment, immortal Honorable Red Dust stepped forward. Her voice was faintly discernible and filled with a sense of mystery. She seemed to have turned into an immortal king. Endless immortal chi enveloped her entire body. What you have comprehended is only a little bit of the path of destiny. Today, I will let you know what the real path of destiny is. After hearing the Red World Fairy's words, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. Could it be that the Red World Fairy had also comprehended the path of destiny? Shameless boasting. The captain of the boat of curse sneered. He controlled the power of destiny and continued to suppress the Red World Fairy. Meanwhile, Venerable Hong Chen's mysterious voice reverberated between heaven and earth. This was an extremely ancient language. It was so ancient that Lin Feng had never heard of it. The supreme court that stands in the higher plane. I sit in front of the court, watching the changes in the heavens and comprehending the true meaning of destiny. The Red World Fairy's right fingertips were surrounded by an amazing wave. It was a powerful power of destiny. But the power of destiny condensed by the Red World Fairy was different from the power of destiny condensed by the captain of the boat of curse. The power of destiny condensed by her contained a special aura. This special aura was a power that the power of destiny condensed by the captain of the boat of curse did not contain. If one really had to define this special aura, then this special aura was the true meaning of the path of destiny. This was the real path of destiny. The path of destiny that the captain of the boat of curse comprehended was not the path of destiny at all. At most, it could only be regarded as a little bit of the path of destiny. The power of destiny condensed by the Red World Fairy instantly shattered the power of destiny condensed by the captain of the boat of curse. Then, the power of destiny condensed by the Red World Fairy immediately bombarded the captain of the boat of curse. Bang! The captain of the boat of curse's body directly exploded. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others were astonished. Zun Hongchen was too strong, wasn't he? Using the true essence of the Tao of Fate, he instantly killed the captain of the Boat of Curses. It was unimaginably terrifying. However, the captain of the Boat of Curse was not truly dead. He was cursed and possessed an immortal body. After his body exploded, it reassembled in the next moment. His expression was ferocious. The true essence of the Tao of Fate. Have you found the legendary Supreme Divine Court? It was rumored. There was a Supreme Divine Court in this world, which was filled with the greatest secrets of all the worlds in the universe. Among the 3,000 great Taos, some Taos were deduced by the most powerful experts. But there are some Taos. A Tao like the Tao of Destiny was too mysterious. The Tao of Destiny was even above the heavenly Tao. In the past, 4 experts had comprehended the Tao of Destiny. The Grand Mist Ancestor sat in front of the Supreme Divine Hall, comprehending the Tao of Destiny. Then, the Grand Mist Ancestor disappeared without a trace. Later on, Daoist Lu Ya found the Supreme Divine Court and comprehended the Tao of Destiny. Daoist Lu Ya was the second cultivator to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. Why was there a saying in the world, first there was Hong Jun, then there was Daoist Lu Ya? The reason was that Daoist Lu Ya was the second existence to grasp the Tao of Destiny. Later on, Daoist Hong Jun also found the Supreme Divine Court and comprehended the Tao of Destiny. Then came Patriarch Hun Kuan. He was the 4th expert to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. After Patriarch Hun Kuan, there was another powerful existence who comprehended the Tao of Destiny. This existence was called the Lord of Sovereigns. This person's origin was extremely great. Before the universe was formed, he was already born. It was this person who awakened the innate life forms after comprehending the Tao of Destiny. It was as if he was the one who awakened Pangu. Since then, there was the legend of Pangu splitting heaven and earth. Therefore, to truly comprehend the Tao of Destiny, one had to be like the Grand Mist Ancestor, Daoist Lu Ya, Patriarch Hong Jun, Patriarch Hun Kuan, and the Lord of Sovereigns. They had to see the legendary Supreme Divine Court. If one couldn't see the Supreme Divine Court, it was absolutely impossible to truly comprehend the Tao of Destiny. The captain of the Boat of Curses was also an outstanding existence. Why was he still unable to comprehend the Tao of Destiny? It was because he had never seen the Supreme Divine Court. Of course, the captain of the Boat of Curses was too monstrous. He was actually inspired by the Red World Fairy's Great Destiny technique and comprehended a trace of the Tao of Destiny. But even if it was just a trace of the Tao of Destiny, it was enough to defy the heavens. If he encountered anyone, he would probably be fearless and crush them directly. However, he encountered the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy said indifferently, "That's right. I've seen the Supreme Divine Court before. That's impossible." The captain of the Boat of Curses suddenly roared. Pangu, Nua, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other powerful existences. Since ancient times, countless experts have gone to search for the Supreme Divine Court, but they couldn't find it. How can you possibly find it? Lin Feng, Monk Yi Xiu, Wan Yinyang, and the others were extremely shocked. The Supreme Divine Court. What exactly was that? Why would so many experts go to search for it? When the old man was talking about the Chu Shi ancient coin, he had also mentioned the Supreme Divine Court. The old man said that the Chu Shi ancient coin could communicate with the legendary Supreme Divine Court. Therefore, the person who obtained the Chu Shi ancient coin could live forever. Obviously, it was because of the Supreme Divine Court that they could live forever. Now that even the Tao of Destiny was related to the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng and the others were deeply shocked. The ancestors couldn't find it because they lacked some luck. The Red World Fairy stepped forward and said indifferently. Lin Feng noticed that the Red World Fairy mentioned the word luck. Pangu, Nua, the 3 sovereigns, and the 5 emperors also lacked luck. How much luck did one need to find the Supreme Divine Court? Just how much luck did immortal Venerable Hong Chen possess to allow her to find the Supreme Divine Court? The Red World Fairy attacked again. She was very domineering. The power of destiny descended from the sky and directly enveloped the captain of the Boat of Curse and the Boat of Curse. She actually wanted to destroy the captain of the Boat of Curse and the Boat of Curse. She knew the Great Destiny technique, so she might be able to do it. But the Boat of Curse was extraordinary. Suddenly, a powerful black fog spread out from the Boat of Curse. Within the black fog, a strange cackling sound could be heard. The black fog directly enveloped the Red World Fairy. You can communicate with the creatures in the black fog and let the creatures in the black fog descend their power across endless time and space. The Red World Fairy frowned slightly. She didn't collide with the black fog but quickly retreated. The black fog quickly retreated back into the Boat of Curse. Then the Boat of Curse tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1987. The Boat of Curse and the deep-sea monster fled one after another, and the surface of the sea finally calmed down. Lin Feng and the other two flew toward the Red World Fairy. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior Immortal," the three of them said respectfully. If not for the Red World Fairy today, they would have been doomed. The Red World Fairy nodded. She glanced at Lin Feng and said, "I'm afraid that someone has tampered with the Chu-Shi ancient coin. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been imprinted on your body." Lin Feng said with an ugly expression. "Then what should we do? I wonder if Senior Immortal has a way to neutralize it." The Red World Fairy said, "We still need to find the person who gave you the Chu-Shi ancient coin. If there's a way to neutralize it, it should be in her hands." Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. That black-dressed woman was really abominable. She had indirectly caused the deaths of the people on the boat. Even the few of them had almost died because of her. Obviously, that black-dressed woman was also a vicious and merciless person. Lin Feng could not help but think evilly. When he caught that black-dressed woman, he would do it 100 times, 100 times. Only in this way could the anger in his heart be appeased. Lin Feng said, "I will try my best to find that person." The Red World Fairy nodded and then walked into the distance. Bells were tied to her wrists and ankles. As she walked, suddenly, a tinkling sound was heard. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. Soon after, Honorable Immortal Hong Chen disappeared from sight. Lin Feng and the other two returned to the ancient starship Shenyuan. The Boat of Curse and the deep-sea monster had almost been destroyed by the Red World Fairy. They would not appear for a while. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. During this time, he needed to solve the various problems caused by the Chu-Shi ancient coin. Lin Feng believed that since that black-dressed woman had deliberately obtained the Chu-Shi ancient coin, she would definitely appear again. He sat cross-legged in the cabin, playing with the Chu-Shi ancient coin in his hand. This Chu-Shi ancient coin didn't always turn into a picture imprinted on Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng found that he only needed to move his mind. The image of the Chu-Shi ancient coin would immediately turn into a real Chu-Shi ancient coin. Is this thing really the same as in the legends? After obtaining it, one can use the ancient coin to sense the existence of the divine court and gain immortality. But why can't I sense anything? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He really hoped that this Chu-Shi ancient coin could sense the Supreme Divine Court. If he could really sense the location of the Supreme Divine Court, then, could he use the Chu-Shi ancient coin to find the Supreme Divine Court, and then, like the Red World Fairy, he could successfully comprehend the Tao of Destiny? If he were to truly comprehend the Tao of Fate, that would be heaven revolting. Just the thought of it had him feeling excited. It was a pity. Things didn't go as he wished. Lin Feng couldn't sense anything special about the Chu-Shi ancient coin at all. Yi Xiu said, "Perhaps the reason I can't sense it is because it's cursed?" Lin Feng rubbed his chin. That was indeed a possibility. Yi Xiu observed the coin for a while before trying to sense it as well. He didn't find anything either. Wan Yin Yang tried to sense it as well, but he didn't find anything either. Wan Yin Yang handed the Chu-Shi ancient coin to Lin Feng and said, "Master, that woman definitely knows many secrets about the Chu-Shi ancient coin. As long as we can find her, everything will be solved. That woman is extremely cunning. She secretly gave me the Chu-Shi coins because she wanted us to become the targets of the monsters in the deep sea. That way, she would be able to escape smoothly. Maybe she's watching us from the edge of the sea," Lin Feng said. Yi Xiu said, "Even if she's hiding nearby, She won't dare to show herself so easily. Lin Feng nodded. Over the next few days, he kept trying to sense the mysteries of the Tushi ancient coin. That night, Yi Zichen. Lin Feng suddenly had an epiphany. He could vaguely sense a pitch-black cave. In this cave, there was a mountain of wealth. Among all the wealth, there was a chest. Many ancient coins were piled up in this chest. Those ancient coins, they were all Tushi ancient coins. Lin Feng was shocked. The Supreme Divine Court didn't sense it. They actually sensed so many Tushi ancient coins. What was the use of sensing these Tushi ancient coins? These Tushi ancient coins were cursed ancient coins. Holding them in one's hands would lead to disaster. Come here with the coins. Pour your blood. The power to break the curse. Sense the Supreme Divine Court's location. A mysterious voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. It seemed to be coming from the cave. When Lin Feng heard the mysterious voice, he was shocked. Was that voice telling the truth? The power to break the curse. One could use the Tushi ancient coins to sense the Supreme Divine Court's location. However, what did it mean by pouring blood? Whose blood did it need to be poured with? Was this a curse? Lin Feng had too many doubts in his heart. Who are you? He asked aloud. However, the voice disappeared. No matter how Lin Feng asked, there was no more sound. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Relying on the Tushi ancient coins, he once again sensed the chest of Tushi ancient coins. Every Tushi ancient coin emitted an ancient aura. Swish swish. Suddenly, 2 rays of light lit up in the darkness. They were 2 rays of light. Pale green light. Incomparably cold. It was like the light from the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Lin Feng was shocked. Immediately after, he felt as if his soul was split into 2 halves from the middle. He couldn't help but scream. He lost all sense of the pitch-black cave. Huff huff huff. He panted heavily, his face pale. It was the 2 rays of light that lit up in the darkness that hurt his soul. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul was strong enough. Or else. He had suffered the blow just now. His body and soul might have been destroyed. That place seems to be guarded by a terrifying creature. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The ancient starship Shenyuan continued to sail in the sea. 10 days later, a huge continent on the sea appeared in sight. That was the gathering place of rogue cultivators in the ancient desolate sea region. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance was located there. Huge ships were sailing towards the port from all directions. Lin Feng even saw some pirate ships with pirate flags. They put away the pirate flags and sailed to the port as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The ships in the sea region were pirate ships with the pirate flag. If they took off the pirate flag, it would be a normal merchant ship or passenger ship. Whoosh! 5 cultivators flew over from afar. Seeing the 5 cultivators, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. Chapter 1988. There were 5 cultivators shrouded in black robes. Although Lin Feng couldn't see their faces clearly, he could recognize them at a glance. They were the son of the true Dragon Emperor, Yazi. It was actually the 5 of them. Speaking of which, these 5 experts were the ones he had released from the Forbidden God realm. So many years had passed. He wondered how much they had recovered. Why are the 5 of them in the ancient desolate sea domain? Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. These were heaven-defying existences. Their combat strength was unimaginable. Lin Feng didn't know these 5 experts. Why would they wander around for no reason? Suddenly, the 5 seemed to have sensed something and turned around. 5 pairs of eyes shone coldly under their black robes. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retracted his gaze. "It's that brat," one of them said. "He's quite lucky to have survived until now," another said. "His bloodline is also very powerful. I really want to devour him," the third person said while licking his lips. "Forget it. The fact that we were able to come out must have something to do with him," the man muttered. The 5 of them didn't stop and entered the island. Lin Feng had thought that he had escaped calamity because the 5 Yazi hadn't discovered him. In truth, with their strength, how could they not have discovered him? They hadn't devoured him. It was also because Lin Feng had opened the seal of the Forbidden God realm. Although the 5 Yazi were ferocious, Lin Feng had helped them. That was why they had let Lin Feng go. However, so many years had passed, and Lin Feng still didn't know about it. After the 5 Yazi left, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. When Yi Xiu saw Lin Feng's strange expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything strange about those 5 people?" Lin Feng said, "Their origins are frightening. Those 5 people. They are the son of the true Dragon Emperor, Yazi." Monk Yi Xiu's expression changed slightly. Yazi was a vicious beast. Wherever it went, it would cause a storm of blood. Therefore, in myths and legends, everyone's expression changed when they talked about Yazi. "I wonder if the arrival of these 5 Yazis will cause any trouble," Monk Yi Xiu said with a frown. Lin Feng said, "All these years, the 5 venerated Yazi haven't caused much trouble. Perhaps, the world has some misunderstandings about their clan." Monk Yi Xiu nodded and said, "That's right. After all, they are a race from myths and legends. However, there are many untruths in myths and legends." The 3 of them didn't stop. Lin Feng quickly put the Shenyuan starship into his mountain and rivers ring. Then, he stepped onto the island. "Greetings, Master." As soon as they landed on the island, more than 10 cultivators flew over and kowtowed to Lin Feng. These people were all from the Dragon Gate army. They had been waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and allowed them to rise, and then he gazed at Monk Yi Xiu and said, "If there's nothing urgent, then follow me to my residence. We can drink and chat happily while discussing the past and present." When some of the cultivators who were passing by heard Lin Feng's words, they could not help but mutter, "Drink and chat happily with a monk." Although they were muttering in their hearts, no one said it out loud. Disaster comes from the mouth. This was a famous saying. Speak less when outside. This was also a rule that many people followed. "All right. When the time comes, we must drink until we're drunk," Monk Yi Xiu said with a smile. Under the lead of more than 10 cultivators from the Dragon Gate army, Lin Feng arrived at the place where the Dragon Gate army's cultivators were temporarily stationed. It was a huge mansion that occupied more than 100 mu of land. Sun Zhon had bought it. "How are the arrangements with the higher-ups of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance?" Lin Feng asked. Sun Zhon said, "Everything has been arranged properly." Lin Feng nodded. Sun Zhon continued, "I've also received news from some higher-ups of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance that someone doesn't agree with you becoming a member of the Round Table Conference. Moreover, they have secretly contacted many members of the Round Table Conference, wanting to kick you out of the Round Table Conference." "Who is doing this behind the scenes?" Lin Feng asked. "Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Flood Dragon Island, Immortal Island, and Other Island. These people all have their own recommendations. If you take their spot, the people they recommend will naturally be eliminated. This involves many conflicts of interest," Sun Zhon said. Lin Feng nodded. Everyone clamored for benefits. The members of the Round Table Conference had many privileges, which also involved huge benefits. Naturally, many people would consider their own benefits. There was nothing wrong with this. Immortal Island. What kind of power is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Immortal Island is very mysterious. However, it is said that it is related to the Immortal sect, Sun Zhon said. After hearing the words Immortal sect, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Immortal sect was one of the top 10 immortal sects in the 9 prefectures. No one knew where it was located, but the Immortal sect was exceptionally powerful. The leader of the Immortal sect was from the Immortal clan. They had the Immortal Divine Body, which was a physique passed down through their bloodline. It was a physique that defied the heavens. And Lin Feng also had the Immortal Divine Body. His father also had the Immortal Divine Body. Although the Lin clan had been weak for a long time. However, after his father awakened, he also awakened the Immortal Divine Body. Lin Feng had always been puzzled. Was the Lin clan related to the Immortal clan? Perhaps, someone in the clan married into the Immortal clan? Was that why the immortal divine blood was passed down? Of course, this was all Lin Feng's guess. Back then, the people of the Lin clan were captured by a huge hand. Could it be related to the immortal clan? Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. Even though many years had passed, he still hadn't forgotten about the Lin clan. For so many years, Lin Feng had been investigating the whereabouts of the Lin clan. Previously, when he was in the Tianwu continent, he had asked the Mercenary Association to help him investigate. After coming to the 9 prefectures, he had also asked the various trading companies, the All-Knowing Pavilion, and other forces to investigate. However, it was a pity that there were no useful clues. However, Lin Feng now suspected the Immortal Clan. He didn't know if it was related to the Immortal Clan. Everything would have to wait until after the investigation. Sun Zhong quickly arranged a place for Lin Feng and the others to rest. They had been through several life and death battles along the way. Coupled with the long journey, they were quite tired. Now, they could finally have a good rest. The next day, noon. Lin Feng and the others were having their meal. At this moment, someone came to visit them. It was Wu Ren, whom they had met before. Haha, Sect Master Lin, I heard that you came to the Wandering Cultivator Island, so I immediately came to see you. I didn't disturb your meal, did I? Wu Ren said with a smile. Lin Feng stood up and cupped his fists. He smiled and said, Brother Wu, you are too polite. I'm very happy to see you here. Have you eaten? If not, I'll add another set of chopsticks. I've already eaten. Let's talk after you finish eating, Wu Ren said with a smile. Chapter 1989. Lin Feng didn't continue eating. Instead, he received Wu Ren in the living room. Wu Ren said with a smile, after hearing about your arrival, the elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance wanted to hold a banquet for you. That's why I'm here today to invite you to the banquet. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance were also members of the Round Table Conference. They were in charge of holding the Round Table Conference. They were even in charge of the distribution of benefits in the ancient Desolate Sea domain. The members of the Elder Group were all famous experts among the rogue cultivators. They were existences at the level of patriarchs. Lin Feng had heard from Sun Zhong that Fire Scorpion Island and the other factions wanted to join forces to kick him out of the Round Table Conference. These people must have received the support of the elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance. Although Sun Zhong had bribed the higher-ups of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, some people wouldn't do anything even if they were paid. Clearly, the ones who invited Lin Feng to the banquet were the elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance. They were the elders who supported Lin Feng. Wu Ren was also one of the elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance. Originally, he didn't have much of a relationship with Lin Feng. However, when Wu Ren came to invite Lin Feng to the Round Table Conference in the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, Lin Feng had asked Wanyan Yang to give Wu Ren 5 million origin crystals for his hard work. Later, Sun Zhong came to bribe the higher-ups of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, and Wu Ren received another 10 million origin crystals. Wu Ren seemed to have been bribed by Lin Feng. Therefore, he had been putting in a good word for Lin Feng in the Wandering Cultivator Alliance during this period. When Wu Ren met Lin Feng, he addressed him as little brother. They seemed to be very close. Lin Feng said with a smile, Fellow Taoists, thank you for your efforts. I'm very touched. May I know where the banquet will be held and when will it be held? Wu Ren smiled and said, It will be held in the Myriad Flower Pavilion at 6 in the evening. Someone will come to pick you up in advance. Thank you for being so considerate, Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu Ren replied, Brother, there's no need to be so courteous. Aren't you treating me like an outsider? Lin Feng said, It's my fault. When the time comes, I'll definitely punish myself with 3 cups of wine. Haha, then this old brother will remember these 3 cups of wine for now. Wu Ren said with a big laugh. The two of them chatted for an hour. Wu Ren then bid farewell to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng also didn't stay in his residence. He asked Sun Zhong to bring him to the newly purchased ancient warship. It was a naval force. Naturally, they would need to build a huge fleet. First, It could protect the island. Secondly, they could display their wealth and attract more cultivators to join them. Thirdly, if he were to expand his territory in the future, he would need these ancient warships. Riding on the ancient warships would allow the cultivators to have a good rest and adjust their condition. Lin Feng arrived at the harbor. He saw 30 ancient warships lined up in a row. At that moment, all 30 ancient warships were hung with the Dragon Gate's flag. There were 300 elites from the Dragon Gate army stationed on each ancient warship. Not enough. Buy some more. Buy as many as you can, Lin Feng said. Sun Zhong said, Lord, the ancient warships this subordinate bought are all top-grade ancient warships. The materials for these ancient warships are hard to find, so they take a long time to build. Now, there are only 30 ships left. The trading company said that they will only be able to build the next batch of top-grade ancient warships in half a year. Lin Feng said, then make an order with the trading company in advance. Don't let anyone snatch it away. Sun Zhong said. Yes, Lord. This subordinate will quickly take care of this matter. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he boarded the ancient warships and inspected them carefully. These ancient warships naturally couldn't be compared to Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient warship. However, compared to other ancient warships, it was many times stronger. A top-grade ancient warship like this could buy 120 ordinary ancient warships, 60 middle-grade ancient warships, and 30 high-grade ancient warships. From this, one could see how expensive it was. Of course, being expensive had its benefits. Whether it was in terms of offense or defense, these ancient warships couldn't be compared to other ancient warships. When I have time, I can add Emperor runes to these ancient warship. If I add Emperor runes to them, at that time, the ancient warships will be upgraded by a few grade. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He then returned to his residence. At night, when Wu Ren's men arrived, Lin Feng called Monkey Xiu, Sun Zhong, and Wanyan Yang to attend the banquet. The myriad flower buildings business was very prosperous, just like in the Tianwu continent. In the 9 prefectures, the myriad flower building had opened in almost every corner. This faction. They had nurtured countless peerless beauties. Then, he used these peerless beauties to win over countless cultivators. I wonder how Liu Huixian and Bai Shengyi are doing. After alighting from the beast carriage and seeing the myriad flower building from afar, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of his old friends in the Tianwu continent. Liu Huixian and Bai Shengyi were both saintesses of the myriad flower building. Lin Feng and Bai Shengyi were close friends. Liu Huixian and Bai Shengyi were even closer. Lin Feng hadn't seen them for many years. He only knew that they had come to the 9 prefectures. However, the 9 prefectures were vast and boundless. It was easier said than done to bump into them. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and walked towards the myriad immortal building with Monkey Xiu, Sun Zhong, and Wanyan Yang. When they arrived at the entrance of the myriad immortal building, they were greeted by more than 20 cultivators. Lin Feng, it's you. One of the cultivators looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with coldness. Who are you? Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently. He didn't recognize the man in the dark green robe. My lord is the 5th island master of the Fire Scorpion Island, 9-tailed magic scorpion, one of the cultivators said. Hearing the words Fire Scorpion Island, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Previously, Kai Lian Fire Scorpion had led an army to attack the Dragon Gate Island and suffered heavy losses. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that the 9-tailed demon scorpion could recognize him. Although he hadn't seen the 9-tailed demon scorpion before, it was easy for the 9-tailed demon scorpion to get a portrait of him. So this is Lin Feng. So you're only in the divine fire realm. The outside world has been spreading rumors about how powerful you are. Now it seems that you're just relying on treasures to strengthen your cultivation. If it weren't for those treasures, there would be a lot of people with your cultivation even in the world of independent cultivators. You're not even worth mentioning. A cultivator in a brown robe looked at Lin Feng with contempt. You dare to be disrespectful to my master? Wanyan Yang's expression suddenly sank. The cultivator in the brown robe sneered. I'm just stating the truth. I don't want to waste my breath on you. In 3 days, some people will show their true colors during the roundtable meeting. They'll be kicked out of the meeting and there'll be a good show to watch. He glanced at Lin Feng with disdain and waved his hand. Let's go inside and have some fun. There's no need to get involved with this group of people. The group of people walked inside. When they passed by Lin Feng, they looked at Lin Feng with disdain. When those people learned that Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the godly fire layer, they all felt proud and arrogant. Nobody dared look at Lin Feng in the eyes anymore. Chapter 1991. Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The group of people was stunned. Then, many of them sneered. The brown-robed cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, "What? Do you need something from us? Kneel down. Everyone, kneel down. Kowtow 10 times and slap yourselves 10 times. Then, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel in front of the myriad flower building for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Feng said indifferently. Boom, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so arrogant. Who is that kid? How dare he make the people of Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island kneel down? The myriad flower building was already very lively. The conflict here had already attracted many people's attention. Everyone was talking about it. They're from Dragon Gate Island. That young cultivator should be the leader of Dragon Gate Island. However, his cultivation level doesn't seem high. He was just humiliated by Evil Dragon Island's Lung Xiekong. Now, he seems to want to get back at him. He can establish the Dragon Gate with such a low cultivation level? Does he have someone backing him? Is he just a puppet? It's rumored that he's relying on a few treasures to show off. Some people say that he has someone backing him, but no one knows the details. Now, there's a good show to watch. I wonder how it'll end. Many people were whispering to each other. Everyone was paying attention to the situation. Dragon Gate Island was a rising power. As the leader of Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, Lin Feng's cultivation level was only at the divine flame realm. Many people couldn't help but look down on Lin Feng. When the people of Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island heard Lin Feng's words, their faces turned gloomy. Their eyes flashed with cold light. The brown-robed man was the cultivator from the Evil Dragon Island, Lung Xiekong. He glanced coldly at Lin Feng and said mockingly, "What? Sect Master Lin, do you still want to fight? If you don't have your subordinates and don't use your treasures, we can easily crush someone like you. Do you believe me? Grandson, are you looking for a beating?" Sun Zhon stared coldly at Lung Xiekong. He had been itching to attack him for a long time. Lin Feng waved his hand to calm Sun Zhon down. He looked at Lung Xiekong and said, "Only I can act tough in front of others. No one is allowed to act tough in front of me. Trash like you. How dare you act tough in front of me? What was that? Today, I, your young master, will personally take action. Even if I don't use any magical treasures, I, your young master, can easily pinch you to death with a single finger." When they heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, the cultivators of Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island turned gloomy. Wasn't he talking about them? This made them very angry. "Brat! You're too arrogant. Break one of his legs," Lung Xiekong said in a low voice. "Yes." Immediately, a tall and burly man stepped out and walked towards Lin Feng. He was a cultivator from the Evil Dragon Island and was from the Evil Dragon tribe. When he threw a punch, there was a sonic boom. "Kneel." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and a rune formed in the void, suppressing the burly cultivator. There was a thump. The burly cultivator from the Evil Dragon Island knelt on the ground. "Let me go, brat. I'll take your life," the burly cultivator roared furiously, his face contorting in anger. There were so many people watching the show. He knelt on the ground in front of everyone. It was a complete disgrace. A man's life depended on his pride. Cultivators were prideful. After losing so much face today, the burly cultivator wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. "Formation Master!" many people exclaimed. They were not sure if Lin Feng's cultivation was really weak. However, Lin Feng's formation skills were really powerful. Many people were shocked. "You people are just a bunch of trash in front of me. Don't waste my time. Come at me together," Lin Feng said with a cold smile. "You're courting death. Let's go together and teach him a lesson." Many cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island shouted. Other than the nine-tailed devil scorpion and Lung Xiekong, who were arrogant heavenly gods, who did not move, the rest of the cultivators all rushed towards Lin Feng. "You overestimate yourselves." Lin Feng sneered and waved his right hand. Dense formation runes intertwined in the void. Lines of formation runes suppressed the cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island. No matter how strong they could not resist the suppression of Lin Feng's formation runes. Thump, thump, thump. The cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island all knelt in front of Lin Feng. They struggled violently and were humiliated. However, they could not break free. What a terrifying formation technique. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Formation masters were the most troublesome people for cultivators. Formation masters mastered all kinds of powerful formations. When facing an enemy, they could use all kinds of formations. Perhaps they would be trapped by the formation master's formation before they could even make a move. How could they continue to fight that battle? In many people's eyes, this was the situation in front of them. "There are only 2 of you left. Take the initiative to kneel in front of me and apologize. I'll spare you. This is your last chance." Lin Feng looked indifferent. Lung Xiekong and nine-tailed demon scorpion's faces were extremely gloomy. It was impossible for them to kneel. The 2 of them looked at each other and rushed towards Lin Feng from both sides. Both of them are heavenly god stage powerhouses. Lung Xiekong is a 3rd heaven heavenly god. Nine-tailed demon scorpion is a 4th heaven heavenly god. Even if the dragon sect leader is a formation master, it won't be easy to deal with them. Many people exclaimed in surprise. However, in the next moment, these people were completely dumbfounded. Lin Feng pointed at the 2 of them with his right hand across the void. 2 distorted formation runes flew out and suppressed Lung Xiekong and nine-tailed demon scorpion. Lung Xiekong and nine-tailed demon scorpion looked cold as they threw a punch at the 2 formation runes. They wanted to break the formation runes that Lin Feng condensed. However, their divine abilities were actually broken in an instant. Then, the 2 formation runes suppressed the 2 of them. Thump, thump. Lung Xiekong and nine-tailed demon scorpion knelt in front of Lin Feng. "How could this be? How could this be?" The 2 of them roared hysterically. The 2 of them couldn't be compared to those people just now. Lung Xiekong was the younger brother of the Evil Dragon Island Master. Nine-tailed demon scorpion was the 5th island master of Fire Scorpion Island. The 2 of them were reputable figures in the ancient Desolate Sea region. Now, in front of so many people, they were kneeling in front of Lin Feng. This was a great humiliation. They couldn't accept it at all. Their eyes turned bloodshot. Deep beast-like roars were emitted from their throats. Chapter 1992. Lin Feng, Monk Yi Xiu, Sun Zhon, and Wan Yin-yang entered the Myriad Flower Building. Many people were still discussing the earlier conflict and how Lin Feng had suppressed so many experts with a flick of his finger. Clearly, this matter would cause quite a stir. Currently, the experts from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island were still kneeling in front of the Myriad Flower Building. There were more than 20 people kneeling, including the heavenly god nine-tailed demon scorpion and Lang Xiefeng. Thus, the scene was quite spectacular. After entering the Myriad Flower Building, a beautiful woman walked over and bowed to Lin Feng with a smile. She said, "I believe this young master must be the famous Dragon Gate sect leader, Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng nodded. The beautiful woman said, "The lords of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance are already inside waiting for young Master Lin's arrival. Please follow me, young Master Lin," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Thank you, sister," the woman said with a smile. "It's my honor to be able to lead the way for you," said Lin Feng while smiling. He obviously knew that the woman was just being polite. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng met the upper echelons of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. There were a total of 4 experts from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. They were the 4 elders who supported Lin Feng's participation in the Roundtable Conference. Wu Ren said with a smile, "Haha, Brother Lin is here. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Lin Feng. This is Elder Guo Mochang. This is Elder Wang Pengju. This is Elder Li Zhongtang. Nice to meet you." After Wu Ren's introduction, everyone cupped their fists and greeted each other. Lin Feng introduced Monkey Xiu and Wanyan Yang. Both parties sat down and chatted happily. During this time, they also talked about the next day. After chatting for a while, they learned that there were a total of 12 elders in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Some of them were hesitant about Lin Feng becoming a member of the Roundtable Conference, while others were against it. Naturally, there were all kinds of conflicts of interest involved. It was not something that could be explained in a few words. Lin Feng wanted to relax, so he did not talk too much about it with the elders. Since he was in the Myriad Flower Building, he could not go without beauties. Wu Ren called singers, dancers, and musicians over. Everyone drank wine and chatted while enjoying the performances of the beauties. Halfway through the banquet, the beautiful woman brought a beautiful woman's hands entered the room. The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled as she said, "Sirs, this is a good opportunity. A's hearts is, she's here's a toast. A SS here. This. She's white was in white. She was dressed in a white dress and had a graceful figure. However, she was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see what she looked like. However, this woman's temperament was elegant and otherworldly, as pure and holy as a fairy from the 9 heavens. The identity of the saintess of the Myriad Flower Building was no small matter. The upper echelons of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance did not dare to slight her. They all stood up to greet her. The woman bowed slightly to everyone. She stepped forward and drank a cup of wine. Everyone followed suit and drank the wine in their cups before inviting the woman to take a seat. The woman did not refuse, and after some conversation, he found out that this woman was called Miao Kua. After the banquet was over, Lin Feng and the others left. At this moment, the beautiful woman called out to Lin Feng and said, "Young master, my holy maiden invites you in." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why Miao Kua had called him at this time. Lin Feng let Monkey Xiu and the other 2 return first. He followed the beautiful woman to see Miao Kua. Lin Feng was brought to a living room, where he found Miao Kua playing the zither. The sound of the zither lingered in the air. It was very pleasant. Miao Kua's zither skills were superb. Lin Feng found a place to sit down and listened carefully to the song. The more he listened, the more familiar it sounded. When the song ended, Miao Kua looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Young master, what do you think of this song?" "The mood is profound. Fairy is worthy of the title of zither master," Lin Feng said. Miao Kua said, "Young master, you flatter me." Lin Feng smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, this song should be called the Celestial Moon Score, right?" Miao Kua said, "Yes. It seems that young master has some understanding of zither music." Lin Feng said, "I don't know much about it, but I had a friend who liked to play this Celestial Moon Score. That's how I learned about it." Miao Kua asked, "Young master, is your friend named Bai Shengyi?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised and said, "Indeed, it's Bai Shengyi. May I know how you found out about this?" Junior sister Bai Shengyi is master's new disciple, and she's also my junior sister. I've heard her talk about the various things that happened in Tianwu continent, including Lin Gongzi. I've seen young master's portrait before, but I didn't expect to meet you here today," Miao Kua said. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Where did Bai Shengyi get a portrait of him? He didn't know about this. Could it be that Bai Shengyi secretly had a crush on him, so she secretly drew a portrait of him? She took it out when she missed him? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel proud. It seemed that his charm was quite great. Lin Feng said, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Fairy Bai for a few years. I wonder how she's doing. She's currently cultivating with Master, so Lin Gongzi, you don't have to worry," Miao Kua said. Lin Feng asked, "May I know if Fairy Bai knows Liu Huaxian?" Miao Kua nodded and said, "I know junior sister Liu, but I'm not very familiar with her." They both came from Tianwu continent, and they're the holy maidens of Tianwu continent's myriad flower pavilions branch. Their talents are quite good, so after coming to the 9 provinces, they were taken in as disciples by several pavilion masters of myriad flower pavilion. Lin Feng nodded. When he heard that Liu Huaxian was fine and had even become a disciple of a pavilion master, the worry in his heart gradually dissipated. Miao Ku'er had called him over to tell him about the Qinwu people and the evil dragon palace. Miao Ku'er had received news that these 2 factions had contacted the longevity camp in the 9 provinces and had paid a huge sum of money to issue a bounty for him. The longevity camp had already accepted the mission, and experts would soon be dispatched to kill him. Miao Ku'er had told him this because of Bai Shengyi. Lin Feng asked, "What faction is the longevity camp? An assassin organization?" Miao Ku'er said, "It's not an assassin organization, but it's much more terrifying than an assassin organization." Chapter 1993. Lin Feng had heard of the longevity immortal sect before, but this was the first time he had heard of the longevity camp. He wondered what kind of organization the longevity camp was. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is the longevity camp related to the longevity immortal sect?" Miao Ku'er said, "There are no clues that can prove that the longevity camp is related to the longevity immortal sect." She paused for a moment, then continued, "The longevity camp is a very special place. If there are any missions in the 9 provinces, you can go to the longevity camp to post a bounty. Many people will also go to the longevity camp to accept missions. However, it's very expensive to post a mission in the longevity camp. It's said that the starting price for a mission in the longevity camp is 10 million origin crystals, and that's only the starting price. Many missions require a reward that far surpasses the starting price. Such a huge price isn't something that an ordinary person or organization can afford. Of course, there are many large organizations in the 9 provinces that have a lot of money. They will still look for the longevity camp for troublesome matters, such as assassination missions. The longevity camp has a lot of connections. Not only do they have connections with large assassin organizations, but they also have connections with many fiendish outlaws, demonic experts, and so on. It's very easy for the longevity camp to find people who can complete such missions." Miao Ku'er said. Lin Feng said, "In that case, after the longevity camp posts a mission to assassinate me, not only will I have to face strange assassins, but I'll also have to be on guard against any experts who might appear in front of me." Miao Ku'er nodded and said, "In theory, that's indeed the case. This is a huge problem, and you won't be able to bear it. Moreover, you won't know who's here to assassinate you or who's here to make friends with you. Many cultivators who are listed in the longevity camp are almost driven to madness even if they aren't assassinated." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. She was indeed like Miao Ku'er. If one constantly doubted the people who approached them, they wouldn't be able to make friends. Moreover, if they constantly suspected that the people around them were here to assassinate them, their minds would definitely collapse. After leaving Miao Ku'er's place, Lin Feng went straight to his residence. Miao Ku'er stood at the window of the 4th floor of the 10,000 Flowers building, watching Lin Feng leave. She then looked at the cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Flood Dragon Island kneeling in front of the Myriad Flower building. She couldn't help but ponder. The beautiful woman walked in and said, "Saintess, this Lin Gongzi is not as simple as we thought." Miao Ku'er said, "That's right. To be able to resist the invasion of the heavenly demons in the Sky Martial continent and to be able to stir up a storm in the 9 prefectures, such a person is indeed not simple." The beautiful woman asked, "Then is the holy maiden planning to fall in love with Lin Feng?" Miao Ku'er cultivated the emotionless Tao. For so many years, he was still unable to cultivate the path of ruthlessness to the great perfection level. Later on, Miao Ku'er's master told her that if she wanted to be heartless, she had to fall in love first. Miao Ku'er said, "He's not a bad choice. Once you fall in love, it'll be very difficult to sever the relationship." The beautiful woman frowned slightly. "Is there really no other way? Over the years, I've tried other methods, but none of them worked. Although it's difficult to sever the relationship, as long as I can sever the relationship, my path of ruthlessness will reach the great perfection level. Once it reaches the great perfection level, My path of ruthlessness will open up a whole new world, waiting for me to further improve the mysteries of the path of ruthlessness. Therefore, Master telling me to fall in love is the best choice. Miao Kuo said. Saintess, you still have to consider all of this carefully. I'm afraid that once you fall in love, you won't be able to control yourself. If you lose your virginity to him, all your years of hard work will be for naught. The beautiful woman said worriedly. Miao Kuo said, don't worry. Even if Lin Feng falls in love, I won't lose my virginity to him. At this moment, sounds of venting could be heard from below. The beautiful woman looked over and said, it's the people from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Flood Dragon Island. Miao Kuo nodded slightly and looked down as well. In front of the Myriad Flower Building, there were many people. Many people were here to watch the show. After all, 2 heavenly gods and more than 20 true gods were suppressed together and forced to kneel on the ground. Such a thing was not common. Now that they had received the news, the cultivators who came to rescue the nine-tailed fiend scorpion, Lung Shekong, and the others came from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Flood Dragon Island respectively. The 4th Island Master of Fire Scorpion Island, the double-winged venomous scorpion, came personally. The double-winged venomous scorpion had already transformed into his human form. He looked like a thin middle-aged cultivator, and his eyes flickered with a sinister gaze. This was a ruthless character. He was good at using poison. Back then, Fire Scorpion Island and the cultivators from another island were fighting for treasures. When the two sides were fighting fiercely, the double-winged venomous scorpion released a strong poison that poisoned more than 30,000 people on the other side, causing their combat strength to decrease sharply. Then, the cultivators of Fire Scorpion Island took this opportunity to kill all 30,000 cultivators on the other side. The expert who came from Evil Flood Dragon Island was an old man. His name was Lung Qianshan, and he was one of the great elders of Evil Flood Dragon Island. When the two of them saw the nine-tailed fiend scorpion, Lung Shekong, and the others kneeling on the ground, their expressions were extremely gloomy. Fourth brother, hurry up and kill me. I want to personally kill that little bastard Lin Feng. Seeing the double-winged venomous scorpion arrive, the nine-tailed fiend scorpion immediately roared, and his face became incomparably ferocious and distorted. Great Elder, hurry up and break the restriction that's suppressing me. I want to tear that little bastard Lin Feng into pieces. Lung Shekong also cursed viciously, and endless killing intent surged in his eyes. Whether it was the nine-tailed fiend scorpion or Lung Shekong. Now, they hated Lin Feng to the core. The only thought in their minds now was to find Lin Feng and make Lin Feng die a horrible death. Only in this way could they wash away their humiliation. Only in this way could they regain the face they had lost. Who will break the formation? The double-winged, venomous scorpion asked. Lung Qianshan said, 4th Island Master's attainments in formations are much better than mine. 4th Island Master, please break the formation. This Lung Qianshan was an old fox. In terms of formations, he was not necessarily inferior to Lung Qianshan. However, this old fox did not want to make a move. This was because he felt that Lin Feng's formation was not simple, so he complimented the double-winged venomous scorpion and asked him to break the formation. Lung Qianshan was watching from the side. The double-winged venomous scorpion was not a simple person, and he knew what Lung Qianshan was thinking. He could not help but ridicule Lung Qianshan in his heart, and he was quite disdainful of Lung Qianshan. The double-winged venomous scorpion was arrogant, so even though he knew that Lin Feng's formation was not simple, he did not care. He believed that he could successfully break Lin Feng's formation. Then let me break this kid's formation. The double-winged venomous scorpion stepped forward, and his hands formed thousands of seals. The densely packed seals surged toward the formation runes that were suppressing the nine-tailed fiend scorpion. The double-winged venomous scorpion wanted to use these seals to break the formation runes that were suppressing the nine-tailed fiend scorpion. However, at this moment, the formation runes that were suppressing the nine-tailed fiend scorpion gently swept through the void. Bang! This attack directly shattered all of the formation runes that the double-winged venomous scorpion had condensed, and then struck the double-winged venomous scorpion. Barf! The double-winged venomous scorpion was struck by lightning. He was directly sent flying. In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 1994. Heavens! How is this possible? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. The double-winged venomous scorpion was a tyrannical existence, yet it was sent flying by a formation rune that suppressed the nine-tailed devilish scorpion. Moreover, it was heavily injured. Everyone could not believe what they were seeing. One had to know that the double-winged venomous scorpion was not only skilled in formations, but he was also a fifth heavenly god expert. This can't be real. This can't be real. The double-winged venomous scorpion could not accept this fact, so he roared furiously. He was a dignified double-winged venomous scorpion, an expert of the ancient desolate sea region, but he was actually forced to vomit blood by a formation rune left behind by someone else. This was simply a great humiliation. The double-winged venomous scorpion wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. "I'll help you," Lung Qianshan said. He had let the double-winged venomous scorpion attack first to prevent something unexpected from happening. Now, such an unexpected thing had actually happened. Lung Qianshan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the double-winged venomous scorpion who attacked first and not him. If he had attacked first, the person who would be humiliated would be him. After rejoicing in his heart, Lung Qianshan knew that he had to make a move. Moreover, the chances of them breaking the formation were much higher if they worked together. The double-winged venomous scorpion nodded with a gloomy expression. He and Lung Qianshan walked towards the suppressed nine-tailed devilish scorpion. Seeing that the two of them were going to work together to break the formation, the surrounding people could not help but hold their breaths. "Do you guys think they can succeed?" "I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to be an easy task to break the formation successfully. That Lin Feng's attainments in formations are too high, right? It's simply unbelievable. Yeah, who would have thought that his formations would be so terrifying? To be able to establish the Dragon Gate, he obviously has some ability." Many people discussed in low voices, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the double-winged venomous scorpion and Lung Qianshan. The two of them had profound attainments in formations. Although the double-winged venomous scorpion had failed to break the formation and was injured by the formation rune, it was only him. However, there was only one person earlier. Now, there were two people working together. Naturally, the chances were much higher. The double-winged venomous scorpion and Lung Qianshan's hands were covered in runes. Those were all formation-breaking runes. The two of them waved their hands, and all the formation-breaking runes rushed towards the runes that were suppressing the nine-tailed devil scorpion. At this moment, the formation runes that suppressed the nine-tailed demon scorpion came to life again. The void suddenly twitched. Bang! The formation-breaking runes formed by the double-winged venomous scorpion and Lung Qianshan were shattered once more. Then, the formation runes lashed towards the two of them. Not good. Retreat. The double-winged venomous scorpion and Lung Qianshan's expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Feng's formation to be so terrifying. This kind of array formation level had already reached a level that left them in the dust. However, it was too late for the two of them to retreat. That formation pattern had already lashed out, and there was no way to avoid it. Their expressions suddenly sank, and they had no choice but to block it. Boom! Boom! Everyone struck out with their palms and directly slapped towards the array pattern that was whipping towards them. However, when their palms collided with the formation runes, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, and their arms were directly broken by the formation runes. Then, the formation runes lashed on their bodies and sent them flying. The two of them continuously vomited blood. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they fell to the ground. Their hair was disheveled, and they were in an extremely sorry state. After seeing this scene, the surroundings became completely silent. No one dared to believe that this was real. The beautiful woman's face was filled with shock as she said, "Isn't this too amazing? What kind of spirit array master is Lin Gongzi?" Miao Ku-er's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she said, "This person is really too amazing. Even in the 9 prefectures, there are probably not many cultivators who can be compared to him in terms of array formation level." Lin Feng was unaware of what happened outside the Myriad Flower Building. After leaving the Myriad Flower Building, he directly returned to his residence. When he returned, He found that Yi Xiu had not yet slept and was sitting on the roof drinking alone. Lin Feng flew up and said with a smile, "Isn't it too boring to drink alone? Let me accompany you." He grabbed a jar of wine beside him, removed the cork, and drank 3 mouthfuls in a row. Good alcohol tolerance. Monk Yi Xiu laughed and drank 3 mouthfuls of wine as well. That night, Lin Feng and Monk Yi Xiu talked about many things. Lin Feng also had some understanding of Monk Yi Xiu's background. Monk Yi Xiu's master was a wild monk. Normally, Buddhist monks would have a note of which temple they came from. A monk without a note was a wild monk. A wild monk like Monk Yi Xiu's master. He had no roots, and the world was his home. He did not have many rules. Therefore, Monk Yi Xiu was very different from ordinary monks. He ate meat, drank wine, and at the same time, meditated and comprehended the Tao. The two of them drank until they were dead drunk. In the end, they completely lost consciousness. They did not even know how to return to their room. When they woke up the next day, it was already late in the morning. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Round Table Conference was about to begin. Lin Feng brought Monk Yi Xiu, Wan Yin-yang, Sun Zhon, and dozens of guards to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to participate in the Round Table Conference. When they arrived at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they were led by the cultivators of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Soon, they arrived at the meeting hall. There were many people gathered outside the hall. They were all cultivators of the major factions. Apart from the leaders of the various factions who could enter the Round Table Conference, the others had to wait outside. "That young man is Lin Feng," someone said. Instantly, countless gazes looked at Lin Feng. Everyone had heard of Lin Feng. They had heard too many legends about Lin Feng. Now that they saw the main character, they were naturally very curious. Monk Yi Xiu, Sun Zhon, Wan Yin-yang, and the others waited outside while he walked into the hall. When he entered the hall, he saw that there were about 40 to 50 people sitting inside. Many of them were already here. "This is Lin Feng, sect leader Lin," Wu Ren said. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Whether this person is qualified to be a member of the Round Table Conference will be decided after a vote. He's not qualified to enter yet. The person who spoke was the Evil Dragon Island's island lord, Leng Qian Shui. Lin Feng ignored him and found a place to sit down. Leng Qian Shui's face instantly turned ugly. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and shouted, "Kid, didn't you hear what I said just now? Is this a place for you to sit? Get the hell out of here." Chapter 1995. As the owner of Evil Dragon Island, Leng Qianxue was a ferocious person. Yesterday, Leng Shekong was suppressed by Lin Feng's formation runes. Leng Qianshan went to rescue him and was seriously injured by the formation runes. This made Leng Qianxue very angry. Now that he saw Lin Feng, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng to get back at him. Lin Feng looked indifferent and glanced at Leng Qianxue. "Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me? Now shut up for this young master. Otherwise, this young master doesn't mind throwing you out." Lin Feng's words silenced the entire hall. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. What was this guy talking about? What did he mean by insulting Leng Qianxue? Telling Leng Qianxue to shut up? Throwing Leng Qianxue out? Wasn't this too arrogant? Leng Qianxue was an expert who had been famous for a long time. His strength was unfathomable. Among the ancestors, Leng Qianxue was a ferocious person. Lin Feng, a young cultivator, dared to humiliate Leng Qianxue like this. Wasn't this courting death? Lin Feng was the Dragon Gate sect leader. But as the rumors said, many people thought that Lin Feng was just a puppet supported by others. Lin Feng had an expert behind him. Lin Feng's combat strength was not ordinary. He must have used some powerful Dharma treasures. After all, there were Dharma treasures in this world that could increase one's combat strength. Quite a few cultivators had such thoughts. Therefore, now that Lin Feng humiliated Leng Qianxue like this, everyone thought it was an extremely unwise move. "Kid, what did you say?" Leng Qianxue immediately stood up and looked at Lin Feng in an evil way. If eyes could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into pieces by Leng Qianshue's cold eyes. You don't understand human language? If you don't understand human language, what are you doing here? Hurry up and scram as far as you can. Don't make a fool of yourself here, Lin Feng said indifferently. He didn't even look at Leng Qianxue. Leng Qianxue was about to explode from anger. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Little brat, I'd like to see what right you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Seeing that Leng Qianxue was about to make a move, some of the people who had a grudge against Lin Feng, such as Red Drill Fire Scorpion, and those who opposed Lin Feng joining the round table conference all had gloating expressions. As for Wu Ren and the others who were on good terms with Lin Feng, their expressions changed slightly. At this time, Wu Ren stood up and wanted to stop Leng Qianxue. However, Lin Feng said, Elder Wu, you don't have to interfere in this matter. I'll settle it myself. Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent expression, Wu Ren could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Lin Feng really had a way to deal with Leng Qianxue? Wu Ren suddenly remembered that Lin Feng was a powerful spirit array master. Although his cultivation might not be as good as Leng Qianxue's. However, with the help of the array, he might be able to tangle with Leng Qianxue for a while. After the two of them fought for a few rounds, he could then mediate. Thinking of this, Wu Ren nodded and sat down. Lin Feng got up and walked towards Leng Qianxue. He looked at Leng Qianxue indifferently and said, I'll let you make the first move because if I make the first move, you won't have the chance to make a move. Kid, stop bragging, okay? The members of the round table conference all looked at Lin Feng and wailed. Because in their opinion, Lin Feng was too good at bragging. They had lived for so many years, but they had never seen someone as good at bragging as Lin Feng. Being looked down upon by Lin Feng again and again. Leng Qianxue was almost angered to death. His eyes were gloomy as he looked at Lin Feng with a murderous gaze. You're courting death. This island lord will make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Leng Qianxue sneered and jumped out, punching towards Lin Feng. On his fist, rays of blood-red light condensed. Those rays of blood-red light gently swept across. A tearing sound came from the void. Those rays of blood-red light were very terrifying and could easily tear the void apart. The dense rays of blood-red light shrouded Lin Feng. This is Bloodlight Fist. It is said to be a supreme divine ability passed down from the immemorial blood god. An island lord's voice could not help but reveal a trace of seriousness. The immemorial blood god was a famous expert in the immemorial age. He once fought with the immemorial thunder god for 300 rounds without being defeated. This showed how powerful the immemorial blood god was. Therefore, the divine ability passed down from the immemorial blood god was naturally terrifying. Now that Leng Qianxue had used the divine ability of the immemorial blood god, many people's expressions suddenly became serious. So you've inherited the immemorial blood divine path. The immemorial blood god was actually one of the emperors in the immemorial age and was very powerful. However, the inheritance of the immemorial blood god is nothing in front of me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my immemorial thunder divine path. Lin Feng let out a long roar and stepped out. Crackle. His body was surrounded by dense lightning power. That lightning power. It was like destroying heaven and earth. It was shocking and moving. Lin Feng directly used the sky-cutting thunder art, the inheritance of the immemorial thunder god. Endless lightning power covered his body. Lin Feng looked as if the immemorial thunder god had descended to the world. Puff. The lightning turned into a sword and slashed forward. It could destroy the sky and destroy the world. Its power was unimaginable. The lightning swords directly destroyed the blood-red light condensed by Leng Qianxue. Then, the densely packed swords of lightning. They headed toward Leng Qianxue. They slashed forward. Leng Qianxue's expression changed. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. He waved his hand and a sea of blood appeared. The sea of blood fell from the sky and wanted to devour the lightning swords. Lin Feng sneered. He directly condensed an emperor pattern and suppressed Leng Qianxue. This was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. A high-level spiritual array master like Lin Feng not only had powerful combat strength, but also mastered powerful spiritual array techniques. When used together in battle, its power could often achieve an unexpected effect. Just like now. The Emperor Pattern and Lightning Sword aura combined and instantly destroyed the Blood-Red Sea. Then Lin Feng's Emperor Pattern directly swept Leng Qianshue's body and sent him flying. Whoosh! Lin Feng disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of Leng Qianshue in the next moment. He punched at Leng Qianshue. Leng Qianshue's expression changed. It was too late to dodge. He could only raise his right arm to block Lin Feng's punch. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Leng Qianshue's arm. Crack crack! Leng Qianshue's arm was broken. The spiritual power in his body was also scattered by Lin Feng. His entire body fell heavily to the ground, and his face became as pale as a sheet of paper. He instantly lost all his combat strength. Leng Qianshue lost. Exclamations of disbelief could be heard. Clatter. Everyone in the hall stood up abruptly. Everyone's pupils contracted violently, and it was as if monstrous waves were surging in their hearts. P.S. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art Group number 426393872. Everyone, add me. Cute girls, handsome guys, there's always something you want. There's a red packet every night. I'm waiting for you. Chapter 1996. Leng Qianshue might not be considered a top expert among the ancestors, but he was at least a mid-tier expert. Yet, he had been defeated so easily by Lin Feng. This left everyone in disbelief. How could a young cultivator like Lin Feng possess such powerful combat strength? Were all the rumors about Lin Feng fake? In any case, none of the cultivators present sensed that Lin Feng had borrowed the power of a treasure. So this is your strength? You're too weak. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Leng Qianshue and lifted him up. He seemed to really want to throw Leng Qianshue out. Sect Master Lin, please wait. Suddenly, an old man spoke. Seeing that the old man was wearing the same clothes as Wu Ren, it was obvious that he was an elder of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What? Elder, do you have something to say? The old man said with a fake smile. Let people off when possible. Why don't we just forget about today's matter? Wu Ren said. Brother Lin, this matter shouldn't be blown out of proportion. Lin Feng ignored what the elder of the Independent Cultivators Alliance said. However, he still had to give face to Wu Ren. He threw Leng Qianshue to the ground and said indifferently, consider this a small lesson for you. If you dare to provoke me again in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Feng nodded at Wu Ren and returned to his seat. He said indifferently, thank you for nominating me to join the Round Table. I believe that no one will object to me becoming a member of the Round Table now, right? The island masters who originally wanted to object to Lin Feng joining the Round Table naturally did not want to offend Lin Feng after seeing how powerful Lin Feng was. Therefore, many people stopped objecting to Lin Feng joining the Round Table. Crimson Fire Scorpion's expression was ugly, but he knew that there was no turning back. He remained silent with a gloomy expression. At that moment, an elder said, since everyone is here, let's talk about the purpose of this round table. Everyone listened carefully. Every time a round table was called, it was because of a major event that involved their own interests. The elder who spoke was called Zhao Kui, and he was the highest-ranked elder in the elder group. He had always been the one who presided over the round table. Zhao Kui continued, some time ago, someone discovered an immortal estate called the Wu Yuan Immortal Manor. It was left behind by an expert from the Immortal Era. Rogue Cultivator Alliance read through a lot of information and we finally found some clues about it. Upon hearing the words martial origin Immortal Manor, everyone's expression suddenly changed. The word immortal in the word immortal. It was easy to let one's imagination run wild. Zhao Kui continued, the owner of the Wu Yuan Immortal Manor is called Mui Wu Yuan. Rumor has it that he was an expert from the Immortal Era. He was born and raised in our 9 provinces great world, but his cultivation soared all the way until he became a great emperor. He even entered the ethereal heavenly realm. There are also rumors that he broke through to the immortal realm, This was truly an earth-shattering piece of news, causing everyone's expression to change. Was he really an immortal? It had been billions of years since an immortal had appeared in the world. Actually, there was no need to call it an immortal. It had been many years since an Emperor Realm Cultivator had appeared. Therefore, the news about the Wu Yuan Immortal Manor and Mui Wu Yuan was a huge shock to everyone. Zhao Kui continued, "This time, I've gathered everyone here because I want to borrow everyone's strength to open the Wu Yuan Immortal Manor and enter to search for fortuitous encounters." "When will we set off?" someone asked. 5 days from now. The same rules apply. Each island master can bring a maximum of 5 people with him. Zhao Kui said. The others were obviously more familiar with this rule, so when they heard Zhao Kui's words, they nodded in agreement. "Remember to keep it a secret." "All right, everyone, go back and prepare. We'll set off in 5 days," Zhao Kui said. After the meeting was adjourned, everyone left one after another. Lin Feng chatted with Wu Ren and the others for a while before taking his leave. Today, Lin Feng had displayed his might and defeated Leng Qianxue. Wu Ren and the others were excited. They were even more determined to befriend Lin Feng. They were also secretly glad that they had established a good relationship with Lin Feng before Lin Feng displayed his strength. If they had waited until Lin Feng displayed his strength, it would have been difficult to establish a good relationship with Lin Feng. Guo Mochang, Elder Wang Pengju, and Elder Li Zhongtang were in a good mood. Although their relationship was not as close as Wu Ren's with Lin Feng, it was still a good one. Lin Feng returned to his residence with Monk Yishio, Sun Zhon, and Wan Yinyang. This time, he planned to bring Monk Yishio, Sun Zhon, and Wan Yinyang. As he could only bring a maximum of 5 people with him, he did not have many top experts with him. Therefore, he could not bring 5 experts with him. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng told the 3 about the Wu Yuan Immortal Abode. After learning about the Wu Yuan Immortal Abode, the 3 of them were overjoyed. They didn't need to prepare anything for the trip to the Wu Yuan Celestial Palace. Lin Feng and the others spent the next few days meditating. That night, Wanhua Building delivered a letter. Lin Feng opened the letter and found that it was from Miao Ku-er. Lin Gongzi Ku-er happened to get some supreme-grade spirit tea and invited you to have a taste. If you're free, I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Miao Ku-er's signature was on the final payment. Lin Feng asked the maidservant to tell Miao Ku-er that he would be there on time. Then, he asked someone to reward the maidservant with some origin crystals. The maidservant left. Lin Feng muttered, "Miao Ku-er's invitation is clearly just an excuse. I wonder why she invited me over." The next day, Lin Feng went to meet Miao Ku-er. Wanhua Building's business was still booming, and it was very lively. Here, all kinds of beautiful women could be found. It was a man's paradise. The beautiful woman had been waiting for Lin Feng outside. When she saw Lin Feng arrive, she swayed her slender waist and walked toward Lin Feng. She smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, you're finally here. The Holy Maiden has been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Feng said, "It's a sin to keep the Holy Maiden waiting. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Why are you being so courteous with me?" The beautiful woman patted Lin Feng lightly, bringing a fragrant wind with her. Then, the beautiful woman turned around and walked up the stairs, swaying her slim waist. She brought Lin Feng to meet Miao Ku-er. Chapter 1997. Just like the first time he had a date with Miao Ku-er alone, the second time he came to Miao Ku-er's place, Lin Feng still heard the beautiful zither music. The only difference was, the first time Lin Feng saw Miao Ku-er was in the living room. And this time, he was in Miao Ku-er's room. This made Lin Feng very surprised. One had to know that a woman's boudoir could not be casually entered by a man. There was a saying that went like this: entering a woman's boudoir. It was equivalent to entering the woman's inner world. Lin Feng did not know if this was true or not. But there was one thing he was very clear about. When a woman let you into her boudoir, to a certain extent, she had already accepted you as a person. Miao Ku-er asked the beautiful woman to bring me into her boudoir. What is the reason? Lin Feng could not help but guess the reason. He found a place to sit down, while the beautiful woman left and closed the door. In the room, only Lin Feng and Miao Ku-er were left. The zither music lingered in the air. It was very pleasant to hear. Lin Feng enjoyed this rare moment of peace. Listening to this beautiful and pleasant zither music, Lin Feng felt relaxed and happy. After the song ended, there was still an endless aftertaste. He smiled and clapped his hands, saying, "Every time I listen to the fairy play the zither, I can have a special feeling. It is Ku-er's greatest honor that young master likes it." Miao Ku-er smiled slightly, her voice gentle and pleasant. She immediately got up and came to the table, took out the tea set, tea leaves, and teapot, and began to boil water to make tea. Lin Feng could not help but recall the last time he drank tea at Dancing Butterfly Fairy's place. Dancing Butterfly Fairy was also very familiar with the art of tea. Like Miao Ku-er, she was proficient in the way of tea. Miao Ku-er also used spirit spring water. This spirit spring water was called Magnolia Spring Water. Although it could not be compared to the spirit spring water that Dancing Butterfly Fairy used to make tea, it was still incomparably precious. After brewing the spirit tea, Miao Ku-er smiled and said, "Young master, please taste the spirit tea." Lin Feng took a sip and felt a fragrance spread from the tip of his tongue to his entire body. It was indeed a very rare type of spirit tea. The taste is elegant, and the fragrance lingers on the teeth and cheeks. "It's really a good tea," Lin Feng said with a smile. Miao Ku-er said, "This tea is called Jade Spirit Celestial. It's produced at the peak of the Snow Mountain in the depths of the Jade Spirit Mountain range. It's produced in very small quantities, so it's very precious. Many tea masters also like to buy this kind of spiritual tea to taste." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Today, I was able to taste such good tea because of the fairy's good fortune." Miao Ku-er smiled and said, "I still have some here. If you like, you can take some with you when you leave." Lin Feng smiled and said, "A gentleman doesn't take away another's love. Fairy, you should keep this spirit tea. Moreover, even if you give me such good spirit tea, I'll just drink it like a whale drinking a cow. I don't know how to appreciate it, and I'll waste this good tea." Miao Ku-er smiled sweetly and then changed the topic. She said, "This time, I invited you here because I have something to tell you." Lin Feng had long guessed that Miao Ku-er had other motives for inviting him here. Now that Miao Ku-er said that she had something to tell him, Lin Feng didn't find it strange. He said, "Fairy, if you have something to say, you can tell me. I'm all ears." Miao Ku-er's pretty face blushed slightly, and then she reached out to take off the veil on her face. Suddenly, a delicate face appeared in front of Lin Feng. After seeing this beautiful face, Lin Feng's mind flashed with a poem. A face that could captivate the birds and beasts, a face that could hide the moon and shame the flowers. Perhaps only such a poem could describe Miao Ku-er's breathtakingly beautiful face. Previously, Miao Ku-er had always worn a veil in front of others. Now, in front of him, she had taken off her veil. Then he thought about how Miao Ku-er had invited him to her boudoir. A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. However, Lin Feng felt that it was somewhat unrealistic. He and Miao Ku-er had only met a few times. How could a woman like Miao Ku-er fall in love with a man so casually? "Young master, am I beautiful?" At this moment, Miao Ku-er's voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. After asking this question, Miao Ku-er's pretty face flushed red. She was incomparably shy. However, she mustered up her courage and looked up at Lin Feng. What a peerless beauty! Even with Lin Feng's picky eyes, he couldn't find any flaws in Miao Ku-er's body. This woman was simply synonymous with perfection. He nodded and said, "Fairy's beauty is rare in this world." Miao Ku-er said, "Young master, are you willing to live together with me?" Fat. After hearing Miao Ku-er's words, Lin Feng had just taken a sip of tea. He spat it out. Miao Ku-er looked like such a shy person, yet she actually asked such a direct question. "Young master, are you not willing to accept Ku-er?" Miao Ku-er couldn't help but frown slightly. It had to be said. A beauty was indeed a beauty. Even a slight frown from a beauty would have a unique charm. Lin Feng had seen too many beautiful women. Therefore, he wouldn't agree to anything just because Miao Ku-er confessed to him. The reason for that was because this matter was simply too strange. Lin Feng admitted that his charm was indeed very great. However, no matter how great his charm was, it couldn't be to the extent that Miao Kuo would throw herself at him, right? There was definitely a reason for this abnormality. Lin Feng naturally understood this logic very well. Lin Feng said, "I'm flattered to be able to obtain your admiration, but there is one thing I don't understand. I wonder if you can explain it to me." "What is it?" Miao Kuo looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng asked, "Why do you want to be together with me? If I say it's love at first sight, would you believe me?" Miao Kuo asked. Only a ghost would believe. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Of course, he didn't say these words out loud. He looked at Miao Kuo with a smile and said, "I naturally believe you. I know I'm very charming, but I didn't expect my charm to be so great that you would fall in love with me at first sight." Lin Feng grabbed Miao Kuo's jade-like hand. What a pair of gentle and soft hands. It was such a pair of hands that could play such a beautiful song. He gently tugged. Miao Kuo stood up and was pulled to Lin Feng's side. Miao Kuo fell into Lin Feng's arms. "What are you doing?" Miao Kuo asked with a red face. "I'm not doing anything. I just want to take a closer look at you." Lin Feng reached out and stroked Miao Kuo's delicate face. Miao Kuo's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. She quickly broke free from Lin Feng's embrace and stood up. Chapter 1998. "Did I offend you?" Lin Feng asked. Miao Kuo replied, "It's not that you're being rude to me, but I'm still not used to it. However, I'll slowly get used to it." Lin Feng smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I'll wait for you to slowly stop resisting this kind of contact." At this moment, Lin Feng had changed the way he addressed Miao Kuo, causing her to feel shy and happy at the same time. Miao Kuo's path of heartlessness was rather special. From heartlessness to love, from love to severing love, and from severing love to being heartless. Falling in love was a very important process. When Miao Kuo was in love, she would wholeheartedly fall in love with the man who made her fall in love with him. The deeper the love, the deeper one's understanding of the path of heartlessness would be after severing love. Thus, everything that Miao Kuo was doing for Lin Feng was sincere, and there was nothing pretentious about it. This was the terrifying part of the path of heartlessness. Lin Feng even believed that Miao Kuo had really fallen in love with him at first sight. It was not because she wanted to use him or had other motives. Lin Feng stayed at Miao Kuo's place for 2 hours before leaving. After Lin Feng left, the beautiful woman walked in and asked, "How is the relationship between the Holy Maiden and Lin Gongzi going?" Miao Kuo had a bashful look on her face as she said, "He should also like me." Seeing the bashful and seductive look on Miao Kuo's face, the beautiful woman's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Holy Maiden had really fallen in love? It was easy to fall in love, but difficult to sever love. Thus, the beautiful woman was very worried about Miao Kuo severing love. She had successfully severed her love. She had soared into the sky. If she failed to sever her love, what would the future be like? The beautiful woman did not dare to imagine. Lin Feng walked briskly towards his residence. The image of Miao Kuo's delicate and beautiful face lingered in his mind. Love at first sight. Love at first sight. He raised his eyebrows. When Miao Kuo first said the words love at first sight to him, Lin Feng only had one thought. Who are you trying to fool? However, as he interacted with Miao Kuo, he realized that Miao Kuo seemed to really admire him. It was love at first sight. It didn't seem to be a lie. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. I don't know what Miao Kuo is thinking, but I can only take one step at a time. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. The next day, Lin Feng, Monk Yi Xiu, Sun Zhon, and Wan Yin set off for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Everyone would gather at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance before heading to the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion. Currently, none of the island lords knew where the Wu Yuan Immortal Abode was located. This secret was held in the hands of the upper echelons of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. When they arrived at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Lin Feng and the others were brought to a courtyard. When they arrived, There were already close to 400 people gathered in the courtyard. More people continued to arrive. After everyone had arrived, Zhao Kui took out a flying ship. Everyone entered the spaceship. Then, the spaceship tore through the void and left quickly. We'll be sailing for half a month. Everyone can rest in the spaceship or cultivate for a period of time, Zhao Kui said. The spaceship was huge and was divided into 27 floors. Each person had a room and there were still many empty rooms. Now, many people were talking about the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion. This Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion was related to the ethereal immortal. Naturally, it would attract a lot of attention. During this period, Lin Feng had been cultivating in seclusion. He was mainly comprehending the various Daos that he had comprehended. Time passed quickly when cultivating. Therefore, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door. Lin Feng came back to his senses. Master, we've arrived at the sea. Elder Wu Ren just sent someone to inform you that we'll arrive at the destination in 6 hours. Wan Yinyang's voice could be heard in the room. Lin Feng stood up and opened the door. He said, "Let's go outside and take a look." Lin Feng went to the deck. After coming out, he saw the surrounding dark clouds rolling. Huge lightning pillars descended from the sky and distorted the void. The lightning and the sea were connected. It was simply a scene of doomsday. Around the lightning pillars, there was a raging storm. The raging storm had a powerful suction force, and it easily swallowed the passing ships. This place is called the Thunderstorm Sea. There are hurricanes and lightning pillars everywhere. It's very dangerous and few people come here. When Wu Ren saw Lin Feng walk out, he walked towards Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded. This sea was indeed dangerous. However, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had obviously mastered the method to enter the depths of the sea. The spaceship flew carefully, avoiding the raging storm and lightning pillars. Finally, the spaceship entered the depths of the Thunderstorm Sea. There was a white fog and there was a huge natural illusion array in front of them. This natural illusion array could easily trap any cultivator who entered it to death. The spaceship passed through the natural illusion array. It took a full 7 days to pass through the natural illusion array. A huge island appeared in their line of sight. We're here. The Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion is in the depths of the island, Wu Ren said. Everyone on the spaceship walked out and looked into the depths. Many people were discussing the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion excitedly. They had finally arrived at the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion. Here. What kind of opportunities could they obtain? Everyone was looking forward to it. The spaceship stopped in the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a huge palace. The palace covered an area of dozens of acres and was 300 meters tall. There was a huge horizontal board on top of it. There were 4 big words written on the horizontal board. These 4 big words were the words Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion. Now that the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion was protected by a powerful restriction, one had to break the restriction first to enter. Lin Feng observed these restrictions and could not help but frown. The restrictions here were too strong and it would be very difficult to break them. Moreover, breaking the restrictions here would easily lead to the attack of the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion's restrictions. Once he was attacked by the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion's restrictions, he might end up dying. Lin Feng was very clear about this. It was no wonder the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had found so many experts. It was indeed not an easy task for a few people or a dozen people to break the formation. If they were not careful, they might even be wiped out. Zhao Kui said in a deep voice, everyone must have seen that the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion's restrictions are too strong. We need to split into 2 groups. One group is responsible for breaking the restriction, while the other group is responsible for blocking the attacks of the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion's restrictions and protecting the people who break the restriction. Chapter 1999. Naturally, no one objected to Zhao Kui's suggestion. The spirit array experts were in charge of breaking the array while the other cultivators were in charge of blocking the attacks of the restriction. This combination was the best way to break the array. Many cultivators had done some research on array formations. However, Some of them were more advanced in their research and had higher attainments in array formations. Some of them were more shallow in their research and had average attainments in array formations. It was not difficult to find more than 100 cultivators who were proficient in array formations among more than 400 people. Everyone was scattered around and each of them was in charge of breaking a part of the array formation. Such a combination could be said to complement each other and achieve the greatest effect. After everyone was done with their tasks, they dispersed. Breaking the array formation was a complicated process. It was full of difficulties. However, with so many people working together, the array formation enveloping the martial origin immortal mana was gradually being broken. Lin Feng said in a low voice, "Be careful when we enter the martial origin immortal mana." Monk Yi Xiu, Sun Zhon, and Wan Yinyang nodded. Although it looked like they were working together to break the array formation, this was because they had not seen any treasures yet. If they saw any treasures, they would definitely fall out with each other. It took a total of 10 days for everyone to break the restriction. However, they only managed to open a small gap in the restriction. It was unrealistic to completely destroy the restriction that enveloped the entire martial origin immortal mana. In fact, tens of millions of years had passed since the immortal ancient era. As time passed, the power of the restriction had been severely weakened. If it was during the immortal ancient era when the restriction had just been set up, Lin Feng and the others would not have been able to break it. After breaking the restriction, everyone entered one after another. The first thing that appeared in front of them was a huge stone door. Everyone worked together to open the stone door. Then, everyone entered the martial origin immortal mana. The interior of the martial origin immortal mana was empty and dark. It emitted a gloomy and cold aura. After entering such an ancient immortal mana, everyone was naturally cautious. Many times, danger and opportunity coexisted, and opportunity was accompanied by danger. Therefore, the closer one was to the opportunity, the more dangerous it would be. They had to be careful. Since ancient times, countless people had died in the last few steps of obtaining the opportunity. The first hall of the martial origin immortal mana was very empty. There were only 3 items. The first item was a 3-meter-tall stone tablet. This stone tablet recorded the life story of the master of the Wu Yuan immortal abode, Mui Wu Yuan. The second and third items were both statues. These 2 statues were at the entrance to the second palace. The statue on the left was that of a handsome man. The statue on the right was a statue of a woman, as beautiful as a fairy. He did not know who these 2 statues belonged to, nor did he know why they were placed here. Everyone gathered in front of the stone tablet to read the introduction to Makino Tokeo's life. Mui Wu Yuan, born in 1991 of the immortal ancient calendar, the son of the Mui clan's patriarch. This Mui Wu Yuan was an individual from the early stages of the immortal ancient era. Back then, the Mui clan was also a top-notch clan. Mui Tokeo had shown amazing talent for cultivation since he was a child, but his family's ancestor had passed away in an accident when he was 6. The family had lost a guardian deity that could intimidate all forces in the outside world. As a result, the Mui family was besieged by many forces, some of whom wanted to rob the family of their resources. There were also some forces that wanted to replace them. The once glorious Mui family fell from grace. Some members of the Mui clan fled and changed their names. Until Mui Tokeo grew up. Mui Tokeo became an emperor in the immortal ancient era, the first person to do so in the 9 states plane. Later, Mui Tokeo left the 9 states plane in pursuit of the ethereal immortal realm. He went to many places, including the Undying Realm, the Yarrow Realm, the Demon Realm, the Dragon Realm, and many other worlds. Later, he went to the Celestial Realm. Then, he found a heaven-shaking stone tablet in a land of death in the Celestial Realm. When he saw the words heaven-shaking stone tablet, Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Heaven-shaking stone tablet. He was too familiar with it. There was another heaven-shaking stone tablet in his mountain river ring. Back then, in the Starry Sky ancient city in the Starry Sky world. A powerful otherworldly god was born. Invincible. How many experts died at the hands of the otherworldly gods? Later, Lin Feng carried the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the starry sky ancient city and killed dozens of otherworldly gods. Scenes of the past surfaced in his mind. The heaven-shaking stone tablet had a great background. Legend had it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet recorded 3,000 cultivation methods of the 3,000 great Taos. Legend had it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet recorded the oldest method to become an immortal. Legend had it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet recorded the location of the supreme divine court. Legend had it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet hid the greatest secret of the myriad worlds. Legend had it that there were too many legends about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Heaven-shaking stone tablet. Mui Tokyo actually obtained the heaven-shaking stone tablet, some cultivators exclaimed. Clearly, they had also heard of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Many people couldn't help but frown because they had also heard of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Some people even went to look for the heaven-shaking stone tablet. However, they didn't find any clues. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was too mysterious. Everyone continued to read below. After Mui Tokyo obtained the heaven-shaking stone tablet, he comprehended the secrets within and obtained the method to become an immortal. In fact, there were also some methods to become an immortal in this world. For example, the Supreme Immortal Scripture and the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture recorded the methods to become an immortal. However, these methods couldn't make cultivators become true immortals. They could only become itinerant immortals or pseudo-immortals. There were two ways to become a true immortal. The first way was to obtain the heaven-shaking stone tablet. From it, one could comprehend the method to become an immortal. The second way was to find the supreme divine court. One could also comprehend the method to become an immortal in the supreme divine court. However, both of these methods were too difficult. This was also the reason why there were so few immortals. Mui Tokyo comprehended the method to become an immortal and experienced 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Finally, he succeeded. He became an immortal. After Mui Tokyo became an immortal, he went to the wasteland. Seeing the words wasteland, Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was actually this place. An incomparably chaotic and dangerous place. Many great emperors died in the wasteland. This place was connected to the heavenly realm, the underworld, and the chaotic Shenhuang realm. And it was also connected to another terrifying place. That was the foreign world. According to the records on the stone tablet, after entering the wasteland, Mui Tokyo discovered a huge secret. Once this secret was revealed, it would shock the world. In order to explore this secret, Mui Tokyo entered the foreign world. However, he didn't expect that Mui Tokyo would eventually die in the foreign world. Chapter 2000. However, there was no mention of how Tokyo Makino died. It only stated that after Tokyo Makino's death, someone brought his body back from the other world. As for who that person was, there was no mention of that person. Everyone guessed that the person who brought back Mui Tokyo's corpse might be the person who built this stone tablet for Mui Tokyo. This person could be Mui Tokyo's disciple, friend, or lover. There were all possibilities. However, too much time had passed, so it was impossible to investigate what happened in the past. I've heard of this other world before. It's an extremely mysterious world. However, Mui Tokyo was an immortal. How could such a powerful person die in the other world? It's unbelievable. Someone said. It was hard to accept the fact that Mui Tokyo died in the other world. It was indeed hard to accept that someone as powerful as Mui Tokyo died in the other world. What kind of existence could kill an immortal? Or perhaps, was there a hidden reason for Mui Tokyo's death? However, this was already a mystery. The heaven-shaking stone tablet. Many people came back to their senses and rushed into the depths. This was because the stone tablet mentioned the heaven-shaking stone tablet when it introduced Mui Tokyo. Mui Tokyo seemed to have obtained the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the past. If the heaven-shaking stone tablet was still in the martial origin immortal abode, its value was too great. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Everyone rushed into the depths of the palace and disappeared without a trace. They all went to look for the heaven-shaking stone tablet or other treasures. However, some cultivators stayed behind. Many cultivators were checking the stone tablet and the two statues. They wanted to see if there was anything special about the stone tablet and the statues. However, after checking for a while, they didn't find anything. Those cultivators left one after another. Wang Yang also checked, then shook his head and said, "They're just ordinary statues and stone tablets. There's nothing special about them." Lin Feng nodded and was about to enter the depths of the palace with Monk Yishio, Sun Zhan, and Wang Yang. Suddenly, he stopped. Lin Feng carefully observed the two stone tablets and couldn't help but frown slightly. Monk Yishio asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "There's something wrong with the two statues." Lin Feng looked at the two statues and said, "Something is wrong with the statue. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it." Monk Yishio observed for a while and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Wang Yang and Sun Zhan also nodded. They also didn't find anything wrong. "Look, we're facing the entrance of the palace. On the left, there's a statue of a man, and on the right, there's a statue of a woman. This arrangement follows the customs of men being superior to women, and in the 5 elements, the left is superior to the right. It's also in line with the placement of the male statue on the left and the female statue on the right." Lin Feng pointed at the two statues. Monk Yishio nodded and said, "There is indeed such a saying, but the statue in front of us is not in the wrong position. Actually, there's one thing that many people don't know. The statues placed by the left reverend and the right reverend shouldn't be facing the main entrance. Instead, they should be looking out from the entrant." As Lin Feng spoke, he came to the door and turned around. He stood in the doorway, facing the outside. To his left was the statue of the woman. What appeared on the right was the statue of the man. "Maybe the person who placed it made a mistake," Sun Zhan said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's a possibility. But what if the person who placed it didn't make a mistake? The two of you try to move the two statues." Sun Zhan and Wang Yang nodded and came to the two statues. Each statue was 3 meters tall. It was unknown what material they were made of, but they weighed about 50,000 kilograms. They were very heavy. Sun Zhan and Wang Yang carried the two statues. Lin Feng said, "Swap the two statues." Sun Zhan and Wang Yang nodded and swapped the positions of the two statues. At this moment, everyone realized that the right hand of the statue on the right and the left hand of the statue on the left were slightly extended. The index and middle fingers were pressed together. Then, they both pointed in the same direction. "This is..." Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked in the direction the two fingers were pointing at. Lin Feng leaped up and flew up. He arrived at the top of the palace. Lin Feng punched the ceiling of the palace. Whoosh! The ceiling was smashed by Lin Feng. Then, something fell down. It was a white jade brocade box. Lin Feng grabbed the falling white jade brocade box. He quickly landed on the ground. "What's inside?" Sun Zhan asked impatiently. Yi Xiu and Wang Yang also looked at the white jade brocade box in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng opened the white jade brocade box. Inside the white jade brocade box, there was actually a ring. He tried to send his divine sense into the ring, but he found that it was blocked. The restrictions on the storage ring were very powerful. This is a spatial ring. However, the restrictions on this ring are very powerful. Looks like I need to go back and study how to break the restrictions on this ring, Lin Feng said. Yi Xiu, Sun Zhan, and Wang Yang were very envious of Lin Feng's luck. Of course, they were also happy for Lin Feng that he could obtain such a storage ring. Whose storage ring is this? Why is it hidden so well? Yi Xiu couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Feng observed the storage ring and said, "The words Hua Facey are engraved on it. I'm guessing that this ring belongs to a woman. Her name is very likely Hua Facey." Everyone nodded. Lin Feng kept the ring. Then, the group headed deeper into the treasury. Not long after, they saw many corpses. Some of the treasury doors were opened. Many cultivators started fighting each other, dying tragically in the process. Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. Yi Xiu put his palms together with a solemn expression when he saw the corpses lying in pools of blood. They had been allies just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they were fighting each other. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. For the sake of benefits. Father and son turning against each other, brothers fighting each other to the death, were too common. Moreover, the relationship between cultivators was as thin as water. The four of them continued walking deeper into the treasury. They saw that many treasury doors had been opened. Many cultivators were fighting each other inside. It was an extremely tragic scene. Cultivators died tragically one after another. Lin Feng's group also opened some treasury doors. Inside, there were all kinds of medicinal pills, magic treasures, origin crystals, and so on. Some cultivators tried to snatch the treasures, but they were all repelled. In the end, Lin Feng emptied 7 treasures, Yi Xiu emptied 5 treasures, and Sun Zhon and Wan Yin emptied 3 treasures each. There's a huge courtyard inside. It's covered by a restriction. Heavens! Is there an immortal herb of immortality planted here? Exclamations came from the depths of the treasury. Everyone was alarmed. Chapter 2001. After hearing the sounds, many people were shocked and quickly rushed into the depths. If the immortal herb of immortality really appeared, it would be too shocking. That would be too shocking. It would most likely cause a rain of blood and foul winds. Lin Feng and the other 3 also rushed in. After reaching the depths, they found an open-air courtyard. The courtyard was about 100 square meters in size and was surrounded by corridors. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs planted in the courtyard. Among all the spiritual herbs, there was one that was surrounded by immortal light that was the most eye-catching. No one could see what the spiritual herb looked like. The courtyard was now surrounded by restrictions. Therefore, no one was able to enter the courtyard. Is it really the immortal herb of immortality? Lin Feng was moved. The value of such an immortal herb of immortality was unimaginable. Break the formation, someone said. Then, everyone started to break the formation. After about a day, the formation was finally broken. Then, everyone rushed into the courtyard. A few hundred meters away, the cultivators started to fight for the immortal herb of immortality. Kid. Die. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Leng Qianxue joined forces and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the 2 strong cultivators were fighting fiercely. It was difficult to tell who would win. The 2 of them knew that Lin Feng's formation skills were very high. Therefore, one of them was guarding against Lin Feng's formation while the other was in charge of attacking Lin Feng. The 2 of them worked together and suppressed Lin Feng. Pu. 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 Tearing sounds rang out one after another as people were killed one after another. People died tragically in the battle. There were corpses everywhere. The soil in the courtyard was stained red with blood and was very muddy. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy and attacked each other. Wake up! Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Everyone's spirit was suddenly shaken. Lin Feng realized that he was not in the courtyard at all. Instead, he was standing in the corridor. He quickly retreated and distanced himself from Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Leng Qianxue. The others were also standing in the corridor like Lin Feng. Many of them were even injured. There were also many corpses lying on the ground. The battle that had just taken place was not in the courtyard, but in the corridor. Many cultivators had also died tragically in the battle just now. The one who woke everyone up was the first elder of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's elder group, Zhao Kui. For this person to be able to become the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, his means were indeed not to be underestimated. He was not confused by the terrifying illusion from before. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. Monk Yishou, Wan Yin, and Sun Zhon hurried to Lin Feng's side. Their expressions were solemn. Zhao Kui replied, "It's that flower." Zhao Kui then pointed at the immortal medicine of immortality that was surrounded by immortal light in the courtyard. The immortal light gradually dissipated. A mysterious blood-red flower appeared in everyone's sight. After seeing the blood-colored flower, someone immediately let out a shrill scream. His soul seemed to have suffered great damage. Lin Feng also felt a sharp pain in his head. If it weren't for his powerful soul, he would definitely be suffering the same pain as many people around him. Monk Isho, Sun Zhon, and Wanyan Yang all had pained expressions. "Don't look at that blood-colored flower," Lin Feng said in a low voice. Hearing this, the three of them quickly looked away. Only then did they feel much better. The rest of the people also shifted their gazes away from the blood-red flower. Only then did the pain in their souls disappear. Someone asked, "Elder Zhao, what kind of flower is that? Why is it so demonic?" Zhao Kui replied, "To be able to create such a terrifying illusion, if my guess is correct, this should be the resurrection lily." When they heard the words parameter flower, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. He suddenly thought of a saying. Yin and Yang are separated by the netherworld. The Yellow Springs River buries vengeful souls. The banks are often accompanied by parameter flowers, and the flowers are adorned with ghost spirit grass. This saying mentioned that parameter flowers grew on both sides of the Yellow Springs River. And the flowers were adorned with ghost spirit grass. It was a flower from the netherworld. It was a flower of death. It was not some immortal medicine of immortality. Parameter flowers? Isn't that a flower that blooms in the netherworld? Why would it appear here? Someone said with an uncertain expression. The appearance of a parameter flower in the Wu Yuan immortal manor was too strange, and it made many people feel uneasy. That's not something that anyone knows, Zhao Kui said. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He felt that Zhao Kui was a little mysterious. Most importantly, Lin Feng felt that Zhao Kui was not telling the truth about the parameter flower. But since Zhao Kui was unwilling to talk about it, Lin Feng naturally would not reveal it. "Look, that parameter flower is disappearing." Someone pointed at the parameter flower in the courtyard and shouted loudly. Everyone's gaze turned towards the parameter flower. The parameter flower swayed gently, but it was becoming more and more illusory. And as time passed, it became more and more illusory. The parameter flower is a flower without roots. Not only can it appear in the netherworld, but it can also appear anywhere. However, in the world of the living, the place where the parameter flower appeared must have been a place where a top-notch expert had fallen in the past. The demon lord's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng said, "Could it be because Mui Wu Yuan had fallen in the Wu Yuan immortal manor back then? That's unknown." The demon lord said. Lin Feng could not help but touch his chin. He felt that this was very likely. Mui Wu Yuan had fallen in the otherworld back then. Perhaps he had been injured and then entered the Wu Yuan immortal manor. In the end, he had fallen in the Wu Yuan immortal manor. And his Wu Yuan immortal manor had been taken back to the 9 states. Lin Feng stared at the parameter flower. The parameter flower was gradually disappearing from his sight. In the end, it had completely disappeared. Following the disappearance of the parameter flower, the restriction that enveloped the courtyard began to disperse. Some people began to collect the storage rings of the dead cultivators. These dead cultivators had also obtained many treasures before. Now, the storage rings on their bodies were ownerless. This caused a lot of people to fight over them. Lin Feng and the other 3 stood in place without moving. They looked on indifferently as the people around them fought over the storage rings of the dead cultivators. After the battle ended, the storage rings of the dead cultivators were also snatched clean. At this time, the restriction that enveloped the courtyard also disappeared. Many people rushed into the courtyard to snatch the spirit herbs in the courtyard. Lin Feng and the others also joined in. Lin Feng saw a blood-colored ginseng. This blood ginseng contained a vast amount of qi and blood. He did not know how long it had lived. He went straight for the blood ginseng. 5 or 6 cultivators joined forces to attack Lin Feng, wanting to snatch the blood ginseng. However, they were all repelled by Lin Feng. He had successfully obtained the blood god. Suddenly, a scream rang out. A cultivator's body turned pitch black, as if he had been poisoned. After a scream, he fell to the ground and died. Chapter 2002. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the cultivator suddenly fall to the ground and die. They quickly came to the cultivator's side and carefully examined his corpse. Could it be that this little bug killed him? Someone pointed at a small bug on the ground. It was a pitch-black venomous bug. The corpse was very hard. It seemed to have died a long time ago. The cultivator had died because when he was pulling out a spirit herb, he brought out a venomous bug from the soil. His hand accidentally touched the venomous bug. He immediately died. Lin Feng walked over, took out a porcelain bottle, and put the dead venomous bug inside. There were other cultivators who were interested in the venomous bug, but when they saw that Lin Feng had beaten them to it, they could only give up. Soon, everyone dispersed and continued walking deeper into the cave. Lin Feng put the venomous bug into his mountain river ring. Croak, croak. After sensing the venomous bug's aura, the white jade toad let out an excited cry. The white jade toad removed the stopper of the porcelain bottle and suddenly sucked in. The white jade toad immediately absorbed the venomous gas contained in the bug. To Lin Feng's surprise, the white jade toad only absorbed some of the venomous gas. The white jade toad's body immediately turned pitch black. When he saw this scene, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't the venomous bug's venom too terrifying? It actually turned the white jade toad's body pitch black. It was no wonder that the cultivator had died immediately after touching the venomous bug. This venom, it was not something that an ordinary person could resist. Everyone continued walking deeper into the cave. Before long, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside a palace. The palace's door was tightly shut, and some cultivators were breaking the restrictions on the door. Monk Ishio said, "Do you think this martial origin immortal mansion has an artifact spirit?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's very likely that it exists. I'm guessing that the entire Wu Yuan immortal mansion itself is a powerful magic treasure. However, for a magic treasure like the Wu Yuan immortal mansion, the weapon spirit would usually find a new owner for the immortal mansion. Therefore, even if there really is an item spirit, it generally won't appear unless someone is recognized as the new owner of the immortal mansion by the item spirit." Monk Ishio nodded and said, "I wonder if any of the people who have entered the Wu Yuan immortal mansion will be able to obtain this opportunity." This was an enormous opportunity. Whoever obtained such an opportunity would not simply obtain an immortal mansion. He might even be able to obtain Mui Wu Yuan's legacy. That was the inheritance of an immortal. For these cultivators in the god realm, they didn't know what to do. Great emperors were lofty and unreachable figures. Not to mention the fleeting immortal. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises could be heard. The restriction on the door had been broken. At this moment, many people were trying to open the door. Finally, the door was completely pushed open. Everyone looked towards the depths of the palace. They realized that it was pitch black inside. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, balls of light rose into the air. Then, those balls of light shot out like lightning. Before many people could react, those balls of light had already flown out. The aura of the immortal's origin. Those balls of light contain the immortal's origin, one of the island owners exclaimed. "Quick, quick, grab those immortal's origin." Many people cried out in alarm. They hurriedly made their move, wanting to collect the immortal's origin. However, the immortal's origin was simply too fast. By the time these cultivators regained their senses, the immortal's origin had already rushed out of the Wu Yuan immortal mansion. Quick, chase, everyone quickly chased after him. The immortal's origin was even more precious than immortal qi. This was because the immortal's origin had a trace of the immortal Tao's origin energy. If a cultivator could obtain it and then refine it, then, their cultivation would increase tremendously. Therefore, everyone naturally would not let the immortal's origin escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, the cultivators quickly rushed outside. There were also cultivators who entered the depths of the palace to see if there were any other treasures. However, they found that the palace was empty. They could not find anything. These cultivators quickly rushed outside to search for the immortal's origin that had flown out first. After Lin Feng rushed out of the Wu Yuan immortal mansion, he locked onto one of the immortal's origin and quickly chased after it. Monk Ishio, Sun Zhon, and Wan Yinyang also locked onto their targets and quickly chased after them. There were not many immortals' origin, only about 80 to 90 of them. These immortals' origin seemed to have spirituality. If they were too slow, they might not be able to catch up to these immortals' origin. Lin Feng chased for hundreds of miles before he finally caught up to the immortals' origin. Then, he took out a confinement magnetic field and imprisoned the immortals' origin. Then, he sealed the immortals' origin. After obtaining the first immortal's origin, Lin Feng did not stop at all. He flew above the sea and searched for the whereabouts of the immortal's origin. Because this place was densely covered with illusion arrays, it was very easy to get lost in it. Therefore, many cultivators who were chasing after the immortal's origin would easily fall into the illusion arrays and be unable to extricate themselves. However, these illusion arrays did not have much effect on Lin Feng. He flew quickly in the sea that was surrounded by illusion arrays. Soon after, he saw the second immortal's origin. Then, he quickly chased after it. In the end, Lin Feng obtained a total of 5 immortals' origin. After obtaining the 5th immortal's origin, he searched many places but was unable to find any more immortals' origin. He did not know if the rest of the immortals' origin had been obtained by others or if they had already left the sea that was surrounded by illusion arrays. However, Lin Feng was very satisfied to be able to obtain 5 immortals' origin. He found Monk Yi Xiu, Sun Zhon, and Wan Yin Yang and asked them about their gains. Monk Yi Xiu and Sun Zhon had obtained 2 immortals' origin. Wan Yin Yang had obtained an immortal's origin. Their gains were also quite good. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Lin Feng took out the ancient starship Shenyuan and everyone boarded it. Then, the ancient starship Shenyuan leaped into the void and left. There might be other opportunities in the martial origin immortal manner, but Lin Feng and the others did not intend to continue fighting for those opportunities. Whoever was willing to take them could take them. Their gains from this trip to the martial origin immortal manner were already great enough. The ancient starship sailed in the endless sea. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and was refining the immortal's origin. After refining the immortal's origin, Lin Feng's cultivation level quickly reached the peak of the divine fire realm. Then, Lin Feng began to break through to the true God realm. Chapter 2003. It was naturally not an easy task to break through to the true God realm. Especially for Lin Feng, his savings were too huge. Such a huge amount of savings. It gave him combat strength that far exceeded his own level. However, it also made every breakthrough dozens, hundreds, or even hundreds of times more difficult than others. It might be easier to break through a small realm, but it would be extremely difficult to break through to a major realm. However, this time, Lin Feng obtained 5 immortal origins. These 5 immortal origins contained the energy of the immortal Tao origins. And the energy of these immortal Tao origins was enough to support Lin Feng's cultivation to break through. After refining the 5 immortal origins consecutively, Lin Feng's dharmic powers finally completed the transformation. Not only did his dharmic powers complete the transformation, but even the divine fire laws in his body had also transformed into true God laws. His lifespan had increased to 30 million years, and his soul power and physical strength had also greatly improved. This kind of breakthrough to a major realm and the improvement of one's cultivation were in all aspects. Every breakthrough was destined to bring about a qualitative leap. It was exactly the same as what Lin Feng was experiencing now. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the 9 heavens above. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning dragons and snakes swam in the sea of lightning. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. A breakthrough to a major realm was usually accompanied by a lightning tribulation. And this time was no exception. Every time Lin Feng broke through a major realm, the lightning tribulation that descended was abnormally terrifying. Breaking through to the void God realm, a minor creation tribulation descended. This was a lightning tribulation that many cultivators would face when breaking through to the celestial God realm. And when breaking through to the divine fire realm, Lin Feng attracted an even more terrifying creation tribulation. This lightning tribulation was even more terrifying. It was a lightning tribulation that many cultivators could only attract when they were breaking through to the giant God realm. Now, Lin Feng was about to break through to the true God realm. Obviously, the lightning tribulation this time would be even more terrifying. The sea of lightning stretched as far as the eye could see. Between heaven and earth, there was complete silence. Leave the center of the lightning tribulation. I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Lin Feng's glabella flickered with a terrifying tribulation light. His lightning tribulation would descend at any time. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, he flew out of the ancient starship Shenyuan. As for Monk Yixiu, Sun Zhong, and Wan Yinyang, they boarded the ancient starship Shenyuan and flew away from the center of the lightning tribulation. Boom! Boom! Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Lin Feng took a step forward and swung his fist towards the lightning tribulation. Bang bang bang! Along with the sound of violent collisions. The Kalpa thunders were destroyed by Lin Feng one after another. The shattered lightning tribulation laws were directly devoured by him. These thunder tribulation laws began to temper Lin Feng's body. Every breakthrough of a major realm was an excellent opportunity to temper one's physical body. Lin Feng would not let go of such a good opportunity to temper his body. Lin Feng's body was blasted to pieces by the power of the thunder tribulation law. However, with the help of the immortal divine body, his physical body was recovering rapidly. It was replaced by destruction and restoration. His physical body grew stronger and stronger. 999 bolts of tribulation lightning struck down consecutively, but they were still unable to destroy Lin Feng. The lightning tribulation did not seem to have any intention of dispersing. High in the sky, an even more powerful lightning tribulation was brewing. Heavens! Master has already transcended 999 bolts of tribulation lightning. Why hasn't the tribulation dissipated? How many bolts of tribulation lightning will descend before Master can successfully transcend the tribulation? Wan Yinyang could not help but exclaim. His face was filled with shock. Sun Zhong said in a deep voice. Could it be a minor reincarnation tribulation? Monk Yixiu was slightly startled. If it's a minor reincarnation tribulation, then there will be a total of 1,508 bolts of tribulation lightning. This is the tribulation lightning that will only descend when one breaks through to the quasi-emperor realm high in the sky. An even more powerful fluctuation was transmitted. More and more terrifying lightning tribulations were brewing. A minor reincarnation tribulation. There were a total of 1,508 bolts of tribulation lightning. With so many bolts of tribulation lightning descending, it was simply despairing. Since ancient times, who knew how many talented people there were? They had all died under a minor reincarnation tribulation. Originally, Monk Yixiu, Sun Zhong, and Wan Yinyang thought that Lin Feng would be undergoing a major creation tribulation. They did not expect that Lin Feng would be undergoing an even more terrifying minor reincarnation tribulation. The expressions of the three of them turned solemn. They knew how terrifying a minor reincarnation tribulation was. Lin Feng had only just broken through to the true God realm. He was actually undergoing a minor reincarnation tribulation. Wasn't it too difficult? Boom! Boom! Bolts of tribulation lightning came crashing down one after another. The power was simply earth-shattering. It was truly shocking. The power that could destroy the heavens shook the void. Countless bolts of tribulation lightning came crashing down, drowning Lin Feng. Monk Yixiu, Sun Zhong, Wan Yinyang, and the others looked toward the center of the lightning tribulation. They could not see anything. They could only see the endless lightning that sealed the world. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone turned pale with fright. Lin Feng blocked the bolts of tribulation lightning one after another. There was an army formed by the power of the lightning tribulation. There was an indestructible will left behind by the foreign realm god. There were even 9 the archphantoms attacking at the same time. Each bolt of tribulation lightning was more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Feng found it extremely difficult to resist the lightning tribulation that followed. His body was torn into pieces, and his bones were exposed. He was in a miserable state. Fortunately, Lin Feng's immortal divine body was strong enough. It gradually healed his severely injured body. The bolts of tribulation lightning could not kill Lin Feng. Suddenly, amidst the endless lightning tribulation, figures appeared one after another. They stood amidst the lightning tribulation, but they were not harmed by the lightning tribulation. This is the human tribulation. Someone was chosen by the lightning tribulation and turned into a terrifying human tribulation to kill Lin Feng. Kid. It seems like you can't hold on any longer. The scarlet fire scorpion laughed sinisterly. His eyes were filled with a dense killing intent. Lin Feng knew all the cultivators who came to kill Lin Feng. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion from Fire Scorpion Island. Lung Qianxue from Evil Dragon Island. Wan Qingtsang from Luo Sen Island. Among the three island masters, Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Lung Qianxue had a grudge against Lin Feng. As for Wan Qingtsang, Lin Feng did not have much interaction with him, let alone a grudge. However, this person chose to deal with him together with Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Lang Qianxue. Lin Feng guessed that this person should be allies with Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Lung Qianxue. They would work together to kill him. They would also be able to obtain endless wealth. An ancient inheritance. Why not do it? Apart from Kai Lian Fire Scorpion, Lung Qianxue, and Wan Qingtsang, there were 10 other experts. These 10 people should be from Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Dragon Island, and Luo Sen Island. A total of 13 experts besieged him. In Kai Lian Fire Scorpion's opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die today. Chapter 2004. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and the others. He didn't find it strange that a terrifying human tribulation would appear during a tribulation. He said with an indifferent expression, "A bunch of reckless fools. I think you're all here to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng actually took the initiative to rush towards Kai Lian Fire Scorpion. Seeing Lin Feng, who was riddled with wounds and whose aura was chaotic, it was obvious that he was seriously injured. He actually dared to take the initiative to rush towards them. Many people became angry. Wasn't he looking down on them? He was simply courting death. "Attack! Kill this brat!" Kai Lian Fire Scorpion shouted in a deep voice. He waved his hand and took the lead to attack Lin Feng. The rest of the people also pounced towards Lin Feng. "Not good, it's Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and the others. Let's go and help." Wang Yang and the others also saw the situation here in the distance. Wang Yang couldn't help but anxiously shout. Monk Yishio said, "The lightning tribulation hasn't dissipated, and a strong enemy is attacking. This is a human tribulation. We can't help at all because as long as we get close to the center of the lightning tribulation, we will be attacked by the lightning tribulation. We might even attract our own lightning tribulation in advance. The best thing to do now is to wait and see." Sun Zhon nodded and said, "That's right. Since the human tribulation is also a type of lightning tribulation in the minor reincarnation tribulation, we don't need to worry at all. With Lord's ability, he will definitely be able to safely pass through this tribulation." Although they said that, they were actually very worried about Lin Feng. After all, the cultivators besieging Lin Feng were a group of experts. They were very powerful. 13 experts rushed over, and Lin Feng took the lead to use the confinement magnetic field. The surrounding void. It was as if it had been imprisoned. The confinement magnetic field couldn't completely imprison the 13 experts, but the power of the confinement magnetic field still greatly reduced the speed of the 13 experts. Lin Feng's speed was increased by the confinement magnetic field. Under this situation, his speed was extremely fast. After dodging the attacks of the 13 experts, he instantly arrived behind the nine-tailed demon scorpion and punched towards it. "How dare you!" Kai Lian Fire Scorpion couldn't help but roar when he saw this scene. The nine-tailed demon scorpion didn't even have time to react. The next moment, bang! His head was blown apart by Lin Feng's punch. He died on the spot. "This brat is too fast. Use the formation to trap him," Lung Qianxue said. Those who had cultivated to their level would usually have practiced array formations. The only difference was that some of them had a more thorough understanding of formations, and their standards were very high. Some of them didn't study array formations much, so their standards were average. Among these experts, Kai Lian Huoxie, Lung Qianxue, and Wan Qingtsang all had high attainments in formations. The three of them continuously changed their hand seals. Array runes intertwined in the void. They wanted to seal the void with an array formation. Lin Feng had an indifferent expression on his face. When the three top-notch experts unleashed their formation to seal the void, he quickly rushed towards the Scarlet Fire Scorpion. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill the Scarlet Flame Scorpion first. "Stop him!" the double-winged scorpion shouted, and the other 8 cultivators charged towards Lin Feng. They naturally knew that they couldn't let Lin Feng ruin their plan to break the formation. Once the plan was ruined, it would be very troublesome. Because Lin Feng's speed was too fast, their speed was affected. Therefore, if they couldn't restrict Lin Feng's movements, it would be too difficult to kill Lin Feng. Stone Ape watching the sea of clouds. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he directly unleashed this powerful half-immortal technique. An illusory world descended. The Stone Ape sat in front of the sea of clouds and looked into the distance. This illusory world descended from the sky and suppressed towards the 9 experts. Although these 9 people's cultivation was not bad, the strongest was only a 10th firmament celestial god. They had yet to enter the ancestor level. Therefore, the threat was smaller, and it was easier to kill. "Break!" The 9 experts shouted coldly and punched towards the illusory world descending from the sky. But now, Lin Feng was almost equivalent to breaking through to the true god realm. His combat strength had increased by God knows how many times. What he cast was also a half-immortal technique level top divine ability. How powerful and terrifying was the power! The 9 great celestial deity realm cultivators were not able to block this attack of Lin Feng's at all. Bang, 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 one celestial deity realm powerhouse after another was swept flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood in midair. 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng gave a cold cry, his body catapulting out. He turned into an 8 trigrams diagram. In the void, he lightly slash. Pewalk, pewalk, pewalk. Tearing sounds came out one after another. One powerhouse after another had their bodies directly torn apart, dying miserably on the spot. Not good, this boy is savage. Quickly retreat. The rest's expressions changed drastically. But when the 8 trigrams diagram flew over, no one could block Lin Feng's attack. Pewalk, pewalk. One celestial deity realm cultivator after another continued to be chopped in half by the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng turned into. In a blink of an eye, the 9 great celestial deity realm powerhouses were all cut down. "Kid, you're courting death." After Kai Lian Fire Scorpion, Lung Qian Shui, and Wn Qingtsang successfully set up the formation, they discovered that all of their subordinates were killed. All of them were furious and charged towards Lin Feng. "Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to prepare a new divine ability. This time, Lin Feng directly used 3 divine abilities. Stone Ape watching the sea of clouds. The first part of the great reincarnation art, ancient times, billions of years. Sovereign's judgment. These 3 divine abilities, each one was mysterious and unfathomable. They charged towards Kai Lian Fire Scorpion, Lung Qian Shui, and Wn Qingtsang respectively. Bang! The 4 people's attacks collided. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion, Lung Qian Shui, and Wn Qingtsang were all sent flying. 3-tasking. The 3 powerhouses roared in disbelief. 3-tasking was equivalent to one person becoming 3 people. To be able to use 3 divine abilities at the same time against the enemy. They never thought that Lin Feng actually had the ability to do 3 things at once. This greatly exceeded their expectations. "My body." Immediately after, Lung Qian Shui screamed in horror. Because his body was aging. His strength was also weakening. It's the great reincarnation art. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Wn Qingtsang sucked in a breath of cold air. The great reincarnation art was simply too overbearing. It deprived one's lifespan and strength. It made the person who was hit instantly become old. Strength weakening. Once hit, the situation would be very bad. "Go to hell!" Lin Feng shouted coldly and quickly charged towards Lung Qian Shui. He was hit by the great reincarnation art and was at his weakest. At this moment, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lung Qian Shui. "Brother Lung, hold him back." Let's work together to kill him. Seeing Lin Feng charging towards Leng Qian Shui and Kai Lian Fire Scorpion, Wn Qingsang's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. Circle prison. Leng Qian Shui suddenly shouted and used an extremely terrifying divine ability. His right hand drew a circle in front of him. This circle enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng was trapped inside. This was the circle prison. It could trap a person to death in this prison. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Wn Qingsang's expressions were greatly shaken. They shot up and used a heaven-defying punch, sweeping towards Lin Feng. They wanted to directly kill Lin Feng. Chapter 2005. Haha, kid, it's time for you to die. Next year, today will be your death anniversary. Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Wn Qingsang laughed proudly. Lin Feng was trapped by Leng Qian Shui's prison circle. In their opinion, Lin Feng was like a turtle in a jar. He couldn't escape. Not good. Monkey Xiu, Sun Zhon, and Wan Yinyang's expressions changed when they saw this scene. Now that Lin Feng was in danger, their expressions turned solemn. Seeing that the attack was about to kill him, just as it was about to hit Lin Feng. Swish. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the attacks of the Crimson Fire Scorpion and Wn Qingsang all missed. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. He successfully dodged the attack. Then, he came behind Leng Qian Shui and punched him. The reason why he chose to attack Leng Qian Shui was that he had been hit by the ancient time rush for billions of years. Now that his body was old, his battle strength had decreased sharply. It was a good opportunity to kill him. If Leng Qian Shui recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Leng Qian Shui felt the terrifying aura behind him and was shocked. He turned around and punched. Bang! Leng Qian Shui and Lin Feng's punches collided. Crack! Crack! After taking Lin Feng's powerful punch, Leng Qian Shui's arm was broken. Leng Qian Shui was horrified and wanted to retreat. But at this time, Lin Feng had already used the Emperor Runes. The Emperor Runes wrapped around Leng Qian Shui's body, preventing him from retreating. Lin Feng rushed forward and punched Leng Qian Shui. Bang! Leng Qian Shui's body exploded. He was killed by Lin Feng. Go! Seeing this, Kai Lian Fire Scorpion and Wn Qingsang's expressions changed. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. At this moment, how could they have the courage to fight with Lin Feng? He turned around and fled. They tore apart the magnetic field, turned into two streams of light, and quickly fled into the distance. It wasn't easy for an ancestor-level powerhouse to escape and keep them here. Not to mention that Lin Feng was still undergoing his tribulation. He's been pushed back. Wan Yinyang let out a long sigh. Sun Zhon said, "Amazing, truly amazing. Your Excellency is already so powerful now. In the future, following the advancement of your realm, I really don't know what kind of shocking degree your Excellency's battle prowess will reach." Monkey Xiu said, "Brother Lin's accumulation is too great. To be able to possess such combat strength, that's to be expected. However, with such a powerful accumulation, as his cultivation increases, it will become more and more difficult for him to break through." Wan Yinyang and Sun Zhon nodded. It was exactly as Monkey Xiu had said. As his cultivation base continued to rise, it would be even more difficult for Lin Feng to break through. Boom boom boom. Above the 9 heavens, streaks of lightning tribulations fell from the sky. The power was simply enough to destroy the world. Lin Feng let out a long howl and charged towards the lightning tribulation, fighting it head-on. 32 consecutive bolts of lightning struck down. Finally, he withstood all the lightning tribulations of the minor reincarnation tribulation. The power of true God law descended from the sky one after another. All of them were devoured and refined by Lin Feng. The sea of lightning in the sky. It also began to dissipate. Not long after. Then, it became a clear blue sky with a boundless blue sky. And Lin Feng's cultivation base also finally broke through to the first firmament of true God realm. Following this breakthrough, his physical body and soul also received a great improvement. Originally, Lin Feng's physical body level was equivalent to the middle giant god realm's physical body level. Now, it was equivalent to the late giant god realm's physical body level. Originally, Lin Feng's soul force stopped at the second firmament of celestial god realm. Now, it rose to the fifth firmament of celestial god realm. Congratulations Brother Lin for breaking through. Congratulations Master for breaking through. Congratulations Your Excellency for breaking through. Monk Yixiu, Wanyan Yang, and Sun Zhon flew over on the Shenyuan ancient starship. The three of them congratulated Lin Feng again and again. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This time, it's all thanks to the immortal origin that I obtained. After you guys refine the immortal origin, your cultivation base will also be greatly improved. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go." The four of them boarded the Shenyuan ancient starship. Then, they quickly left. Along the way, Monk Yixiu, Sun Zhon, and Wanyan Yang also refined the immortal origin that they obtained. Everyone's cultivation base received a significant improvement. Monk Yixiu was also a genius. He was very powerful, but his realm was actually not high. Previously, he was only the second firmament of true god realm. Geniuses could challenge those of a higher realm. Just like Lin Feng, Monk Yixiu was also the same. After refining the immortal's origin, Monk Yixiu's cultivation base rose to the sixth firmament of true god realm. And Wanyan Yang's cultivation base rose from the third firmament of celestial god realm to the fifth firmament of celestial god realm. As a member of the heavenly mark beast race, Wanyan Yang's talent was also very powerful. It was just that he had yet to awaken the heavenly mark beast race's ancestral blood. Once he awakened it, who knew how many times his combat strength would increase by? Sun Zhon's cultivation base was still at the quasi-giant god realm. He was still accumulating his cultivation base and was not in a hurry to break through. The more he accumulated before breaking through, the stronger he would be. After breaking through, the stronger his combat strength would be. Lin Feng was a living example. 10 days later, the Shenyuan ancient starship returned to the Dragon Gate Island. After returning, Lin Feng asked Sun Zhon and Wanyan Yang to lead the army to attack the evil Dragon Island. Now, the evil Dragon Island's island lord, Leng Chenxue, had fallen. The army was leaderless. Their strength was greatly reduced. It was a good opportunity to take over the evil Dragon Island in one fell swoop. Lin Feng even sent out his God Realm clone to drive the Shenyuan ancient starship. Under the lead of the Shenyuan ancient starship, the fleet of the Dragon Gate Island sailed towards the evil Dragon Island. Soon, a great battle that shocked the ancient desolate sea region erupted. This battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. The fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The evil Dragon Island was conquered. Other than a portion of people who escaped, most of them were killed. A portion of people who surrendered became slaves. The news of the evil Dragon Island's destruction quickly spread throughout the ancient desolate sea region. Countless people were moved by this news. Many rogue cultivators came to join the Buddhist sect when they saw how powerful it was. Sun Zhon was temporarily stationed on the evil Dragon Island. He was consolidating the territory of the evil Dragon Island and the various resources it possessed. As for Wanyan Yang, he led a portion of the army to escort the captured slaves back to the Dragon Gate Island. After returning, Wanyan Yang reported to Lin Feng about the battle. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this battle. After reporting, Wanyan Yang said, "Master, a female slave asked me to bring a message to you. She hopes to meet you, Master." "What female slave?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "She seems to be from the evil dragon tribe," Wanyan Yang said. "Bring her here." Chapter 2006. Lin Feng looked at the tall woman in front of him. The woman in front of him was very tall, about 1.85 meters tall. She had a pair of long legs. The average height of a woman was about 1.6 meters. A height of 1.7 meters was considered relatively tall among women. There were women who were as tall as the woman in front of him. However, they were still not common. Of course, although she was tall, she was not the tall and muscular type. Instead, she was slender and enchanting. While Lin Feng was observing her, she was also observing Lin Feng. She did not show any fear. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lin Feng looked at her with interest. "Why should I be afraid of you?" the woman asked. Lin Feng asked. "What's your name?" "Leng Rui," the woman said. "Rui, that's a good name. I heard from Wn Yang Yang that you wanted to see me. Why do you want to see me?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "I want to discuss a collaboration with you," Leng Rui said. "A collaboration? You're just a slave now. Do you think you have the right to talk about collaboration with me?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Leng Rui said, "Even though you've conquered the evil Flood Dragon Island, the evil Flood Dragon Island controls such a large territory and has so many connections that they need people to manage them. Of course, you can send your subordinates to take over the territory and resources that the evil Flood Dragon Island controls, but your subordinates will need a long time to familiarize themselves with the territory and resources. Moreover, during this time, it's very easy for other things to happen, such as other islands wanting a share of the pie. Of course, the most important thing is that many of the connections that originally belonged to Evil Serpent Island aren't something your subordinates can handle. If you give me this task, I can quickly gather the resources that originally belonged to Evil Serpent Island. It'll be very difficult for other islands to interfere. Moreover, I'm a member of Evil Serpent Island. If I contact the various connections of Evil Serpent Island, those people will at least give me some face and won't cut off these connections. You must know that in order to run a huge force in the sea, connections and resources are very important. Sometimes, connections are even more important than territory." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why would I give such an important position to a member of the evil WM tribe? Wouldn't I be raising a tiger and inviting calamity?" Leng Rui said, "Although I'm a member of the evil dragon tribe, I have a deep hatred for Leng Qianxue. Originally, the evil dragon island's owner belonged to my tribe. Later, my father was killed by Leng Qianxue. Although Leng Qianxue claimed that my father died in an accident when he went out, my father sent me a message before he died, which let me know the real reason for his death. All these years, I've been waiting for a chance to take revenge. You killed Leng Qianxue, so you're my benefactor." Lin Feng asked, "Should I believe you?" Leng Rui said, "I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying to you, I'll die a horrible death." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll leave the evil dragon island to you. As for the slaves on the island, I'll leave them to you as well. You can decide who to keep and who to kill." "Thank you." Leng Rui bowed to Lin Feng. "All right, you may leave," Lin Feng said. Leng Rui nodded and left. Wan Yang asked, "Master, can this woman be trusted?" "She should be. Even if she isn't, it doesn't matter. In any case, she's already a slave of the Dragon Gate Island. What can she do?" Lin Feng sneered. Not long after, Leng Rui represented the evil dragon tribe and declared their loyalty to Lin Feng. The evil dragon island also joined the Dragon Gate and became an island under their jurisdiction. This matter caused a huge commotion in the ancient Desolate Sea region. Everyone was discussing this matter in private. During this time, more and more experts joined the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate army finally reached 10,000 members. The Purgatory Assassin organization, which was under Butterfly's control, also reached 4,000 members. Leng Rui was still very capable. In just a month, she managed to stabilize the situation on the evil Dragon Island. After the Dragon Gate army, Lin Feng formed a new army called the Burning Blood Army. Sun Zhon was appointed as the commander of the Burning Blood Army. The new cultivators who joined the Dragon Gate would be added to the Burning Blood Army. After resting for 1.5 months, the Dragon Gate army set off again. This time, they headed straight for the Fire Scorpion Island. At the same time, the Evil Dragon Island also had a 30,000-man army. They also headed for the Fire Scorpion Island. Although the 30,000-man army of the Evil Dragon Island was far from being comparable to an elite army like the Dragon Gate army. However, compared to the armies of the other islands, they were not weak. The 40,000-man army besieged the Fire Scorpion Island. The battle lasted for half a month before the Fire Scorpion Island was finally conquered. The Crimson Fire Scorpion Island fled. The remaining people either died in battle or became captives. The Dragon Gate's successive conquest of the Evil Dragon Island and the Fire Scorpion Island caused panic on many islands. This was because these islands were worried that they would be the next to be attacked. Lin Feng personally made a statement. In the statement, he stated that he had no intention of conquering other islands. The reason he attacked the Evil Dragon Island and the Fire Scorpion Island was because of Lung Qian Shui. The Scarlet Fire Scorpion besieged him when he was breaking through and wanted to take his life. This was why he attacked. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the rest of the people on the other islands felt relieved. Lin Feng also mentioned Luo Sen Island in the statement. He also mentioned that he would be conquering Luo Sen Island next. This was because the island master of Luo Sen Island, Wn Qingtsang, was also involved in this matter. The cultivators on Luo Sen Island were anxious because the Dragon Gate army was too powerful. They were at least at the True God realm. Moreover, each of them was equipped with at least 3 divine artifacts. They were simply invincible. In the end, this battle did not happen. This was because Wn Qingtsang personally came to see Lin Feng. He was willing to submit to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also accepted Wn Qingtsang's submission. The Dragon Gate had successively subdued the Evil Dragon Island, the Fire Scorpion Island, and the Luo Sen Island. Their strength had greatly increased. The cultivators who joined the Dragon Gate. There were more and more of them. This made Lin Feng very satisfied. On this day, the ancient starship Shenyuan set off from the Dragon Gate. Lin Feng planned to head to the Jiyu evil sect. He brought along 5,000 experts from the Dragon Gate army and 3,000 experts from the Purgatory Assassin organization. Monk Yi Xiu and Wan Yinyang also traveled together. During this trip to the Jiyu evil sect, Lin Feng hoped to find a way to resolve Li Yingdie's heart-biting venomous insect. With such a huge force, Lin Feng had enough confidence to negotiate with the Jiyu evil sect, an ancient heretical sect. Chapter 2007. The Jiyu evil sect was one of the top evil sects in the northern barbarian state. There were many experts in the sect. However, evil sects rarely interacted with the outside world. The same went for the Jiyu evil sect. The Jiyu evil sect was located in the Jiyu evil mountain range. The mountain range was named after the Jiyu evil sect. It was surrounded by dense primitive forests for thousands of miles. Danger lurked everywhere in the primitive forests. Not only were there powerful beasts, but there were also many terrifying poisonous insects. It was easy to die in there. The Shenyuan ancient starship flew in the ancient forest. When it arrived outside the Jiyu evil sect, it saw many cultivators gathered there. These cultivators were probably here to learn from a master. If a large sect like the Jiyu evil sect wanted to continue its legacy, it naturally needed to recruit new disciples. That was the only way it could continue its legacy. Lin Feng asked Wan Yinyang to bring the invitation to the Jiyu evil sect. He would try peaceful means before resorting to force. If the Jiyu evil sect was sincere about cooperating, everyone would be happy. It would save Lin Feng a lot of trouble. If the Jiyu evil sect was unwilling to cooperate, Lin Feng could only force the Jiyu evil sect to cooperate. Soon, Wan Yinyang returned with an ugly expression. Lin Feng asked calmly, "What did the Jiyu evil sect say?" Wan Yinyang said, "The Jiyu evil sect refused to cooperate with Master." "Why?" Lin Feng asked. "Because Master is a cultivator from the reincarnation immortal sect. It's a righteous sect. The Jiyu evil sect is an evil sect. Righteous and evil cannot coexist. That's why they refused to cooperate," Wan Yinyang said. After hearing Wan Yinyang's words, Lin Feng could not help but sneer. What era was this? Righteous and evil cannot coexist. He flew out of the Shenyuan ancient starship. Then, he shouted, "I'm Lin Feng. I'm the leader of the ancient Desolate Sea region's Dragon Sect. I'm here to pay a visit to the Jiyu evil sect's sect leader." This long howl startled everyone in all directions. The cultivators gathered in front of the Jiyu evil sect's mountain gate discussed softly. Who was Lin Feng? They had never heard of him. However, Since he was a cultivator from an overseas force, it seemed quite normal that he had not heard of it. It was normal for these ordinary people not to have heard of Lin Feng, but many people in the Gu evil sect had heard of Lin Feng. Hearing that Lin Feng had come to visit the sect master, many people began to discuss. The disciples of the reincarnation celestial sect are quite capable. I didn't expect them to establish their own forces overseas. However, my Gu evil sect does not welcome any righteous cultivators. Please leave quickly. A sneer could be heard from Gu evil sect. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. He walked towards Gu evil sect step by step. If you insist on not meeting me, then I can only barge into Gu evil sect. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Impudent. Gu evil sect is not a place you can casually barge into. Take this kid down, the mysterious expert of the Gu evil sect shouted coldly. Immediately, dozens of Gu evil sect's experts flew towards Lin Feng. However, before they could even get close to Lin Feng, they were already unable to withstand the powerful aura surrounding Lin Feng. Thump, thump. Many people fell from the sky. This person is so powerful. Many cultivators outside Gu evil sect were shocked. Sect guardian statues. The cold voice came from Gu evil sect again. Next. Stone statues flew out of Gu evil sect one after another. These stone statues were all resurrected. Each statue emitted a shocking wave of energy. The strength of these guardian statues was extremely strong. There were a total of 72 statues, and all of them were in the heaven god realm. Leave quickly. Gu evil sect will not make things difficult for you. Or else. We can only drive you out. The expert of Gu evil sect said coldly. Lin Feng said. I came here with sincerity to discuss cooperation. It was supposed to be a mutually beneficial matter. However, your Gu evil sect is so unreasonable. Since you insist on doing this, I will break into your Gu evil sect today. Attack. As the cold voice came from Gu evil sect, the 72 statues all slashed towards Lin Feng with huge swords. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand. Swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the Emperor runes flew out like chains of order. Those Emperor runes, they were suppressed. In an instant, the stone statues were suppressed by Lin Feng. Good lad. You are indeed powerful. No wonder you dare to barge into my Gu evil sect. The voice of the expert in Gu evil sect suddenly sank. Then, a huge energy hand condensed. It charged towards Lin Feng. That huge energy hand contained a suffocating power. A huge energy hand condensed by a giant god realm expert. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Gu evil sect. There was actually a giant god. This made him very surprised. These ancient sects of the 9 provinces' great world were indeed not to be underestimated. Stone Ape watching the sea of clouds. Lin Feng attacked and used this unparalleled unique skill to fight against the huge energy hand condensed in midair. Bang! The two attacks collided. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The two attacks were annihilated. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. You're actually able to withstand my attack. You have really surprised me. However, your realm is not enough. You are destined to be no match for me. That cold voice sounded once again. Lin Feng shouted coldly, where are the dragon sect cultivators? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5,000 cultivators of the dragon sect army and 3,000 experts of the Purgatory Assassin organization flew out from the ancient starship Shenyuan. 8,000 people gathered together. Powerful auras gathered together. Above them, the phantom of a huge dragon formed. Essence Chi Dragon. After seeing the Essence Chi Dragon, many people exclaimed in disbelief. In the secular world, when the army fought, the Essence Chi would condense together to form Essence Chi smoke. However, this was the first time they had seen an Essence Chi Dragon. Lin Feng said indifferently, although your cultivation is powerful, I guess you have just broken through to the giant god realm not long ago, right? I, Lin Feng, am not a peerless expert, but I am confident that I can hold you back for some time. The The Dragon Sect Army and the Purgatory Assassin organization behind me are all at the True God realm. There are 8,000 of them, and each of them is equipped with at least 3 divine weapons. However, I don't know if the GU Evil Sect can withstand the attack of this army. Of course, I know that the GU Evil Sect has existed for a very long time and has a very strong foundation. Maybe you don't fear my subordinates, but have you ever thought about how many people from the GU Evil Sect will die once the war is over? Brat, you dare to threaten me? The GU Evil Sect's expert's voice was filled with rage. He was a lofty giant god realm expert. Yet, he was being threatened. Moreover, the person who threatened him was a cultivator. Moreover, the person who threatened him was a junior cultivator. It made him feel extremely sullen. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I am not threatening you. I am just stating facts. Today, you are cooperating with me. If you want anything, just say the word, and I will do my best to satisfy you. If you don't want anything, I will owe you a favor. If you don't agree, then I have no other choice. There is only one battle. Your Excellency, please make your decision quickly."